you told Mr. Brazoman that you had gone back and reviewed your Instagram, and that you now recall that the video was recorded in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Mr. Ephron, there is nothing in your Instagram that shows you in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021. Is there?
Yes, it is.
Really? I'm going to give you a live phone. You show me on your Instagram. Show me on your Instagram where it shows that you're in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021.
What do you mean a live phone?
A phone. Your Instagram. Your Instagram.
No, we would have to go, see, now you think you slick. We would have to go to my phone, my actual phone, and go to my archive. You're not going to show me something of my highlights, which is not there. You think you slick.
Stop,
And I'm on to you.
stop. This is,
You're not going to keep tripping me up. I'm on
Mr. Ephron, stop, just stop talking. It's,
Your Honor, we have a letter from the DA, and the letter says that Mr. Ephron informed them that he went on his Instagram.
Yes, my Instagram.
all right.
Your Instagram, as in Relli Boss?
You're trying to show me somebody else's that I can't activate where I can go to my archive.
He
You're
doesn't,
not
all right,
slick.
stop it. He doesn't need to go on someone else's phone.
Do you have your phone with you?
You know I don't got it. It's over there. We can get it though. I can show you. We can go here right now.
So your
We can clear this
Instagram
up.
is what caused you to go back.
No, you did because you're sneaky.
Don't be insulting. Stop it.
I'm feeling.
He is not insulting you. Don't insult him. Don't insult any lawyer that's asking you questions. You're not doing yourself any good by doing that.
I mean, I'm getting screwed. I mean, this is not what I.
How much longer do you have?
2 minutes, Your Honor.
What is it, 2 minutes?
Well, depends. Answer the question,
All right,
please.
it's 12 o'clock.
Right about there, if you don't mind just kind of facing me, raise your right hand. Thank you. It's some mistake that the testimony you may give in the cause nothing before this court. So the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
You please take a seat in the witness stand. We're going to adjust the microphone there and state and spell your name, both of them.
Kirk Anderson, KIRKANDERSON.
Before you on, I forgot to mention this to you. The clock on the wall is getting worse. Yesterday it was like 4 minutes off. Now it's about 7 minutes off. So we're not going by that clock. I got a wristwatch. We'll go by the wristwatch. And I have 10 minutes before.
It's about 5 o'clock.
What?
Only about 5 o'clock.
It's still it's misleading. So we're going to go by, and I'm sure all your watches synchronize our watches. 10 minutes to 11. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, would you start by telling the jury who you work for
I work for Los Angeles Police Department,
and how long have you been a police officer for?
a little over 9 years.
Which station were you working at in November of 2021?
Hollywood Police Station.
And on November 8, 2021 specifically, were you working that day?
Yes,
What was your assignment that day at Hollywood Police Station?
I was working the front desk.
What does that mean when you say working the front desk?
It's a patrol assignment to the desk where people come in and you take reports and help citizens out.
Would that literally mean you're sitting at kind of the front desk in the lobby of the police station?
Correct.
And the people that you're talking about, you take reports from, would those be citizens that walk in off the street to report crimes to you at the desk?
Yes,
On November 8, 2021, did you interview a man by the name of Terrell Ephron?
yes I did.
And how is it that you came to interview him that day?
He walked into the lobby of the police station.
When he came in, was he alone or was he with anyone else?
He said he was with a lawyer. There was a man in a suit that was with him.
It's not just that he told you he was with a lawyer, you also saw this man wearing a suit.
Yes,
Okay. And if you could tell the jury broadly, what was it that Mr. Ephron was there to report?
he said he was a victim of a shooting and that he was shot by this unknown celebrity by the name of A AP Rocky.
In addition to tell you that the person who had shot him was A$AP Rocky, did he tell you that person's true or legal name?
Yes, he did.
And what was that name that he gave?
Rakim Mayers.
Did Mr. Ephron tell you how it was that he knew Mr. Mayers?
He said they'd known each other for about 15 years, and he was part of a group called ASAP Mob.
When you say he told you that, was that Mr. Ephron telling you that only Mr. Mayers was part of it, or that both of them were part of that group?
That both of them were part of it.
Before we get to the actual shooting that Mr. Ephron told you about, did Mr. Ephron tell you about anything that happened just prior to the shooting between him and Mr. Mayers?
Ephron said that he heard that ASAP Rocky was talking bad about him over the cell phone, and that was the day prior to the shooting.
Did Mr. Ephron tell you that he specifically heard the defendant talking bad about him, or that he heard about the defendant talking bad about him?
He heard about the defendant talking about him.
So did he tell you that he heard words coming out of the defendant's mouth?
Objection to the leading, Your Honor. Foundational. Repeat. Objection to the leading. Foundation.
I don't recall specifically.
Did you document it in your report?
I did.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your report?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Your Honor. Almost bad habit. I'm going to distract your attention. Did Mr. Ephron tell you when that meeting at the parking lot took place in reference to when the phone call was that he overheard where Mr. Mayers was talking bad about him?
Yes, the following day on November 6th at 10 p.m. was when they met in the driveway.
So, if I understand what you're saying correctly, Mr. Ephron said he overheard this phone call, then the very next day is when the driveway incident took place?
Yes.
All right. Did he give you any specific date, day, or time when that meeting at the parking lot took place?
Yes, 10 p.m.
Do you remember the date?
November 6th.
And do you remember what day of the week that was?
I don't.
Would you have documented it in your report?
I don't believe the specific day is
Okay.
documented.
But November 6th of 2021?
Yes.
What did Mr. Ephron tell you when he occurred, when he first got to that parking garage?
So when he got there, he saw A$AP Rocky, and he saw two mutual friends of his and A$AP Rocky. One he said his name was A$AP Ills, and the other one I believe goes by the name of 12E.
Did he tell you that those two men, Ills and 12E, were with Mr. Mayers?
Yes.
Okay, and then what was the next thing that he told you happened?
He said from about 5 to 10 feet away, A$AP Rocky pulled out a black handgun from his waistband and told him, "What's up now, pussy?"
Okay. What did he tell you happened immediately after that?
He then pointed the handgun at Ephron and said, "I will kill you right now," approximately 2 to 3 times.
And then what did he tell you happened after that?
A$AP Ills and 12E tried to intervene and de-escalate the situation, and they all walked over together to the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar.
Did he tell you who, if anyone, was the first person to walk away?
They were in front of him when they were walking to that location.
When you say they, who are you talking about?
A$AP Rocky, A$AP Ills, and 12E.
All right. And what did Mr. Ephron tell you he did after that first altercation at the parking garage?
Once they got to the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar, he said A$AP Rocky turned around and fired approximately 3 to 4 shots at Ephron.
Okay. Before we get there, I want to go back to the parking garage really quickly. Did Mr. Ephron tell you at any point that the defendant specifically pointed the handgun at him?
Yes.
He told you, or yes, that he did? What did he tell you with regard to that?
After he said, "What's up, pussy?" he pointed the handgun and he stated, "I will kill you right now," at Ephron.
Okay. That was when you, okay, thank you. Where again did he tell you that the rounds were fired?
At the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar.
And how many shots did he tell you he believed were fired?
Approximately 3 to 4.
Did he tell you whether he was struck by any of the gunfire?
Yes, he said he was struck in his left hand knuckles area.
When he walked into the police station, you had a chance to observe him, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Could you see any injury to his left hand knuckle area?
I did see an injury to his hand knuckles.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I previously marked as Equal 17. You recognize what you see there?
Yes,
And does that appear consistent with the injuries that you saw to Mr. Ephron
it
on
does.
delivery? And you said that was to which of his hands?
His left hand.
Okay. After the gunshots were fired, what did Mr. Ephron tell you happened next?
He said he ran off one direction and A$AP Rocky and others ran off another direction.
Where did Mr. Ephron tell you that he went?
Eventually he made his way back to his hotel, the Lowe's Hotel in Hollywood.
Okay. What, if anything, did he tell you he did after he got to his hotel?
After he got to the hotel, he said approximately an hour later he came back to the scene of Selma and Vista Del Mar, and he said he collected 2 casings off the ground.
Did he tell you at all about documenting where he observed those 2 cartridge casings?
Yeah, he provided a photo of the casings on the street.
Did he actually show you a photo?
Yes.
Okay. You said Mr. Ephron told you this happened on November 6th, but he was reporting it to you on November 8th, correct?
Yes.
Did you ask him specifically why he waited to the 2 days to report this to you?
He said he wanted to have a lawyer with him.
Did you ask what state he was living in at the time you were talking to him?
I don't recall.
Direct you to the top cover page of your report if that assists you in refreshing your recollection.
Yes.
What state did he say he was living?
New York?
And did you ask him specifically why he was in Los Angeles at the time?
I don't recall.
Okay. You said that Mr. Ephron, at the time he walked into the police station on November 8th, he had 2 fired cartridge cases with him, correct?
Yes, he did.
Can you describe that in more detail for the jury?
It was 2 steel casings. It said 9mm Luger on each one.
How did he have it?
It was in a black plastic bag.
Okay. And did he physically give them to you?
He gave me the plastic bag and I took them out of the plastic bag.
What did you do with them after you received them?
It was booked as evidence, so I put them inside of an evidence envelope, and then I sealed it and wrote the information on the envelope.
When you say you booked it as evidence, what is that? Can you just describe for the jury what exactly that means?
So it gets sealed up, I write my name on the envelope, I write the contents inside of the envelope, and it gets assigned a DR number, which is specific to this case, and then it goes inside of for at Hollywood Police Station, it goes inside of a closet where we store all the evidence.
Did you seal it before you store it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to mark my next exhibit, Your Honor, 32. If it can just be labeled as envelope and its contents.
Yes.
And I'm going to write 32 on the front, in the bottom right-hand corner on this envelope. I'm going to show you first the envelope and ask if you recognize what we see here.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is the envelope for where I seal the casings. That's the information I wrote on it.
Okay, and this would actually be the envelope you filled out that night, correct?
Correct.
It has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
And your badge for serial number?
Yes.
Okay. You said the date is on there, correct?
Correct.
And a description of the contents, correct?
Yes.
You also mentioned this number at the top right that's labeled DR number.
Yes.
Is that number that we see there 2106-18784?
It is.
Is that number unique within LAPD to this case specifically?
Yes, specifically just this case.
So there will be no other case in LAPD that also utilizes that?
Correct.
All right. Now, in addition to that number, the DR number that's unique to this case, do you also assign a separate number to the items that you are receiving? Like an item number?
I don't understand.
Sure. When you book something into evidence, let's take more generally. In any case, would you agree with me that you or other people working on the case may, over the course of the case, book multiple items under one case number or DR number, correct?
Correct.
So let's say on the first day you collect one item and you book it, and on the second day you collect another item and you book that second item. Would the first item that you collect be booked as item number 1 under that VR number?
Yes, it would.
And then on the next day, when you collect another item, would that be booked as item number 2 under this same DR number?
Yes.
Okay. When you did that in this case, what number did you assign to the casings that Mr. Ephron provided to you?
Item number 1.
So both casings would be item number 1, correct?
Yes.
Now, once you go through that whole process that you talked about, receiving the item, packaging it, putting it in the envelope, sealing it, where does it go?
It goes in our evidence closet, and then the next day the evidence employee takes it and puts it in the evidence room.
Does it go to something within LAPD called the property division?
Yes.
And is it held there until it's needed at any time in the future?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to open the envelope, if you would. Do you have a knife or any way of opening it? It's underneath.
I just want to just pull it up open.
I'll get the knife. I want to do it cleanly. You can do it from the top too. I'm going to take out, would you agree with me that inside of the larger envelope, there's a smaller envelope?
Yes.
Okay. And it has a number 1 on it, correct?
Correct.
And it has the same unique DR number on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, can I borrow the knife one more time? Okay. Officer Anderson, I'll put them on the Elmo here. One. Zoom in. Now, do these appear similar to the cartridge cases that you received that night?
Yes, they do.
Do you specifically remember exactly the cartridge cases that were given to you?
Yes,
You do. And are these those same exact cartridge cases?
they are.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's called a head stamp on a cartridge case?
I'm not.
You're not. Are you familiar with kind of the words that are written on the back of the cartridge case?
Yes.
And in this case, what caliber of ammunition would these cartridge cases be?
9mm.
9mm Luger?
Yes.
Okay. So these are the same cartridge casings that Mr. Ephron brought to you that you packaged up and booked into property division, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I got nothing else, Your Honor. I'm gonna, just for the record, I'm gonna put them back in the smaller envelope, and then I'm gonna put the smaller envelope back into the larger.
All right. Who wants to question officer? All right. See you, go ahead.
Good morning, Officer.
Good morning.
You've never spoken before, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as a law enforcement officer, when you're interviewing someone making a complaint, you want to make sure your report is as complete and accurate as possible, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's because you understand that the report may be relied upon in the future at hearings or a trial like this one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on November 8th, 2021, you said you were working at the front desk at the Hollywood police station?
Yes.
And at 7:20 that day, Terrell Ephron came into the station and made a complaint to you about an alleged shooting, right?
Yes.
And obviously that's a serious complaint, right?
Correct.
So it was important for you to be as careful in taking down this information as possible, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you memorialized that information in a written report, correct?
Yes.
In fact, that report was reviewed and approved by your supervisor, Officer Deneen, correct?
Correct.
Now, as detailed in your report, Mr. Ephron told you about an incident, I think you just described it, that occurred on November 6, 2021 involving Mr. Mayers and two other people he identified as ASAP Ills and 12 people, right?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, I think you testified to this, Mr. Ephron told you that as he was approached by Mr. Mayers pulled out a gun from 5 to 10 feet away. Is that what he told you?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, the first page of your investigative report has a pre-printed box, which is called weapon, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's for you to identify any weapon that a complainant reports to you, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you made a note in that report of a gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if a knife were involved in an incident, that's an important fact you would know, right?
Yes.
Right. And you didn't make any note of the knife in this case, either in that pre-printed box or in the narrative portion of your report, correct?
Correct.
And that's obviously because Mr. Ephron, when reporting to you what happened, didn't tell you that 12 displayed a knife to him during the incident, right?
He did not.
Right. In fact, Mr. Ephron made no mention of a knife being involved in this incident, correct?
Correct.
To the contrary, rather than displaying a knife, Mr. Ephron told you that 12 actually attempted to de-escalate the situation. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. And he told you that ASAP Ills also tried to de-escalate the situation, correct?
Yes.
Now, during your interview with Mr. Ephron, he also told you that he returned to the scene of the incident approximately an hour later.
Yes.
Is that right? And he gave you those 2 shell casings that he claimed to recover from the scene, the ones we just saw, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Sustained is the word claim.
Okay. He gave you the 2 shell casings that he told you he recovered from the scene, right?
Yes.
Just so it's clear, Mr. Ephron told you he recovered those shell casings about an hour after the incident on November 6, 2021, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't give them to you until 2 days later, November 8, 2021, right?
Yes.
Now, after you received the shell casings from Mr. Ephron, you requested that they be examined for latent prints.
I did.
And obviously, as an experienced law enforcement officer, you wouldn't have requested an examination that you knew would be useless. Am I correct?
Correct.
Right. So you requested that examination for latent prints because you understood that fingerprints can be lifted off shell cases, right?
Yes.
Right. Now, when speaking with Mr. Ephron on November 8th, 2021, he told you that he had a small scrape on his left hand from the incident, right?
Yes.
In fact, you saw a picture of it on the screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after him telling you about that small scrape and you seeing it, you clearly didn't see a need to get him an ambulance or some type of medical treatment, right?
Right.
In fact, at that time, on November 8, 2021, you discussed with Mr. Ephron if any medical treatment, what if any medical treatment he already received for that small scrape. You asked him about that, right?
Yes.
And what he told you was, I just treated it myself on the day it occurred, right?
Correct.
Now, you were asked by Mr. President about the reported statements that Mr. Ephron made to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, when Mr. Ephron made all of his statements to you, he had a civil lawyer standing next to him, right?
Yes.
Now, you said, you asked Mr. Ephron why he waited 2 days to report the incident. And he told you it's because he wanted to have a lawyer present with him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Ephron tell you that another reason he waited to report the incident is because he was attempting to contact Mr. Mayers' quote-unquote people, including his manager, Mr. Mayers' manager, trying to get money before he even contacted a lawyer? Did he tell you that?
No.
In fact, Mr. Ephron never told you that before coming to see you, meaning before he made his report to the police, that he had already texted a screenshot of the scraped finger to Mr. Mayers' manager with messages saying that he, Mr. Ephron, was getting rich. He never told you that, right?
No.
I'm asking you, what was told you? And the answer was he never conveyed that to you, right?
Correct.
Right. In fact, Mr. Ephron also did not tell you that before coming to the police, he had already sent a text message to his own business associate saying, quote, I want to get this N-word's money, referring to Mr. Mayers. He never told you that either, right?
Right.
And Mr. Ephron also did not tell you that before making his report to the police, before he came to you, Mr. Mayers texted him that Mr. Ephron was trying to extort him, that Mr. Ephron should stop calling Mr. Mayers' manager, and that Mr. Ephron should call the police. He never told you any of that, did he?
He did not.
Thank you very much. I don't have anything else.
Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, how long did you estimate your interview of Mr. Ephron was?
Approximately maybe 20 minutes.
And included in that 20 minutes, some of that time was in you actually writing down or documenting things on your report?
Yes.
Is your report a verbatim transcript of what Mr. Ephron told you or a summary?
A summary.
The gun that Mr. Ephron reported was pointed at him. Did he tell you what kind of gun it was? Meaning, was it a revolver or semi-automatic?
He just said black handgun.
Okay. Did you document something in your report that it was a specific type of gun?
I'd have to review the report.
What did he tell you?
It was a semi-automatic.
Okay. You were asked about latent fingerprints. How many times are you aware of latent fingerprints being lifted off of cartridge cases?
I wouldn't know the answer. How many times?
I mean, have you ever received a latent print report documenting fingerprints on fire cartridge cases yourself personally?
No.
Okay. I have nothing else.
No, Your Honor. All right, thank you, Officer Anderson.
Thank you.
Next witness.
My next witness is Detective Flores.
Thank you. Shall the state that the testimony you may give in the cause not been in this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Please take a seat on the witness stand there. Again, please state. Let's start your name.
Yes. First name is Frank, F-R-A-N-K. Last name is Flores, F-L-O-R-E-S.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you tell the jury what your occupation and assignment are?
Yes, I'm a detective with Los Angeles Police Department, assigned to a robbery homicide division.
Were you also in that assignment in November of 2021?
Yes, I was.
How long have you been a police officer for?
Just over 29 years now.
Were you one of the assigned detectives on this case?
Yes, I was.
Who were your partners on this case?
I was assigned along with Detective Carlos Camacho and Detective Danetta Benedict.
And were you and your partners assigned this case on November 9th of 2021?
Yes.
After you were assigned to this case, did you go to the location where the crime occurred, and specifically to Vista Del Mar and Selma Avenue in the city and county of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What was your primary focus in returning to that location?
The primary focus was to canvass the area for cameras, witnesses, any evidence related to the incident that was recorded.
And when you say cameras, would that be like surveillance video footage?
Yes, I mean, anything private, public, anything that would capture events from that night.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I marked as equals 1. Do you recognize the area that's depicted here?
Yes.
Okay. I can turn on the little screen for you too, if that makes it easier. No, you have to go back to this.
Okay.
When you went back to that location, were you able to observe surveillance camera footage from any locations in that area?
Yes.
Would you point out any of those locations on the map for the jury?
Yes. So there was a large area that was canvassed. Argyle here to be on the west side, south side, Selma, Vista Del Mar, which is the north-south street, which kind of dodges right, comes east-west, and exits out to El Centro, was also canvassed, along with, I believe, Hollywood Boulevard as well. So roughly the entire kind of block with the side street of Vista Del Mar in between.
Okay, we've heard about this location, 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. Can you point out for the jury where that location is on this map or graphic?
Yes, 6200 is pretty much the entire, almost encompasses the whole block. It's a very large property, which encompasses from Hollywood down to Selma, down to Vista Del Mar and El Centro on the east.
Okay. Would there be, you said all the way down to Selma, but would these buildings right at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, those would be separate from 6200?
Correct. Kind of cuts off right around the bend here, Vista Del Mar down.
Got it, okay. And we also heard reference in Mr. Ephron's testimony to the W Hotel. Can you point out for the jury where the W Hotel would be?
Yes, the W would be here on the west side of Argyle. There's a large kind of lobby entrance, parking entrance here. I believe this is it here. Roughly mid-block between Wood and Selma on the west side of the street.
So right where it says Argyle Avenue, you were pointing just to the left of that, those kind of two white lines. Would that be the driveway that would drive into sort of the valet area of the W Hotel?
Correct, that's my rough estimate, yes.
Okay. The locations where you observed surveillance video from, can you point out those locations?
Yes. So the first point was the parking structure off Argyle, which is roughly just here on Argyle on the east side of the street, just north of Selma. The parking area where the first incident took place. As we continued the path south and then east, as we began northbound on Vista Del Mar, there were cameras here at, I believe it's the 1616 Vista Del Mar, which is a kind of privately owned building. And then beyond that, there were cameras attached to 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. In the windows, roughly kind of on the bend here, on the exterior of the base floor of 6200, kind of the rear end. As the street opened back up to North El Centro, there was an additional camera here at the, which roughly described as a kind of a loading dock to the building, which is on El Centro, just north of Vista Del Mar.
Okay, Your Honor, if I may mark my next exhibit, Equals 33. It's a single-page document with a photograph of that area of Vista Del Mar and Selma with annotations and markings on it. All right, Detective, I'm showing you what I marked as Equals 33. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes,
And you see a number of red boxes, the 1, 2, 3, 4.
correct.
Are those each locations where camera footage was retrieved from?
Yes,
Let's start with 1. Would that be the parking structure that you talked about?
yes,
All right, so just to the left of the 1, you see the green triangle with a green arrow in it.
yes, I do.
Can you describe for the jury what would be represented roughly by that green triangle and arrow?
That would be roughly the angle of the camera, which was under the parking structure, kind of awning at the entrance. And the camera faces the northbound towards Hollywood Boulevard, which would be the first major street up.
And you observed video from that location, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you people's 14.
Selma, which would be right where this intersection is on the bottom end of the page. So northbound view of the camera looking south.
Okay. And when you were pointing out where the camera was, you were kind of pointing underneath the, kind of to the roof area underneath that parking lot driveways, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you were specifically closer to where, I think it says restricted entry.
Yes, roughly there.
Okay. After you observed the video at that location, were you able to obtain a copy of it?
Yes, after canvassing the area, we were able to get copies of different videos from different areas at different times. But yes, we did end up getting a copy of video from this specific camera.
In order to get that specific video, was there anything that you had to do?
Yes,
What was that?
there was a search warrant authored to get copies of video from specifically this camera and the adjoining camera on the El Centro side of the loading dock.
Okay. So what you're talking about is the number 1 and the number 4 on People's 33?
Correct.
Okay. I want to stay with the parking lot first, though. I'm going to pull up the video footage from that location. Now, on People's Exhibit 15 here, there's two files in a folder labeled 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, WNPM. And I'm specifically pulling up the one that says commercial parking entrance. Now, one second. Sorry, it's really hard to read from here. Where I have it paused right now is at 9 minutes and 42 seconds in this video. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
The entire amount of video that you collected from there, was it 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 6 seconds long?
Yes.
And was there a specific time that you started that specific time from when the video started that you collected?
I believe we were looking at roughly the time of the incident,
Would it have been around 10 o'clock?
roughly 10 o'clock.
Okay. And with the video we're seeing here, would this be the raw video footage that you received from that location?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to just play it forward a few seconds. Back to it. Too far. Okay. Detective, can you read the time that it's paused there at?
Yes, it shows 10:15, 10 minutes, 15 seconds.
Okay. I'm gonna mark my next exhibit, Your Honor. 34.
Yes.
It's a one-page document that has 3 still images from this parking lot video. They're individually labeled A, B, and C on the page. I don't know why it's coming out in green, you know, it's a kind of an odd color up there, Detective, but do you recognize where those 3 still images are captured from?
Yes.
And what would that be?
That's from the camera that was recovered at the parking structure.
Now, would you tell the jurors just a little bit about your background, training, and experience when it comes to firearms?
Well, I wouldn't consider myself an expert, but I've carried a firearm as long as I've been a police officer. Prior to, I've attended training days, qualified, their marksmanship, safety skills of firearms. So I have a good basic understanding through my job and through some extracurricular training days.
Now, in the course of your 29 years of experience, have you had an opportunity to use both semi-automatic pistols and revolvers?
Yes, I carry both.
Are you generally familiar with the difference between those two types of firearms?
Yes.
And could you describe that for the jury?
Yes, a revolver is kind of the older technology for firearm, the original firearm. It's a wheel gun. It's a wheel where the gun is manually loaded with the ammunition, and after you fire, you have to manually unload it. Meaning, there's a lot more handling of the weapon. When you shoot it, it doesn't eject casings like a semi-automatic handgun. So it's also generally a lower capacity weapon, meaning most revolvers are limited to 5 or 6 rounds of capacity. A semi-automatic is more of a modern era weapon. It's a magazine and cartridge-fed weapon, which can hold a large capacity of rounds. Anything from small semi-automatic can hold 5, 6 rounds up to 17, 18 rounds, depending on the size of the semi-automatic handgun. When you fire that gun, the difference is casings eject. Anytime you fire it, the casing will eject from the handgun to clear the way for the next round. Versus a revolver, when it fires, the wheel just spins to the next available chamber. So,
a big difference in what you can see in the two guns is that wheel that you're describing on the revolver, right?
yes, the revolver's fairly distinct.
And when you watch this video or even observing the still images on the screen up there, based upon your background, training, and experience in law enforcement and handling both semi-automatics and revolvers, what is your opinion with regard to what type of gun that is, specifically between a revolver or a semi-automatic pistol?
No doubt, semi-automatic.
Okay. We'll move on to the next location. So equals 33 and focus in on location number 2. I believe you already said in your testimony that that location was 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And you said it was a private building, privately owned building, correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
Okay. When you observed video from that location, were there a number of cameras attached to the location?
Yes.
Now, I have People's 33 up here, which I think will make it easier for you to explain, but if you would, could you explain generally how those cameras were, what direction those cameras were facing that were attached to that one building?
Yes. Well, basically, if you're looking at the green cones, they represent a camera that was facing in that specific direction. So the property kind of sits on the corner of the bend that goes from Vista Del Mar northbound to Vista Del Mar eastbound. So cameras face roughly, are placed around the building, facing different angles outwards towards the street.
Okay, so the bottommost one on the building label number 2, that one, that would have been facing towards the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma, correct?
Correct.
And that's the grainy surveillance video that we've watched a number of times, correct?
Correct.
The very next one to the left of that, so it looks like it's facing towards, yes, that one, the 6200 Hollywood building. What area would that have captured?
It's roughly as the street begins to turn, that's roughly the front of the building. Would roughly cover kind of the pedestrian entrance to the building.
Okay. And then going up to the northmost part of the building, there's 2 additional cameras there, correct?
Correct.
Do those cameras kind of overlap in their coverage?
Yes, roughly they do.
All right. Go back to People's 15. The hard drive. separate folder labeled 1616 Vista Del Mar. Detective, you see there's two files in that folder, correct?
Correct.
They both start with the word magic.
Yes.
Okay. The first one ends in the number 3000. I'm going to open up that file. Now, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
Can you describe this at all for the jurors?
Yes. Roughly, this is camera number 1 on would be the south side of the building at 1616.
Hold on 1 second. So before you number the cameras, they're actually labeled in the top left-hand corner, correct?
Correct.
So that the top leftmost corner would be camera 1, and there's no image display, correct?
Correct.
And then camera number 2 is the next one over in the top middle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to skip forward. Is this how the video came to you when you first viewed it?
Yes.
I'm going to jump over here. It's going to be hard for me to see up there, so I'm going to pull it over and then I'll bring it back to you. Right now I have it paused at 22:16:55. Okay, so we have it paused here. There's 4 cameras that are displayed, correct?
Correct.
And each one of these represent cameras that we just talked about in that exhibit equals 33.
Yes.
And if you double click on the cameras, it makes them individual screens, correct?
Yes.
All right. This would be that one that faces towards Vista Del Mar and Selma?
Correct.
Okay. Go back out. Camera 3 would be that next camera to the left, which covers, you said, the front entrance of the building, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to jump over to camera, is that 5? I believe it's 5.
Correct.
All right. That area that we see in the top left of this camera, is that curve on Vista Del Mar that you were talking about?
Yes, that camera will be facing roughly west and south.
Towards the curve.
Correct.
And then the last one, camera 4. Which direction would that camera be facing?
That will be facing eastbound towards Fun Central.
Got it. Okay. And if you play these videos on this player, would you agree that the 4 cameras that are displayed there play simultaneously?
Yes.
So they're each playing what they captured that moment, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to start with camera 2. And we'll play it. pause it, if you could read the time at the bottom, and I'm going to switch screens, but the timestamp at the bottom left here.
It's 22/17/25.
Okay. All right, I'm going to jump over to camera 3. And I'll play at this portion. And pause it. The time.
22/17/29.
And so would that have shown the same person that we saw running away in camera 2 as they're crossing in front of the building?
Yes, it's in sequence.
Okay. We'll jump over to number 5 that faces the curve. Might have passed already, but I'll keep playing it from here. Is it moving?
It's not playing.
It's not. Okay. Now, would that be the same person that we saw in the last 2 cameras as well?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll jump to camera number 4. Is that individual now towards the top of the screen here?
Yes.
Playing it. And pausing it. Can you give us the time?
22/17/40.
Would that be when the man in the black sweatshirt heats up the person who's wearing the red jacket?
Yes.
I'm going to go back in time a little bit. So that, you would agree that the sequence that we just played was sort of following the man in the black sweatshirt, correct?
Correct.
All right. Go back. I'm going to ask you to follow the other individuals. Before I hit play, would you give us the timestamp again?
22/16/57.
All right. So we've gone back in time now. Would you agree?
Yes.
And I will hit play from here. So after the man in the black sweatshirt runs away, what does the man in the red jacket do?
He pauses initially, then he follows the man in the black sweatshirt.
And the other 2 individuals, you see one of them walking in the same direction that those man in the black and the man in the red jacket went?
Yes.
Okay. Is he walking towards what would be El Centro?
Yes, he's walking northbound Disco Bar, which turns to El Centro.
Can we go to camera 3? He's wearing a blue jacket, fair to say?
Yes.
Now to camera 5. And then last thing, camera 4. Would you agree he walks up Vista Del Mar, makes that turn, and then walks towards El Centro?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall the time, the amount of video that you collected from that location, the time specifically?
I do not. I believe there's two clips, different portions for 16/16. This is the mark.
1 second then.
Okay, Your Honor, we have written stipulations that will be entered. Do you want me to mark them as
Yes.
entered? Okay.
Yes.
Then let's mark them as 35.
you already did that, didn't I?
Did.
You did. I've already did it.
Okay.
It's an agreement, it's just an agreement between both sides regarding a fact.
And your further would be that stipulation would mean that once it's entered, that fact is proven. and
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Is not even a determination.
Okay. I'm going to put it up and I'll read it into the record. I'm going to start with stipulation number 1. The parties stipulate as follows. Stipulation number 1, surveillance video from 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue. On November 9th, 2021, Detective Frank Flores and Carlos Camacho of the Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD, downloaded surveillance video from the privately owned business at 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue in Hollywood. The video was originally recorded between 10:10 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. and 11 p.m. to 11:20 p.m. on November 6, 2021. The surveillance video contained in People's Exhibit 15 is a true and correct copy of that video. The system video date and timestamp are accurate to actual time. So, Detective, you were saying you can collect video between 2 different times, correct?
Correct.
So from 10:10 to 10:30, that would be a portion of which was just played as we went through the video, correct?
Yes.
Then the next portion that you collected started a half an hour later.
Correct.
So did you personally watch any of the video between 10:30 p.m. and 11 p.m.?
I believe we screened it through that time period while we were present.
And what did that portion collect or capture, if you recall?
From my recollection, it didn't capture anything that we saw pertinent to the case.
Would it have captured the police or the patrol officer's response?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Did you collect the video between 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m.?
I'm sorry?
Did you collect that video though from 10:30 to 11 p.m.?
No.
And why did you collect that video?
Again, we were focused on the time periods where the victim had indicated the incident occurred and he had returned.
So you were mainly focused on collecting video of the actual shooting incident, correct?
Correct.
Now, we heard through the stipulation, and I believe through your testimony, that you also collected video from 11 to 11:20, correct?
That's correct.
So why is it that you collected video from that portion of the video?
Again, there was indication that the victim said he had returned to recover evidence of the scene, so that's what we were trying to verify.
Had you spoken to Mr. Ephron at that point?
Yes, I believe we had spoken to Mr. Ephron before we went out to Kansas initially.
And he told you that he went back to collect it, correct?
Correct.
When he told you he went back to collect it, when did he tell you he went back?
He said roughly within an hour.
Okay, so let me go to that second video. So it's from the same system, correct?
Correct.
All right. This one. Go down to the second one. I know we're getting close to noon, Your Honor. If I could just cover this one topic and then we can break. Shoot up. Okay. I have this second video paused at 23:09:44. Which would be 11:09:44 p.m., correct?
Correct.
All right. And there's only video collected from camera 2 at this portion, correct?
Correct.
I will play it forward from here. do you see an individual with kind of a light colored top and a dark colored bottom or pants walking around that area?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you have that cursor on there? Questions for you. Can you read us the timestamps so we know what was played?
That's roughly 23/11/39.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Ephron's testimony in this case that he took a photograph just before he collected the cartridge casing, and the photograph was timestamped at 11:45 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Did you have that precise time or piece of information about Mr. Ephron returning to the scene when you collected this video?
No, not the exact time. Roughly, we had an hour.
And you had just a rough estimate for Mr. Ephron, correct?
That's correct.
Not a precise.
We have to take a break now.
I have two questions on this. If you want to finish, sorry, Your Honor. Did Mr. Ephron tell you that when he returned to the scene to collect those cartridge casings that he was also with his girlfriend, or essentially with another person?
Yes, another person had gone along with it.
In the portion of the video that you just watched, did you see another person with that individual in the light top?
No.
Is the person in that portion of the video wearing clothing which was consistent with the clothing that Mr. Ephron was wearing at the time of the shooting?
No.
As you sit here right now, do you still believe that the person depicted in that video is Mr. Ephron?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well,
Speculation. It calls for speculation.
when you collected that video, did you initially believe that that was Mr. Ephron?
Yes, we did.
Do you still believe that today?
Objection, Your Honor. His opinion as to whether it is or isn't Mr. Ephron is
No speaking objections.
Sorry, but I was giving you a reason.
Can I give an offer of proof, Your Honor?
Ask the question again.
Yes. You said when you collected the video, you thought that was Mr. Ephron. The question is, as you sit here now, having more information, do you still believe that?
I don't.
Stay.
Can we stay to make an offer?
Objection sustained. Ask.
And answer be stricken, please.
I did. Yes, the answer's stricken. We'll break till 1:30, folks. Please be outside courtroom doors and check the case and no internet. No.
Can we put on the record before we come to read that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, here we are. Hi, how are you?
Happy lunch.
Happy lunch break. I think it's lunch break and all. We have a lot of people watching. Hello, Afton. Hello. Number of people I haven't seen before on our chat. I'm happy to be here. As you know, I'm Linda Kenny Baden, and I am joined by my co-host, Michael Bryant, who's been covering a number of cases, not only the one we're watching, but the one we're watching is really quite exciting, isn't it, Michael
It's
Bryant?
something, early on people were like, it's a nothing case, there's very little injury, thank goodness. And it's just these spoiled, rap stars. And now all of a sudden it's kind of caught fire. And I think in part, it's not so much the legal issues. It's not so much the facts of the case. It's the personalities, both presenting the case, refuting the case and testifying about the case. So yeah, I'm all in. So
I also think it's some really interesting lawyering. Like, first of all, you have Paulie P, who is so likable, and we always say, and you always say, I should say, never underestimate the power of likability. You have Mr. Lewin, who we saw in the Robert Durst, who is a bulldog and at you, right, at them all the time. And we have Joe Tacopina, who really has done yeoman's work, in my opinion, about the main witness, right? Because doesn't this case fall on the main witness, A AP Relli?
Well, of course, I think, you know, we knew early on he was going to be important. I'm not so sure we knew how important, but the case lives or dies with that guy. And I don't care how many cops you get on to look at the video, to say what they do see or what they don't see. You know, I think it's irrelevant. When I was talking to Neil Rockhyde, who was on last night in your stead as you were on assignment.
Thank you, Neil.
He did a great job, and we were talking about, you know, this, I used the teeter-totter, but the balancing, right? And if when Relli took the stand, that teeter-totter crashed to the ground, right, with you know, the prosecution's case along the way, no matter what we hear beyond that, it's very tough to lift him off the ground again, you know? So maybe Wally, and I think Lewin did a good job on the cross-examination of Wally. I think he did. I think he went a little too far at times, but he made some great points. He tried to expose some bias because clearly Wally, if not trying to help Rocky, was certainly more favorable to him, maybe because he has a small business tie. He's getting like 20 grand a year in work from Rocky. I'm sure Relli's not giving him too much, but it's not lifting the load off the ground that Relli caused by his testimony. So same thing with the cop. Maybe there's something there. I don't know. I didn't see anything that got me too excited or changed my opinion. I just haven't seen it.
Hey, Missy, if you're on, could you let people on X know that we are on right now during the lunch hour speaking about this case, and come join us with all of our new friends that are here. And there was some, you know, by the way, we should start out by saying we have reported, and we stand by our reporting, Michael Bryant, that there was some issues in the courtroom. Do you want to fill everyone in?
Well, you know, we talked yesterday about this nugget of information we learned through sources that we were comfortable in reporting, and as you say, we stick by. And that was that somewhere during the middle of the cross-examination of Mr. Relli by Mr. Tacopina, the court suggested to the prosecution, perhaps, I'm not so sure it's ethical to continue prosecuting this case, meaning that the judge's reaction to what he had seen so far didn't reflect well on the prosecution. We learned subsequent that at the end of the cross-examination, again, before redirect by Mr. Paulie
Right,
P.
the recross, at the end of the recross.
Yes, I'm sorry, the recross. At the end of the recross, before the redirect, we heard that the judge again suggested to the prosecution that they should think about whether or not they want to continue to pursue this case. So that was a separate incident. It wasn't a twisting of the first. It was a second incident. If the first one was mid cross-examination by Tacopina, this was at the end of cross-examination by Mr. Tacopina. So,
right. And we stand by our reporting. We stand by our sources. And for those that wish to attack us, well, why don't you suggest that the gag orders all be released, that the transcripts all be released, and we'll see who still stands up there on top, or whether this is maybe a little bit of, like, I don't know. I won't say it.
yeah, I'm not going to go wandering around in the gutter. If folks want to criticize,
they
knock yourself
want to
out. I don't
criticize
care.
absolutely knock yourself out, especially if you know us, or we worked for you, or if you've had confidence in us. You know where Michael Bryant and I come from, and we stand by what we say because we're very honorable. We are not going to go in the gutter with you. We'll see who comes out later on at the end of all this. And who comes out at the end of all this? Speaking of who's coming, who do you think is winning right now? Before we go to a lot of questions we have in our chat. And when I say
Are
winning,
you asking me that question?
Yes, as a prosecution.
Well, you know,
and for everybody in our chat, what do you think the prosecution has borne their burden of proof so far?
You know, this is a case, and again, Neil and I talked about it, and you and I have talked about it, where the directed verdict issue becomes, at the very least, something worth talking about. You know, quite often when the prosecution ends their presentation of their case, they rest. That's when the defense will step up, make a motion for directed verdict. And the standard is so high. The court has to look at all of the case as presented by the prosecution and say, no reasonable juror could possibly find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That standard is way, it's outside my screen here. It's that far up, which is why it's quite often denied, and it's done as much as anything else to protect the record for appeal. Fine. In this case, based on what we've learned, and the judge's concern over the validity and the ethical nature of the prosecution's case, that would be really a great result for the prosecution as well as the defense, because the judge
why
would
do you say
effectively.
that? Why do you?
Well,
Why do you
because
say that?
if there are concerns about the ethical prosecution of this case, the best way to let the prosecution off the hook is to declare a directed verdict. The judge is then taking responsibility for the determination that the case had no merit, and the prosecution is going to avoid any sort of misconduct investigation or charges, which would especially be interesting if a conviction occurred, right? So
Right.
that's my thinking. I just think if there is a snowball's chance in hell of any directed verdict ever being happening, in this case, there's a snowball, but it's maybe 33 degrees. So it's maybe a little mushier in this case, and I think it's going to be fascinating to see what happens when the prosecution rests and that motion is made.
Okay, so Che Lee, I hope I'm pronouncing this right. I mispronounce names because it's amazing how you look at it and see based on your history or based on the languages you've taken. Is it Che? And I hope it's Lee or Leah. But whatever, please correct us. We're happy to be corrected when we know we're asking that question. But why are there no firing marks on the casings? And that would be the casings, I assume you're speaking about, that Relli, the two casings, turned into the police days later.
That's very interesting, right? I mean, that's common. It's interesting though, because, and I haven't micro-examined these items, but it's not easy to get the bullet, which is the projectile end, or the powder out of the inside. You got to take it. You got to remove the top with pliers or something. To have a casing that has not been fired, or you have to have a casing that was never put together with the projectile and the gunpowder. Neither is very simple. So I'd have to know a lot more about these particular projectiles or the casings, and whether they were truly just minimal marks or absolutely no marks.
Well, in commenting with some, we just talked about Josh Schaub says the judge should do a directed verdict and dismiss this money sign ahead of the hit show. Okay. Very interesting. Another question we have here, Che Lee, another question, very interesting. Following this case, can a car that backfires sound like a shooting?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. In fact, sometimes when people hear a real gunshot for the first time, they don't even know what it is, because it sounds so different than people hear in films or on TV. It's a very different sound. Yeah, sure. A backfire could clearly sound like a shooting. Maybe that's why Relli originally reported 4 or 5 shots, or 3 or 4. He said 3, 4, or 5 initially. And then when he went back and found the casings, he said, "Oh, I guess it was 2." And when he heard the street recording, "Oh, yeah, I guess it was 2." To be honest,
was there some issue because he took pictures, 4 pictures, but they ended up being of just 2 casings?
Yeah, and he admitted that it was multiple pictures of the same casings. I don't fault the guy for misremembering that. If I've never been shot at or thought that I was being shot at, if it didn't really happen in this case. 2, 3, 4, I don't know, somebody shooting a gun at me, So I could understand that being a little unnerving.
Shining here. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, but I mean, if you're also, it can be unnerving if you're setting it up. I mean, the problem is that the inconsistencies could be because you're being shot at, or because you're setting up, as he says, if you got to set up the bag, okay, you better have a lawyer if you want the bag, because or else it's extortion. All right. Remember that statement. All right.
That's words to live by. So that means let's play that game. Okay. So that means that he decides at some point whether there's been a shooting or not. He decides he's going to set up A$AP Rocky. Wouldn't you think, if you were going to set him up and you only had 2 casings to plant, if that's what you did, that you would just report to the cops and others consistently that it was just 2 shots? That seems to be too dumb. not to be consistent.
Wait a second.
Not to
Wait
be
a
too
second.
consistent with that element.
Wait. Did you watch him
Mm.
testify on the
Yeah.
stand when you want to use the D word? Okay.
Okay,
And I
you know.
don't mean to disparage him in any way, but let me put it this way. This was not the testimony I expected from a star witness, because I think actually he's very bright. I think he's very bright. I mean, if he did set this up.
Yeah, I think he's a little misguided, but yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think he's. So that's why I'm getting at. If this was a master plan, then that seems like a dumb mistake to make in the master plan. I think it occurred. I think there may have been a shooting, whether it was a prop gun, whether it was whatever it was. Remember, there was no damage found in or around the area in which this shooting allegedly occurred, and we know there were no casings found by the cops, only by Relli. But if there was 2 shots fired into the air, maybe, I mean, whatever they were, I don't think that's hard to believe. But was that the point at which Relli concocted this plan? Hey, you know, I'm fine, I'm safe, but this son of a bitch shot at me, and I'm going to take advantage of the situation.
Or
That
he
could be it.
concocted it beforehand. I mean, because he does say on the tape before he had a chance to think it out, Rocky took out a gun for self-defense. He took out a gun for self-defense. I mean, it's on the tape, you know, for self-defense. So that means even if the jury believes that A$AP Rocky had a gun and maybe he shot it, he's given him the self-defense argument in the tape, and he never has to take the stand to allege it.
That's another thing we talked about. You know, I don't know if Rocky's taking the stand has ever been a high likelihood. I think day by day it's become less and less likely.
Less needed.
Well, yeah, less needed. But you know, I don't know what the point is. You know.
Yeah. Now this is interesting. Relli said that he got. The reason why I'm going to point to this, Shaylee, is because all of you who watch me know that I have an addiction to iced Dunkin' Donuts mango tea. Okay, and coffee. This is their mango tea refreshment.
Is that caffeine free? That version?
No, well, no.
Yeah.
Well, it's got green tea in it, so it's going to have caffeine.
All right, just checking.
But Relli said that he got a brown bag and a pen from Dunkin' Donuts. I didn't know they gave pens; they never come in my bag. The officer said it was brought in a black bag. Which is it? Because Dunkin' Donuts uses white bags, and you are absolutely right about that.
They do. I don't have one here from yesterday, but they also do have a brownish bag. You know, the recycled type of material. They're the brownish. They definitely don't have black.
No, but the brownish bags usually have the food, right? The food is in them. Like
yes, I don't get coffee, so yes, I've never I get a bagel.
Coffee.
I don't drink coffee.
The food is in the bread, but the stuff is in the white bag that you carry out. Those are in the white bags, and inside there may be that recycled material that the food is in. But the officer said it was brought in a black bag, so which is because Dunkin' Donuts uses a white bag. So it's like when Relli was asked the question, and he said, "True. False, I don't know." You know,
just pick one.
And Joe Tacopina said, "Well, you got all 3 answers there. You know, you got 3 answers there. Yes, we do."
Look at this. Look at this. Milo's mom. What about self-defense comment on recorded call yesterday? Do you think Tac feels he doesn't need it because I know he didn't miss it?
I think you're going to hear about it maybe in summation. If indeed you did think this happened, he's saying it's happened for self-defense. So which is it? It didn't happen. It did happen. It happened. It was self-defense. Which story is Relli trying to work his way around?
Here's one of the problems that we were talking about yesterday was the denial by Relli that was his voice on. Remember, Tacopina tried to bring those in on cross.
Right.
It's a 2-person conversation, right? It's Wally and it's Relli. But if Relli can't provide the foundation for the phone call, they can't come in. So they were played, quietly to the witness, Relli. And this bothered me too as a tangent. You know, the young woman who's helping with the tech, and she would bring the laptop up to the stand. You know, when he had heard enough, he would give her this. Take it away. Just disrespectful little shit this guy is.
Oh, Shisha, you used the word without the dollar sign before.
Sorry,
I said the dollar sign with the
I don't know how to pronounce dollar sign. So that was an aside that just kind of annoyed me. So that's what happened twice. And when he denied that it was him, that's it. The defense cannot bring those in. But what do? You bring in the person who's on the other side of the conversation, which was Wally. So all of those conversations come in yesterday. My point is, Relli's already denied that it's him.
He said it was AI. He said it was artificial
Yeah,
intelligence.
he has locked himself in a box. There's no way, you could talk about, I was just mad about the whole thing. So I overreacted and I said these things out of anger. And at least you got something. But to just say that wasn't me, that was AI, and then have the other person in the conversation verify it was you, you're sunk. And I don't care what else happens that bolsters Relli's opinion. That to me ends that discussion.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
totally unbelievable.
It's absolutely unbelievable, and maybe because somebody told him, "Hey, wait a second, you're on here saying, well, it's self-defense. You're on here talking about a bag for extortion. You're on here asking about $30 million. You're on here saying, like, I got my $30 million in cash. They're gonna have a hard time finding me on that island. They're gonna have a hard time proving without a victim. I mean, so what else is there but to say that's not me? This is artificial intelligence." So yes, you're absolutely right. People forget about that. Now, let's put that in the context of our reporting. Could a judge have said to the prosecution, "Are you sure you want to go forward on this evidence? Do you have an ethical duty to look at it under the ethics rules or something to that effect? Are you sure you want to go forward?" If you look at it under those and you want to call our reporting false, I think maybe you have to review what you think. But let's go to this great question. Motion to scream.
I like that motion to scream.
Grant.
What's the WTF grant?
Are the prosecutors, I'm going to throw this to you, Michael Bryant, are the prosecutors trying to make the jury forget about Relli with these police witnesses?
Well, they're putting on their case. Certainly they know Relli damaged them, but they could not make this jury forget Relli unless they gave them drugs. So it's not going to matter who is testifying. Relli is embedded in their cerebral cortex. That you can't forget that dude. You just can't.
Yeah, he threw a water bottle down yesterday.
Smart water. Was it smart water?
It was smart water. It was artificial intelligence water, I think.
I think it was vodka in that smart water.
Well, there was that rumor on the O.J. Simpson trial that F. Lee Bailey had vodka in his little thing there that he was drinking. Remember? You were there, Michael Bryant.
I can't say I was close enough to smell it, but
can you smell vodka?
That case would drive anybody to drink. So it's possible.
Yeah. So anyhow, a motion to screen then follows it with a comment. Joe is winning in every way. Okay. All right. So there we go. Missy, I'm not sure what posted out. Oh, you did post it out there because I asked you to post it on. What I did is I asked our producer, Missy Mayhem, Marissa, to post on our Twitter account that we are now and not only standing by our reporting, but answering questions in this lunch break. And that's what we're doing right now. And so please, if you get that, please come to us. You can see that we are not afraid of anything. And if we invite anybody who questions our reporting to come on and join us, come on.
Have a conversation like adults.
Yeah, like adults. Don't hide behind the back. Don't say you're not speaking about us. Come on. You know who you are. If you want, I'll name your names, but we'll give you a chance to name yourself. Come on. Okay, Milo's mom. Question. All right, here we go. Again, that's right. We did answer that, okay, about the TAC question. He didn't miss it, okay? We know that. Now, I want to go Milo's mom with our answer to you that we know we didn't miss it. Would you, if you were Mr. Tacopina, and I say Mr. Tacopina, we know him as attorneys. We've watched him. As you know, I teach with him once a year for a week, although we've never been in the same group, the same subgroup for students. Would you use it in closing? Think about it. Give us your answer in our comments sections, okay? Now, more. We have a lot of questions going on here. Afton, hi Afton, how are you today? A cop in my town thought he was being shot out because a car backfired. There we go, right? There we go. Oh yes,
I think it's common. And shout out to Afton. I post on our members only stuff, this bathroom that I'm DIYing. And she was nice enough to respond that, you know, some people are into that stuff. Some people think it's annoying, but I'm doing it anyway. It's just kind of a nice side light. And after the process continues, I'm getting some parts today. And I think I'm moving from the electrical to the plumbing. That was just for Afton. Okay.
Michael has been working so hard. You know, he's been on the road that he has taken a couple of days off. I actually was in an 11-hour mediation yesterday doing my real lawyer work, so I had to go back last night and listen to all this stuff, all the trial, and also I've had about 2 hours sleep today, so just exhausting. But I wanted to make sure we were here and I was up on things. Again, thank you, Michael, and thank you, Neil Rakim, for last night being on the air. Now, wasn't there also a cop recently? We covered one station, or maybe it was a news report. He thought he was being shot on because like the acorns or something from a tree fell down on a car, right? We've heard that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is, Missy. There it is. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
To me, I have to say that sounds a little twitchy to me. You know, I mean, I've got a lot of acorns. And by the way, you know what I learned this year? Because it seemed like acorns were falling like rain, and it hadn't been that way in the last few years. And my neighbor said that predicts a cold winter. And we've had a very cold winter this year.
I didn't know that.
Make a note of that. I just still can't believe an acorn falling, you know, on a car would trigger literally somebody to start firing. That's might want to reconsider your job choices.
Yeah. So motion to scream WTF granted. Rocky taking the stand seems crazy at this point, particularly the way. I'm sorry. Lewin, very clever, treated the one out of order defense witness, and that was
Wally.
That was Wally. I finally learned that Wally is spelled like Wally. You know, in this
yeah,
case,
it was very tough to tell. Was it Wally, Walla? Yeah. So yeah, good old. I mean, Wally's not exactly, you know, an normal name. Hey, check this one out. Is there any confirmation on the statements made by the judge to the prosecution about the ethics of the case? I know there's been speculation on the internet. That's from Diabolita Beauty.
No, right. we stand by our reporting, and I guess we will see at the end of this case when there's gag orders lifted. There shouldn't have been a gag order in this case anyhow.
Of course not. Well, who asked for it?
The prosecutor.
Lou Weiner. Yes. Lou Weiner.
Yes, I wonder why. Why would you ask for it? I mean, he's certainly
he's
all over the place.
He's like, Joe Tacopina's been mean to me. He's being mean, Judge. He's being mean. And then they had a back and forth about each relative statements to the press, including DA Hochman, the new DA, his statement about the case. And that's an interesting point that came up yesterday. You know, we're speculating about Lewin's being parachuted into this case the first of the year. Well, remember, that's when Hochman took over. He took over December 1st. He's probably been reviewing cases coming up. There may have been under Gascon, better known now as Gascon, there may have been some speculation. You know, he was all gung-ho for the case, and then Hochman comes in and is like, whoa, this case it's got some issues. We need, you know, all respect to Pauly P., we need somebody a little more tenacious, a little more, you know, bulldog-like, and that's, you know, enter Lewin. I think that may be how it's played out. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I certainly invite Mr. Lewin to come on a show as soon as his gag order is lifted, and talk to us. And not just call me to come on the show. All right, so let's see. Law and Amber, excuse me, bodegas and gas stations. I assume that was gas stations. You type like I type. I can't type with my nails. You all know that. You've seen me try to type. It's bad.
Weren't you in the Karen Reed case? Haas Long to die in the.
That'd be me. That'd be me. That'd be the guest typist. Bodegas and gas stations use black bags in my experience. Interesting.
You know why?
Why?
They're cheap. You buy them by the truckloads, and they're just the cheapest kind of bag. They even smell a little weird, like the processing is kind of, you know, like it's giving off some sort of chemicals. But that's why you see them in those scenarios, bodegas and gas stations. And gas stations.
And gas stations. Isabella, I love your outfit, Linda. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. I really appreciate this. Necklace was a gift. I know it's shining a little bit off the.
It is a little shiny. I need to put my sunglasses on.
It's reflecting the star. What can I say? It's reflecting you, the star.
Okay, that's what it is.
It was reflecting Domino, who you don't know. but Domino's been in your background a number
I
of
did see him.
times.
I did. I always leave the door unlatched because otherwise he'll be just pawing at it. So I let him come in. He
Yeah.
just, makes a visit and then disappears. Okay, watch this. This is, while you were doing some very important things, getting very busy. Let me see if I can share this with you because it was. I was out, out in the woods today, just getting ready for this. Watch this. Let me see if I can get it to work.
Okay.
Is it going to work? Is it going to work? Is it going to work?
Oh, ooh.
It's going to happen.
Are you felling a tree?
That's what happens here. Uh-oh, heads up. Oh, what a mess.
I could have lost a podcast partner there. Oh my goodness, Michel Bryant, as I'm going to call your counterpart, Michael Bryant, my Emmy Award-winning pod partner, and then Michel Bryant, the person who was out there felling the trees. Why did you kill that tree, Michael?
It was dead. It was dead already. And sometimes you want to control where it falls rather than on your house.
Or on your dog.
On your dog. We had one last year that fell on a car we had parked out there. Luckily, it just, customized it, but it didn't
customize your car.
It's got a couple of dents here and there, and it was my kid's car. So
yeah.
Anyway, I digress. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's all right. We digress here because we want to have you feel comfortable. Ask your questions. As you see, we're normal people. We have normal lives. We may try cases. We may be on the pod, but let me just tell you, we have normal lives, but we stand by our reporting in our normal lives. Okay. Lawler Amber, I can't recall. Does defense ask for directed verdict before presenting their case in chief? You see that? That was you going.
Yeah, I thought you were going to answer. I was just nodding.
I know, but you were nodding. You were going. Yeah, yes. Yeah. They asked for it, and they also asked for it at the end of the whole case before it actually goes to the jury. And the reasons for this are, it's so ridiculous. You have to ask for it if you appeal everything but a non-constitutional issue. You have to ask for it under court rules. And there's been lawyers who have forgotten to ask for it, right? And then all of a sudden, their appellate counsel looks and says, "Well, you can't."
Thanks for handcuffing me for not doing that. And then even after both sides rest, even after the jury comes back with a verdict, you could make a motion for a judgment notwithstanding the verdict. You're then asking the judge to overrule the jury, to say, folks, you got it wrong.
Right.
And so all those avenues are available.
And then sometimes that happens in a civil case, especially where the judges will say, well, I am diminishing your damages that you just got of, 500,000. I'm going to use a round figure. You can accept 50,000, or I'm going to order a new trial on this motion for a new trial. You see that a lot more in
very powerful
cases. Yes. Okay. There was a video. I can't recall the defense asked for directed verdict. Let's go. I just want to go. Yes. Can't wait to see the end result. That's after I renovated an old hospital into a B&B. That's because of your bathroom that's being renovated, right? That's because of the bathroom. Yeah, yes. Okay. Yes, by the way, we're going to keep restating as we do this, that we stand by our reporting as to what has gone on in that courtroom. Okay. We stand by it. And if you want to attack us personally, attack Justice Serve TV personally. Don't hide behind your words to try to shield you. There is something if you attack somebody inappropriately. There's a lot of defamation suits these days. Have you noticed that, Michael Bryant? I think that that, as a matter of fact, whether you like President Trump or dislike President Trump, you're seeing a lot of news media settling defamation suits, even about how they're reporting and cutting items, right? To make it seem
the CBS 60 Minutes interview. That's going to be costly for CBS. CNN paid money. ABC paid money. Yeah. Let me ask you this. Everybody take a step back from, what our sources have told us. Is it a shock in this case, based on what you know and what you've seen, that might have taken place in the background? No, it's not. There are many cases in which you might say, that sounds kind of odd to me. It seems like it's pretty even and the prosecution seems to be doing well. That's not this case. So if you just look at it in a vacuum and analyze the material that we have sourced and provided, it makes perfect sense. That would not be a shocker to anybody. So
right, considering what I would have problems with as a prosecutor. Remember, I was a prosecutor for a number of years, and I was a trial team leader, and I did trial one of the earliest death penalty cases that when the death penalty was rolled back in New Jersey. So I don't shy away from being a prosecutor. I don't shy away from difficult cases, whether prosecution or defense. But I would be very concerned about the statements on the tape. Number one, that this was self-defense. The statements that this wasn't my voice. The statements that I picked up the shell casings, I went back and got them, not knowing the police had been there and canvassed the area. The fact that there was no visit to the hospital beforehand. But most importantly, the whole conversation tape about you got to have the bag. To get the bag, you got to have a lawyer, or else they call it extortion. And I'm paraphrasing that. And to me, that's a real problematic statement. Okay, I probably want to get ethics counsel on it. If I were going to take the case civilly, I would want to get ethics counsel on it, and all, because I think that's a real problematic. So yes, if you put those together, would it be a surprise given the testimony, Michael Bryant? What do you think? Are you surprised?
I think it would be a surprise in any case. I really do. I just think that when it's normally a 1% chance of likelihood, it could be 50-50 in this case. It's that outrageous what we've seen and what we now know. So surprised. Yeah, I'd still be surprised because it's a very, very strong remedy. And again,
well, you'd be surprised for the directed verdict, but you wouldn't be surprised to find the judge said, "Could you want to reconsider, Mr. Prosecutor, or Mr. Prosecutor, about what you go forward? Do you want to reconsider now about whether you're going to go forward?" You wouldn't be surprised about that.
No, well, of course, and that's why we've double sourced what we know to be consistent with that. So that again, on its face, why would that surprise anybody? I just think that's odd based on the facts of this case.
Yeah. A number of people are saying timber down to you, Michael. Yeah. And that could also apply to the prosecution's case, given what we're talking about. Timber.
Right.
Or Missy Mayhem, very clever. Michael, Chainsaw Massacre. I mean, all of these have a double entendre here, given what we're speaking about here.
That's true.
But yes, we're still on break. We are monitoring. We know you want to see the trial, but we give you a chance to talk about it. Now, Milo's mom also says the use of self-defense is remember, I asked to look back, given the fact you brought this first up. Yes, definitely use the self-defense in summations. It explains Rocky on the video pulling out a gun. Interesting, because that's the fallback position, right? That if he pulled out a gun, it's because it was self-defense. So maybe the defense didn't want to go there to begin with, but certainly it's been raised. It's been raised. It's like, okay, here's the answers. Yes, no, I don't know. Okay. Pick one. Yeah. Michael Bryant, pick a defense.
No, I don't know.
I don't know. You mean you don't know? That means the prosecution hasn't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt if you're saying you don't know. Okay.
There are so many problems with the defense case. It's really, with the prosecution case, if you're on the defense, it's like Christmas. There are so many packages to open up that help defend your client. It's almost, at some point, you might be thinking, this can't all be falling this way. It can't be that easy. You know how it is when you're in trial. I say in trial because I'm from California. You guys out here say on trial, right? You say on trial?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Weird. Anyway, so when I'm in trial, you're always thinking, how, what am I missing, right?
Right, exactly.
This can't be going this way. What am I missing? When's the tree going to fall on my head? And so I have to think that Mr. Tacopina has, some of those thoughts. He's just, they're out there spinning around because it's going pretty well for you.
Yeah. Now, motion to screen has to go back to work. Oh, Miss Shorty, give a shout out to Miss Shorty.
Miss Shorty.
We're trying to. What time is it? All see.
It's 16 hours later there.
Okay. We're trying to work out. We're trying to work out some way we can either pre-tape or somehow get the time periods together so we can do a show together. Shorty is very gracious, calling out our show all the time, running our show in her stream. And I quite frankly, it's kind of interesting listening to the comments from the Aussies, right? The Aussies.
It is. It is interesting to see how they see our system down under. Obviously, their system for the most part came from the UK, but ours did too. So there's tremendous similarities. So it's interesting to see, what the take is down there.
Yeah, thank you, Missy. I guess our producer who works so hard, her and Dizzy Jen. And believe it or not, they're going all day. I mean, I can barely keep up with them. They're going.
I know, it's crazy.
This is their favorite place too. We love having you. We're young, but we think that we're mighty because we have mighty viewers. Miles Mom, people just want to hate. You both have integrity and aren't into the clickbait. Yeah, I know. It's the most amazing
And
thing.
we clearly don't have the clickbait thing figured out. That's obvious. So,
yeah. And we've said about it that generally the podcast community we have found, because we're young and we're entering it. When Long Crime decided they were going to get rid of their anchors, and by the way, we both have full-time legal jobs, Michael and I. He's got a side job of obviously renovation and felling trees.
Those are just hobbies. Yeah.
Hobbies. Okay, my hobby is poker, as you all know. We started out, we had dinner and let's do something. And we were doing like 7 minutes a week on a Thursday, on a subject. That was it. And then all of a sudden, after Long Crime said they weren't going to have hosts anymore, we said, well, we can now do anything. We are not like in a box. Not only can we talk about cases, we can talk about politics, we can talk about fashion, we can talk about shoes.
And we were very deferential to Long Crime at the time we were doing both, because we weren't looking to step on their toes, or I think there would have been an opportunity to cross promote, but we didn't infringe on that relationship. So when that ended, why not?
Yeah, and we've been doing a lot of other things because that we wouldn't be allowed to do in a podcast, in like a normal over the top network. We're a podcast here streaming on YouTube. As you know, that the new regime in the White House has recognized this alternative media as mainstream media now, because most of the people get their news from X. Believe it or not, X and YouTube, the biggest ones.
Look at our press passes come in from Norfolk County.
Oh, really?
Finally, no, it is not.
For people that don't know, tell the story about our press passes for the Karen Reed trial.
Okay, so we applied, we were denied, and it's because, according to their note, that they don't recognize YouTube as media, which is about as dumb a statement as I've heard in some time. You could say the courtroom is, about the size of your bathroom, so we can't give enough press passes. That I would have at least believed that, but we don't recognize YouTube as media. So, by the way, I was up there last week and I had a chance to talk to the attorney for Ms. Gretchen Voss. She was the reporter with, and is the reporter with Boston Magazine. The judge was deciding whether or not to give the prosecution her notes. They had already given the prosecution her interviews, the recordings, but not her personal notes. And the judge said, yes, you are turning those over. The judge got the notes. A motion for reconsideration was filed by Ms. Voss. And I was saying, well, that's a loser. My analogy is you can't ask your mom, hey, can I stay up late? And then 10 minutes later, ask her again, can I stay up late? Your motion for reconsideration is asking the court to reconsider what it's already decided.
Right,
and it's generally a dead bang loser. And so I spoke with her attorney, Mr. Birsch, I think it's pronounced, that's a German name, outside the courthouse after he had made his argument. Well, now we know that the judge has granted the motion to reconsider, and those notes will not be turned over to the prosecution. So I'm going to talk to him later this week. We'll have that for you, I think, on Friday, just to give him an attaboy and, kind of see what he thinks is going on. Yeah.
That goes back to where this all started from, which is I wanted to say that when we started our podcast, the podcast community is a very, and right now, maybe because it's small, an embracing community, especially if the lawyers are on, especially if lawyers are running podcasts. We can't thank Bob Mata from Defense Diaries enough for not only giving us his peoples. I'll say that, but for steering us into a better platform, a better way to put exhibits up on the screen for you all, and answering every single question we have, and sometimes coming on the show. And we've been trying to do a joint with Bob, but Bob is so busy, and he really owns that Richard Allen case. No one should interfere or step on that, because he's got that case. I mean, he knows the ins and outs, and he spent time while it's being tried out there, a large commitment. And so Allie, his wife, is also very gracious on the pod. And then everybody, a lot of other people, gracious with their podcasts. So
it is very, coming from, decades in the traditional broadcast world, it ain't that way. It's a backstabbing kind of profession. So different than what's going on online. And I hope it stays that way.
For the most part.
Well, aside from a couple of snipes here and there, but in general, it's very collaborative. People are happy to help, and it's just a very interesting form of media, and it is a form of media, Norfolk County, that does not compare to what is now the withering, commercial broadcast field. TV stations are dying, shows are dying, budgets are being cut, and that's because this is the future.
This is the future, and right now, again, the lawyers are doing these law shows and the crime shows. By the way, I should have to announce that I will be on Julie Grant tomorrow at 8:15 in the morning from Court TV. And Missy, we probably should do a promo for that. I don't know if Julie's put it out already, and I will be discussing our exclusive breaking news that we've had 2 times about what's been going on in the courtroom, and about our reporting about whether or not the prosecutors should consider going forward with their case. So I will be there tomorrow morning. Michael Bryant will be getting the shows ready, so he won't be joining me. But Julie Grant, one of my favorite people on all the earth, with her new puppy, right? And from Court TV. And again, talk about embracing the communities. They have embraced us, and Julie has embraced us.
We appreciate that. And 50 Cent, is 50 Cent going to come on anytime soon?
I don't know. We probably should invite. Let me just, in case you didn't know, 50 Cent picked up our I should say post. I keep wanting to say tweet, because when you say tweet, you know exactly that it's on X now, right?
Right.
So I kind of like put X tweet or whatever, a next tweet, I guess. But I know that Elon Musk calls it a post. It picked it up, that, and on Instagram, and has sent it out to his followers, 50 Cent. So we hope to have him hopefully on the show at some point, or any other show that he feels that he can go on. But he's
basically,
very
you remember what he said. He put our notice out there. Then he said something like, he should be free. Everybody just wants to see Rihanna, or something like that. We're all just watching this so we can see Rihanna.
I loved it. We're all watching to see Rihanna. But who doesn't want to see Rihanna? Okay, I was watching the Grammys the other night only because I wanted to see all the passion. I want to see Rihanna. She's fabulous. I mean, she's wonderful. I mean, in my opinion, a lot of people may disagree with me, but she's fabulous. And yes, we're going to have an invitation for both Mr. Lewin and Mr. Tacopina to come on after their gags, or either of them come on. I see that Missy's looking for Joe. I understand that the Aussies are in the Shorty's place are also looking for Joe to come on, it seems to me. But Walnut says, love sharing our experience. We love sharing our experience with you. As you know, pretty much everything is on, not off limits. I said that kind of backwards, didn't I? Everything is not all. It's like this is how we cross-examine when the judge says, "Wait a second, don't ask that double negative question."
That's right. There's a lot of that. Didn't you do this? Isn't that correct? And wait a minute. Yeah.
7:37 a.m. in Melbourne right now. I guess is.
I was way off there, but it is. Is that 16 hours? No, that's 15 hours.
Oh, Moon Goddess, good day. Miss Shorty recommended your channel to me. Well, thank you for taking her recommendation.
Moon Goddess.
Thank you. What a great name. Okay. So with Mom again. I'd be interested if you have seen the case. Melanie Little is the case. Billy Little's covering. It's bench murder trial in front of Karen Reed judge. Lady argued with husband, some type of altercation, and he dropped dead. That case was being tried in the courtroom when you were up there, right, Michael
Yeah,
Bryant?
it was there. Obviously that day they were dark, but they were there the day before. Yeah.
And that courtroom has some interesting history. What is it?
Well, you're the Sacco and Vanzetti scholar.
I can remember.
I didn't know. You mentioned at some point about the courthouse, and then I learned when I was there last week that it was not just that courthouse, but that courtroom 25 on the second floor, which is very small. Sacco and Vanzetti both fit in there for their trial. And you said one got off and one didn't. Did we confirm?
Well, no, they both were convicted. They both got dead, but one of them, it looks like, in all the review of the evidence, and I have the book up here. It came out about 10 years ago. All the review of the forensic evidence by the forensic evidence, it looks like one of them may have been not guilty and one of them was guilty. So, it's the problem is when you have high profile trials and, I hate to say it, but people were whipped up in terms of their emotions because you had two Italian immigrants that were on trial for killing, a station manager and also a robbery, right?
Where was that in the 30s? When was that?
I don't exactly remember when they were put to death. I don't remember when they were put to death, but we can look it all up and have it all for you tomorrow. But when they were put to death and how long the appeals were. All right, so Milo's mom, I love the fact that you're so engaging with us, right? MABS Penny McGee would love to hear your thoughts. After a fight with ex-husband, he dropped dead of heart attack. She's facing 24 years. He had many health problems. Yeah, there's been a history in terms of prosecutions. Usually this happens more when it's like somebody's fighting with somebody on the street. They're gonna rob him, and they're fighting in that robbery. I take Michael Bryant. I'm about to rob him. He's fighting back, and he drops dead from the emotional exertion, right, of the robbery. And prosecutors have charged murder on that. As a matter of fact, they even charge murder. If you get shot, I shoot at Michael Bryant. Let's assume I'll make it easy for you. It's a police officer. And 24 years later, the police officer dies of some complications related to bullying that happened 24 years earlier. They charge murder, and they've gotten convictions on it. So they're doing no different than prosecutors have done for a long time. That's really a problem, though. You have a fight. I guess it depends on what kind of fight it was. I mean, I don't know enough about the case. I mean, who hasn't had a verbal fight with a loved one, right? Whether it be a spouse. I mean, if you haven't all your life, please let me know, because I will tell you that you probably are prevaricating just a little bit, right?
Maybe just a little repressed,
just a little bit. But then to have somebody die and in the middle of it, and you get charged with homicide, that's a different thing. So I'd have to learn more about the facts, I guess.
I mean, the intent issues can be tricky on that one.
Yeah. Moon Goddess said she went to the Penny McGee trial today. Don't tell us. Tell us more.
Yeah.
Spill some
Be our
tea.
reporter. Let's hear it.
Yeah. You're our correspondent here. Spill some tea. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. And Milo's mom wants to know what you thought of Judge Bev Canoni. And all. This is really interesting. She does. Bev's demeanor, Judge Bev's demeanor was so much different than what I see on TV. Less attitude.
How about the attorneys? Were they antagonistic? Is it more civil? Because she may be playing off of what she's dealing with in court too.
Right.
I mean, look at all the personalities in the Karen Reed case. They're all big and boisterous. So who knows if they're lower key? Maybe the judge is too.
Yeah, that's what happens in high profile cases. You kind of
She's not sighing as much. So the locals have been shooting some of it because it's not being streamed. I don't think. Is it? Is it being streamed?
Yeah, Moon Goddess, is it being streamed? I didn't see it. I don't think it's being streamed. Are they shooting it? Is a local station?
I'm sure, like BZ is there. The Boston stations are there.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, you have to fill us in. I mean, you can. What's our email, Michael Bryant? What's our email to you?
JustToServeTV@gmail.
Okay. All right. Y'all, I can't believe this. I can't believe this case. That's why I would love to hear more lawyers' opinions. Glad Melanie has covered it. That's the case that with the heart attack. the courthouse needs an overhaul. She says, well, now you know the history of it, that they're not going to overhaul that Sacco and Vanzetti courtroom. They're just not. Let's
Yeah,
face
you know,
it.
it's funny. Somebody else mentioned that the the rug is all ratty, but when you first go into it, I think you're just kind of struck by all the wood. It's just, it's an old building, and it just you get a sense of kind of like Gregory Peck might be walking in the door any second, right?
Yeah.
Remember that movie? You remember
Yeah.
the movie? Okay. Yeah, so I didn't notice the ratty carpeting, but I'm sure it could use some. Maybe that's another DIY project.
We'll
Maybe
see.
I'll throw my hat in the ring.
The wood steps
to
get me.
reach-
The wood steps. Now let me just say, okay, wood steps. Wood steps bring to mind you see these eyes. These are eyelashes. These are eyelashes that get applied once a month, right? I had to
Okay.
go up 6 flights of stairs of wooden steps, and all I think about is, because it's a 6-story walk up from the early 1900s here in New York City, is all I think about. And it's like this big, the building's this big, right? Is that if those steps go on fire, I'm a dead woman, all for eyelashes, right?
Yes.
So I can look good for you, Michael Bryant, on TV.
And then
right?
you're wearing your glasses. So
And I wear my glasses,
you
right?
know.
So I know that's what my husband says. You wear
you could have your
glasses.
eyes closed for all we know.
Well, maybe they are. You just can't see them
That's
behind the glass.
just dozing off.
Yeah, no, I
Okay.
never doze off on you. Okay. Stephanie McBride, love you guys. Thank you so much. We love all our viewers who are finding us. I know it's we don't have a large budget for advertising and all we can try to do is bring you
Advertising. Yeah.
advertising. All we can try to do is bring you our thoughts and our honest thoughts about them. And some people like them, some people don't like them. As you see today, we have become the object of
Boy, you just won't let that go.
I won't let it go because I know I'm right.
Let's go back to Moon Goddess. The ME, not the most professional testimony, lacked
Who was
credibility.
it? Yeah, who was the ME?
Yeah, who was the ME?
I'm married to a forensic pathologist, Dr. Michael Baden. So I'm interested to know who was the ME because I did have to cross an ME when I tried Hernandez. I was the one who crossed the ME, and then when I tried Hernandez, and I had experts. I had Dr. Jamie Downs as our expert in the background. And some medical examiner attacked me on Twitter for cross-examining the medical examiner.
And so this is obviously this is the thing with you being attacked on social
Twitter.
media.
On social media. Now you know what you got into. Okay, Michael Bryant. Next one for you. Milo's mom. Again, he had heart issues.
Thanks for explaining, because I've heard the bullet example before, and it's crazy.
And do you think it's crazy when that happens, Michael Bryant? I'm going to put you on the spot.
What refresh me again? What are we talking about here?
Usually there's the diabetes. Well, let's go to the bullet example. The bullet example is and sometimes it happens because a firefighter has been attacked, or somebody who was attacked, robbed years ago, got shot, and they've been like in a wheelchair or whatever.
Oh, I got you. Some sort of delayed death that was initiated
like a 25
by,
years delayed. 25 years delayed, and they've won those cases. They've won those cases for murder.
Yeah, well, it's all about causation. That's what it's all about. The problem with those cases where you have that extended period of time is how many intervening causes might have come along, right, to cut off responsibility. That's what those cases are all about. But if you can prove some chain of events that is not disconnected over the 20 years, then obviously it's a valid case.
Yeah. So I mean that's where we are. But it's a tough case. I mean, I don't know if I could put somebody, a lot of these cases could be death penalties or murder for the rest of the life. I don't know. I guess it would depend on the facts of the case. But what Moon Goddess is saying is this one it's a husband and wife having a fight. I don't know what kind of fight because I don't know the case. So
yeah, I'm unfamiliar as well.
So
local cameras were there apparently. We have to do a touch of research on that.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go into that court and get in there, and then I'll just stay overnight, and then I'll be there when the Reed case begins the next day.
You don't think they're going to notice you?
No, apparently not. I told you they left me in there, that 4 or 5 bailiffs just left me in there to look around. I was like, okay.
Well, you did. Come on. You really, what were you going to carry out of the courtroom?
I know.
What was in there?
I didn't go, look at, the judge's bench and see what stuff was up there. I just kind of took a broad view.
Yeah, no, that's okay. But the broad view is good. You get a feel for it. It's like going to a crime scene, so to speak. Okay. Milo's mom, they're going to send traffic our way. Thank you very much. We appreciate it as long as we can earn your faith and trust. And, even if we disagree on issues, we're fine, terrific. That's what I said. Even people who disagree with us or attacking us, come on. We'd be a safe space for you to come on. We just like to be talked to our face, not behind our back. Okay. Anyhow. Let's see, Missy Moongoddess. I don't remember her name, but look it up. It was, I assume it was a female medical examiner, is what you're saying.
Oh,
Some of the testimony, if you
okay.
get a chance, it's crazy. Okay, I'll have to. We'll take a gander and type of look it up. Any trial picks back up in the morning, Michael? You should go and I told you to go. Oh,
There you go.
that's you, Michael.
I know. I've got people now. They can, vouch for me. Tell Penny I told you. Okay.
Yeah.
I only saw, I guess there was one female bailiff. Is Penny the court clerk or one of the bailiffs? Because I saw mostly male bailiffs. There was one female. And they were all very friendly. The captain, very friendly. It's almost like they're sympathizing with everybody about the nature of the Karen Reed case. They're sucked into it in a much more intimate way, but I got the feeling that they kind of feel for everybody else who's feels like a victim of the case somehow. Everybody I talked to, they thought this is all about the corruption at a much higher level, and Karen Reed is just kind of the lightning rod for this bigger corruption problem.
Penny's the one on trial. The female Penny is the one.
Penny's one. Yeah, I'll just walk right up to Penny and tell her.
Okay. She's very pleasant. Her family is as well, and they have seats available. So in other words, what Moongaz is saying, they have seats available. So maybe if last week they were dark, right? When you went there, they were supposed to be on, but they were dark.
Right, and we were in there. It was on Friday, so they obviously weren't doing the case then. But they had already started, so I don't know if they just carved that day out because this had been on the calendar for Karen Reed for some time. That could be.
Yeah. Now, interestingly enough, Moongas, we have it. Her lawyers can also call us, email us. We do have journalistic privilege if they wish to speak to us. If they wish to come on the air, we'd love to talk to somebody who's in trial about this issue. We'll read more up on it. And of course, on Friday, we're going to have the Karen Reed trial and this trial, I believe.
Yeah, we got to find out for sure. We know that when Judge Bev decided not to have a hearing on the issue of the cell phone expert, Green, she still has to decide whether he's going to be allowed to testify, but that's no longer a hearing. And they had Thursday and Friday set aside for that hearing and other stuff. Most people agree that if that hearing doesn't exist, it does not. It's a one-day operation. We just don't know if it's Thursday or Friday. So still trying to find out.
By the way, before we get to this comment, I just want to point out that we will come back around 6:30 tonight, even if court's still on. We'll be monitoring it. As soon as court ends, we do have Afi on. And Afi's going to, she's in the courtroom, right? From Black Letter Law. She's been in the courtroom the whole time. She's going to talk to us about what she's seen in the courtroom, and you won't want to miss her. She's wonderful. She's a wonderful attorney. And if you go to her website too, or if you go to her X account, she is typing up what is going on, questions and answers in the courtroom because she is there. So we will have her on tonight, and you can ask her questions also. Hopefully we'll have enough time. I know that I have a hard out about 7:25, but that Michael Bryant and her can stay to 7:30 or 7:35 or whatever. So, but we'll see. But we will be on the air at 6:30. We'll be monitoring and trying to jump in. There's these gaps sometimes, even if they're not finished. So Milo's mom back to Penny, and the court-appointed attorney whose name is Larry Tipton is representing them. He was horrible, and the same cop who told Proctor on text about her should have let him talk to Emmy to get cause of death changed is the investigator on this case.
Change your initial findings. Yeah, that's always an issue. We got to look into that case.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Should. Yeah, we should. We absolutely should look into that case because they have another case that my husband's involved with in the next county over, right? In Stoughton, was it? Stoughton. Stoughton. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm from New
Which
Jersey.
is right next door. They're just adjoining little Townlets.
The Sandra Birchmore case where my husband did a report for the civil
Speaking of
attorney
corruption.
and called it and called. No, my husband's not corrupt.
No, not.
And called it. That was bad
Stoughton,
timing.
sorry, bad time to throw that in. Yeah,
Okay.
Stoughton cops.
And said it was a homicide. That's the young police explorer who he said in a report to the civil attorneys. It's been reported in the newspapers, and now the federal government's involved. They've now called it a homicide also, and the cop has been arrested federally. They're supposed to have a trial, some kind of hearing date coming up in federal court, I believe, in early February 7th or they're around soon. But February 7th is like Friday, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes. Sandra Birchmore. Well, we'll be covering. My husband is the expert for the civil attorneys in the Birchmore case. Again, you can read about how this got changed to a homicide based on his involvement. And the interesting thing is, I've told the story. I didn't even know we were up with the cabin, and all of a sudden, the phone starts ringing in his office, and it's all these reporters or whatever wanting to talk to him about this case. I had no idea. Then everyone's like, "Well, don't you know?" And no,
Yeah, well, of course
he does
not.
his thing, and I do my thing. I mean,
Yeah,
he's
you
not hiding under the desk here.
and that's the way it should be. People should know that it was 3 years, something like that, since this death happened. And this is one of these, incomplete hanging cases where they found her in a ligature of some sort to a doorknob or I think it was a doorknob where you basically sit down into the hanging. Very weird. And also with, your survival instinct, hard to believe somebody would just sit down and hang themselves. That's why a complete hanging is more believable because you can't do anything, right? But you're sitting and you have to sit until you pass out. Anyway, obviously, Dr. Michael Baden looks at it and says, that's ridiculous. Does that for the family. Then the feds do their own because they didn't want to just co-opt his. They figured, let's do one independently, and they did. And what a surprise. Came to the same conclusion, and they arrested Maxwell. Is that his name? I think it is. The former officer. So
anyhow, that's right next to Canton, next to the Caribbean.
Yes, they're like right up against one another. And some of the Canton cops live in Stoughton and vice versa.
Yeah, Mama Bug 107, February 10th for the Birchmore, but it's been delayed like 4 times already, which is unusual in federal court. I wonder if that kind
they
of
got something in the works, maybe.
Something in the works. I don't know the answer to that. Just usually in federal court, the reason why I love federal court is it's like trial by appointment. When they give you a date, you got that date.
Yeah.
That's like and be ready. So.
But if both sides are working on something, at some point the courts want to be involved, but they if they're both agreeing, they might give you a little bit of leeway.
Well, I love the fact you're all involved with all these cases. The Moon Goddess, I love the fact that you're going into a court. You're in the same courtroom that Michael Bryant was in, and all. Please don't ride a suitcase on wheels down like stairs or anything like my pod.
I'm gonna get that meme. I'm gonna get that meme.
Yeah, but he
that
did
meme
on the what was her name? Moore.
Yeah, I've reached out to the jail because I'd love to do an interview with her because as folks might remember, I think we titled an article "Everybody Hates Sarah Boone."
Right, Boone.
She responded from jail. Not everybody.
Right,
and
right.
So,
she responded to us, right?
Yeah.
And we'd love to get an interview with her. And
I would love to ask her that question. So why do you think people don't hate you?
Yeah, and we're still working on, and we will have it ready soon. But before I give it to you all, the solving of a case, we're just calling her Stephanie right now. Case out, an old case from the 60s for all of you to work on. The person who brought it to us, who we want to get an interview from, is right now visiting his children in Thailand. He's an artist, and when he comes back and I get that interview, then we can get this case all up and figure out, and I know Missy's working on it, a Google Drive where we can put all the documents in a Google Drive under a password that we give you, and you can get in there and look at the documents, because part of it is that she's such a ghost victim that no one's ever even heard of her death. But I was able to find a lot of documents, and now I'm trying to find her brother, and she turns out she also had a sister, and to see if they're still alive. I'm working. Ancestry.com, by the way, is one of the most amazing places to do research anymore. You can go down the rabbit hole, even about your own family, way down the rabbit hole, and find everything there is to find. I started looking at all sorts of reports, census reports on who could be a murderer in a murder around like 1930s, and I'm able to find like all these people lived here, all these people lived here, and it's most. But then you say it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I have to go to sleep. You know,
Did you find any mob people in your genealogy?
not
Any-
yet, but I
no?
do understand that my grandmother was a bootlegger.
Ah, okay.
In Red Bank, New Jersey, that from what I was told, that and you never believe it, when my grandmother was 90 some years old when she died, that they always said the coal bins, apparently, that they put coal in, and
Oh,
they'd get word from the
the
police.
revenuers.
So there's somebody that would be helpful, that the cops would be coming, and they would just dump the coal, pull the string, and whatever you had. I didn't even know it was a string. You pull that thing down, all the coal would come over all the fixings, and that was it. And then no one
Wow.
found anything. So I was like, really? I'm from a guilty family. I'm from a family of criminals.
Yeah, that was an odd time, Prohibition.
Yeah. I kind of liked it, actually. Though I was like, and then I also
Well,
discovered
like
that
the speakeasies and
yeah,
the moonshiners and
yeah. There was a speakeasy on my offices here in Midtown, and there was something called the 21 Club, which was very famous during Prohibition time. And they had a room that was a speakeasy, and they still kept it preserved for private parties. But at the time, who knows? We never, we may go back to, yes, so were the Kennedys. Yes, as a matter of fact, another story. So when I was looking for like a little summer house, and we went to visit one, and it turns out that what the realtor said, it was this back area, the stone area, was actually a place that liquor was made by one of the relatives of the Kennedys back
Wow.
when Prohibition occurred. We didn't buy the house because
didn't sell you on the property.
No, it's okay.
If you go into the city sometime, they have a great, not you because you're kind of there, but they have a great speakeasy tour.
Oh, really?
It's fascinating. You go to 4 or 5 of these current speakeasies, and they're just very cool, and a real slice of history from the city.
Yeah. So maybe tonight, Michael, we'll put up our reporting that we have, our clips that have created so much fervor on the internet about our exclusives of the last 2 days, and we'll talk about them some more in case there's some more fervor going on during the day. But and if you have any other questions going on before, I hope that they're going to come back. They're really late now for lunch.
Yeah, they really are. You never know what's going on there.
Oh boy,
And
wouldn't that be interesting?
And the judge is so private about everything, but evidence being heard in front of the jury. So they come back from lunch and they got 8 things to put on the record, and Lewin starts arguing.
And it's funny because I know when I was at the Spectre trial, and you were at the OJ trial, trials in LA take so much longer, right? They seem to take forever. The cases that would be done, quickly, and it takes forever. And why is that?
I don't know. If you look at, the OJ case was obviously one end of the spectrum with Judge Ito. Just he was just one of the guys. Letting them get away with everything. And everything, when you do that, it's a long process.
Yeah.
Let's talk about personalities in a court. So I blame it on, the judge has control over the courtroom. Look at Judge Arnold in this case we're now following with. I think he's doing a pretty good job of keeping things moving.
Yes.
To the point that he went overtime last night. They were there till 5:30 their time, 8:30 back here. And that was a lot. That was asking the jury to stay an extra hour and a half. So either he knows that will bear fruit at some point, like, let's get this done this week, but he doesn't know. He's just trying to move it along, and that's important. The judge is controlling the show, and if you got a judge that's willing to let things meander, you get OJ.
No, the same thing. We had as I said, I was in 11-hour mediation for a client yesterday that ultimately resulted in a satisfactory settlement to all parties involved, fair settlement. And it was because everyone involved was willing to stay overtime, right? Not end at 5, to get things done when he felt that, the end was near, even if it was another 3 or 4 hours. And I say thank you all. Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Neil, for subbing in. But you have to be able to do that. You have to be able to put some time in. This whole idea where you just stop, I mean, if I understand if you're being a paid employee, but sometimes, we as lawyers are not. We're on duty like 24/7.
Yeah, there is no 9 to 5 mentality. It does not work.
And yes, welcome, Kerfuffle. I love that name.
Yeah,
I love Kerfuffle.
I've been involved in some kerfuffles.
Is making coffee. Started early today. Kerfuffle was making coffee and settling in live to watch the shenanigans. Now we're still waiting for the shenanigans to occur. So I hope you're with us, Kerfuffle, because we did have some shenanigans earlier. What was y'all's favorite part? Y'all, how did I get?
I don't know where that came from.
I don't know where that came from too. Maybe I'm talking about my bootlegging grandmother.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious!
What about Rocky's mom in court telling Relli have mercy on her son? I've not heard that. We'll have to ask Afi Patterson about that.
Yeah, Missy, can you make a note about that? We should send that to Afi to see whether she's heard about that, whether or not, because that's the first time I'm hearing about it. Where did that come from? Do you know? Did you see it online? Milo's mom. Okay, this is going to send it to. Oh, here's Milo's mom is funny. She said with the emojis smiling. This is a funny one. This is not true. I'm just repeating as a funny. They're late because DA is dismissing the case. That's just a funny one. Okay. All right. So
that is not confirmed. That is not confirmed.
We're not reporting that. In my family, we had a governor and one of the most famous. I can't read it. Soviets. First cousin of each other and my grandpa. Okay, a sovereign citizen. Okay, we're the most famous sovereign citizen. First cousins of each other and my grandpa. The sovereign citizen died in federal prison. Family.
Yeah.
When you go to a dictionary, this is a great plan. Family. It should say family equals complicated.
Mm-hmm.
That's really wonderful. But we'd love to hear more about that. I mean, if you're willing to share. I mean, sovereign citizenship is a real interesting thing, isn't it?
It really is. Yeah. And those who feel they are sovereign citizens are rabid about it. It's not just a casual philosophy.
Yeah, unless who was the guy that we watched that wasn't really a sovereign citizen? He said he was, but he was just had mental disease, who killed all those people on the parade. Who was that guy?
Was that Darrell Brooks?
Darrell Brooks, or Darrell Brooks, or I don't have a name.
That's right, Darrell. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was sad. That whole thing was just.
Yeah. I'll tell Missy so I don't dox myself. Good plan. Good plan. And you can decide whether it'd be interesting if we did a show about sovereign citizens at some point, because
if we could get somebody on that and we just plow into it with that person about, we know where they think the authority comes from, but how did that all evolve in their lives and to what end?
Yeah.
What's it like being a sovereign citizen? I guess if you kind of mind your own business, it's not a big deal. It's when you confront authority that it becomes a problem.
Yeah, but it weren't the out in, let's see, I'm trying to think. Was it in Oregon? The farmers in Oregon who are also sovereign citizens, state of Oregon. So a couple of years back, and there was this criminal case. I remember that maybe 6 years back.
You mean they were using it as a defense?
Yeah, and I think they were acquitted of the charges.
Oh.
The feds came onto the land and they were acquitted of charges. But, there's been so many cases since that. And we've had that little thing called the pandemic, which kind of interrupted, I don't know about you all, but it's interrupted my timeline in my brain in terms of when things have happened.
We're on pause for a couple of years, unfortunately. Yeah. Hey, here's a note. This is from, we did have so many responses to the post from yesterday. So I was just reading a few of them. This one is from, let's see if I can read that name. Lawyered Up. Lawyered up. I think what would get DA over the line to dismissal is this. If Tacopina's investigators go to the LA gun range and find that they use the same make of 9mm bullets that eject that same type of shell casing as the ones Relli recovered, in quotes, from the scene. So he's basically looking for evidence that will push the DA to just give up and suggest that, well, we know the DA ain't going to go looking for that, so maybe Tacopina, could learn something from, remember, the gun range that Relli definitely did not go to, that Lewin wanted a stipulation that it was not in California, and yet it's in LA, that gun range.
That gun range.
That's
okay.
not unethical or anything. That's fine. That's fine to ask counsel to stipulate that a gun range is not where you know it is.
Yeah, because there's that whole thing about New Jersey, LA. It turns out it has been reported there's 2 warrants, and I saw the words in New Jersey for like motor vehicle type things by Relli. And yeah, at one point he did say he was in a gun range in New Jersey, so it made kind of sense, So obviously that's maybe those are the 2 places he shot a gun in a range is California and New Jersey.
But to say
right?
definitely not in terms of being at a gun range within weeks of the alleged incident, you're caught, dude.
Yeah, you're caught.
It's just such a stupid lie.
How do you think they got that? You think that was from the prosecutors investigating, or from the defense investigating, or someone from the gun range saying he's here, right?
And yeah, I don't know. Don't know how it was discovered. No idea.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But they had to deal with it, obviously.
So, Missy, any word from the court? Anything coming out of the court about when they're going back from this very long lunch till 1:30 p.m.? So they got another 13 minutes, right? They're on break until 1:30 p.m.
Oh, so
there's our answer. There's our press pass. Look at that. Look at that press pass.
Hey, we finally got the press pass. Yeah.
Our own press pass. I don't know. Can we be charged with somebody want to charge them something because we
Some
made
sort of fraud.
Press pass for our own uses on our own network, on our own station.
Okay, this is. I got another one here.
Again,
lawyered up. This is from the X account. This person's very busy. Police investigation into the Rocky case bothers me. Relli claimed that Rocky fired the first shot from 15 feet away, that the second shot was fired from close range with the gun almost touching him.
Right.
Thus, there should be gunshot residue, GSR, on Relli's clothes. Why weren't his clothes tested for GSR? I mean, that's one of those investigative questions. Law enforcement dropped the ball, Maybe because they didn't believe it, because they couldn't find any evidence of a gun being fired. They found no casings. They found no damage to anything in the area where the alleged shots were fired. Maybe they just, I was amazed they had 7 people at the scene.
Right.
Something like this. That sounds like a lot of manpower.
Some of them didn't know one another, right? There was the initial, the star cop who was the son of
Beverly Housewives of Beverly Hills' son. Yeah.
Didn't know one of the other cops. He was asked, did you recognize that picture? He didn't know him, but
I guess, they put out the call,
right?
They put out the call, shots fired, all the units that are close convene. It's not unlikely. LA's got a couple of cops. Not unlikely that the few would not know the others. I just thought they must have had nothing going on. They all responded. That's a lot of bodies.
Yeah, no, but they took it seriously. And interesting about shots. Do you remember, any of you, the 911 call? Did the person who reported, who was from Australia, right? She was Aussie. I think that Miss Shorty identified where her accent was from in Australia too, if I recall. I don't remember what it was. How many shots she said she heard? Does anyone remember that?
I do not.
I do not either.
I think she was in Melbourne, but I'm not 100% sure about that either.
Yeah, I think that's what was said. She was in Melbourne. I mean, it's Australia's a big country. It's just like I have a New Jersey accent. Michael has no accent.
No, because it's not allowed. California, you're not allowed to have an accent. Get out!
Especially when you're an Emmy award-winning newscaster like he is, right?
Yeah.
And that's why we stand on our reporting. We just didn't step off the sidewalk into the street to get run over by a car.
That's a weird analogy.
I know.
I'm just looking through some of the comments, see if there are any leftovers.
I'm
that
trying to be
we've
nice.
Not gotten to. I know.
I'm in my nice mode. Okay, Missy has found it. Okay, as to how many shots fired. Right? Hold on, fired. Moon Goddess. Here we go. We were on this Shorty's Friday who had a clip from you and Bob at our show last week, and that was Aussie. So they'll
And
be
then we
able to
had this
confirm
show
whether or
too.
not
I don't know if that was.
definitely is, right? Can They'll be able to
Well,
confirm
yeah,
that
I mean,
from that ear a little bit better than us.
maybe she's an actress, and she was just trying out her Aussie dialect.
No, Michael,
Maybe
she's
that.
an Aussie.
Maybe that's happening. No. She sounded. We were having the Aussie discussion. Everything that she's from Australia, or maybe.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
What are you betting?
Right.
Maybe I should take these odds. What are you betting? I mean, this
I'll bet
a
mug. I'll bet you a mug.
You mean I have to give one? I have to give my mug back?
Yes. You have two of them now. I know for a fact you have two of them.
We were on this Shorty's Friday who there you go. Okay, so Miss Shorty, there you found it. Yeah, there we are. Shout out.
It is the World Wide Web.
It is the World Wide Web, and that we forgot that. We used to call it that, right?
We used to, and people would give you an address, and they say it's a www. That's kind of unnecessary.
Yeah, I think she said from Melbourne.
You've been to Australia before, right?
I have not.
You've not. I've been there twice.
I have not been.
I would recommend it. I highly recommend it.
Yeah, no, and I've wanted to go to New Zealand. And,
I've not been there yet. Not been to Kiwi land. And is Kiwi a derogatory term or not? That's an okay thing, right? I think. But yeah, I've been to. I haven't been all that far west. I'd really like to get way out there, and I just have not gotten. But it's been mostly the eastern coast from Sydney. Drove up to. How do you pronounce Cairns? How would you pronounce that?
Could you spell that again?
Cairns.
Cairn.
That's what I would think. But in Aussie land, it's more like Cairns.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, if you say Cairns, they'll say, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Anyway, went up there and we stayed on Dunk Island. And if you just look up Dunk Island, D-U-N-K, Dunk Island, a great book was written about it, almost like a Robinson Crusoe type book. Fascinating little island. There's a resort on it, and maybe 20 people can stay there at a time. But that was that was my second trip to Australia. Ended up there. It's beautiful. It's really, really worth it. The flight is a mother.
Yeah.
Even from LA, it was it's like 15 hours going and 17 back or something like that. It's a lot.
I actually did a volunteer project with a woman who's since died. She was concerned that the Native Australians were being put in jail improperly and all, and a civil rights project. And in that project, though, I did learn, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that Australia has one of the most deadly snakes, a small snake, because it can jump like 12 feet up, like
it's a kangaroo snake. Is that a kangaroo snake?
No, but it's as you all know me, and you all know that I hate snakes more. My grandmother did this to me. My Italian grandmother.
She put snakes on you?
No, she said to me as a young child that if snakes were good, God wouldn't have made the devil a snake in the Bible. Oh. And that's one of the things when you go to talk about how things stay with you as young kids. That has never left me. Wow. And more than anything in the world, next to beets. We discussed this, and I sent you the picture. You can have it. You can put it up someday. I sent it to you. I hate snakes.
Snakes and beets.
Okay. I know it's a really weird combination, But I don't know if my friend Bobby Kennedy Jr. is about to be confirmed. I don't know if he's going to take away my Dunkin' mango drink because it may have additives and preservatives. So I'm drinking fast.
Yeah, who knows what the hell's going on in there? That's Ooh, let's put mango in it. It's healthy. Sure.
I'm sure it's fake mango. Maybe not. It could be real mango.
I love mango though. Man, mango is so good.
I don't know what it is.
You can find people on the street in the city that will cut up like fresh mango, and there's a really kind of an art to cutting it up into the strips. It is so good, so refreshing. It's really good.
Yeah. We've got to cut off track. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Melbourne, Sydney. We kind of
Thanks for joining us for our travel show.
As we said, when we decided to do this, we said we could do anything. We can talk about anything. We can talk about travel. We can talk about religion. We can talk about politics, which we have spoken about. And we are free. You could be our friends and be of any political persuasion. Michael and I have like different areas. We're like separated by about this much. We're both reasonable though, so we
Yes.
kind of don't fit in.
I'm still building the reasonableest party.
Yeah.
Right now, it's a party of me, and that's all. But,
Well, you have. I'm sure that if you look to your dog, the dog is joy, and dogs are important. I see Tubi came in here. Tubi is wearing a leash. I don't know how that happens.
does the dog put his leash on by himself, and that's like a hint? I need to take a walk.
That's like okay. Anyhow, so let's just recap where we're going to be when we come back on the stand and what's going to happen. We are in Tuesday. I don't know whether or not the prosecutor is going to go to the end of the week. We still have that issue about whether they're going to put they called it ballistics. I call it tool mark comparison person on the stand for that 28-page report that was given late.
Yep. And we haven't heard how that's. We think what's going to happen is, for those who don't remember, day one of the trial, it was the prosecution saying, "Oh, by the way," Lewin says, "By the way, here's this 28-page report about the bullets. We just found it. I don't know, just found it." So that was a big brouhaha, and I think the resolution at the time was, Mr. Tacopina, take some time, get your own expert, and
the court will pay.
Exactly. The court will pay, which is unusual. Thanks, LA taxpayers. So we'll see if that's how it's panned out when they call that witness, if they're allowed to call that witness, and then we know that the defense case will have a rebuttal expert.
Yeah, and I think what they were saying and the pretrial there, it was just the morning of the opening, and the Tacopina's team apparently had gotten, I recall, 5 hours before the court started.
Yeah, and just found it, Yeah. And the court found there was nothing nefarious, nothing intentional. I think that was
without a hearing.
I don't know if now, where we are in this case, the court would have been so gracious in finding the prosecution not doing anything wrong by delaying the delivery of that report. Might have a different take now.
Yeah, it may, just like may have a different take on the witnesses. It's amazing. People say, well, you have to see the witnesses. Well, sometimes you do have to see and listen to the witnesses.
That's
right?
true.
What's in writing is not the same thing. Although in this case, what's in writing may have been the same thing. He took out the gun in self-defense. That's what Relli says about Rocky. He took out the gun. I don't think that was reported beforehand. Maybe it was. Maybe I missed it.
I think this is an interesting case where the perceptions ahead of time are so different than the reality we've seen unfold.
YSL. Let me bring you to a little case, a little long case. Oh, by the way, with our, we were discussing ethics of prosecutors in one of my tweets out, and we did get a response also. Brian Steele, who is trying the prosecutor in the Ahmaud Arbery case, who, by the way, one of the charges got dismissed today.
The lesser charge.
The lesser charge, Jackie Johnson, right? Is that her name?
Yep.
He responded that perhaps his view about ethics is a little bit different now, and he posted a picture of Fonnie Willis, and we'd love to have Mr. Steele on, because obviously he did a great job for YSL, right, in that case. But yeah, we've had some interesting cases.
Yeah.
But that was he responded. So we've had 50 Cent responding to our tweets. We've had our little podcast that started 7 minutes. We've had Bryant still responding. That one of our all-time podcasts, and you can go back to our channel and look, is Ashley Merchant. Great attorney with the amount of views, and it's really timeless because her case, where she represents somebody in the Trump matter, the election buying fraud, however you want, RICO case, I don't know.
Interference case.
Interference, so many places, is still active. And so we hopefully we'll catch up with that when this trial here finishes. The Melly trial is going to be starting soon, right? Or, well, not soon, but there's been things happening, and it's not supposed to start till September. But I think we had Ty Tucker on, right? Who ended up with a plea for
and you mentioned that in your post, that recently we've seen, the Baldwin case, Ty Tucker, where prosecutorial conduct has been questioned at the very least, if not proven to be misconduct. And what's going on? Is it just so happens to be the cases that are a little more high profile have ended that way, or is it more pervasive?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll see. But wow. It's been quite, shall we say, quite a ride so far. But Brian Steele, my point was that Brian Steele did also respond, but he did post this picture. So it's I think I reposted it. I'm not sure. If not, it's an interesting post to go see how he views this. And he is, I think it was a mistake. Speaking of the Jackie Johnson case, that's supposed to be covered, right? That was supposed to be broadcast. And
the judge said, "Get out."
Get out, right? How could you not allow the trial of a prosecutor who's accused of misconduct be covered? Even if she's found guilty or not found guilty, either way, it's a result that people should see.
And it's a case that captured not just regional attention, but around the world. It was a George Floyd-esque case, right?
Right.
And so this judge, it's obviously fear and being defensive. The judge is not confident in its guy, I believe. I had a note on it here somewhere when I thought we were going to be covering it. I had my little note.
Right.
He's just a chicken. He just isn't confident in his ability to control the situation with the glaring lights of the media. So why not shut everybody out? That way, if I look like a moron, the judge, it's not going to be so obvious to people. There's no good reason with a case like this, with the collateral issues we're talking about, with a DA that's removed. I mean, are you kidding me?
Right. And with a great defense attorney, whatever you think of the case,
yes.
who was just from YSL to this case. I mean, without like a vacation in between.
Well, in fact, the case, you might be thinking, well, wasn't that Aubrey case decided? It was decided almost 3 years ago. And because Brian Steele was connected to YSL, they delayed the Jackie Johnson trial till now.
That's right.
So.
Yeah. And then he's back into that. So, we're going to be, let's see, you're going to put that on your list. You're going to be inviting Brian Steele on to talk about YSL and prosecutorial conduct and prosecutorial misconduct, no matter what the outcome.
Yeah, he might have a breath. Maybe he'll have a breath to give us after he's done with that trial.
And Fonnie Willis is right up there still waiting. We're waiting for a lot of stuff in the Fonnie Willis case, right? We're still waiting for a lot of things. And I'm waiting for the shoe to drop, all right?
From the feds, from the DOJ?
Right, from the DOJ, especially given the conduct in that case, especially given the fact that now President Trump is now President Trump, all right? And no matter what your politics, right? Thank you.
It's a reality. It means it's more likely to happen than ever before. So it's time to check in with Ashley again, too, to find out what's going on.
That's
not
right.
Just with that, but all of her, she's got hands in a lot of very important cases.
And with Doug to see what's he's doing right now, Doug Weinstein, who you all love. You just. I
don't know if you saw that post he posted on X about a gathering. I think it's the Georgia Criminal Trial Lawyers or something, and so he was there, and Max was there, Max Shard, who's been on the show, and Kokomo, who's been on the show. So it was they got the band back together.
Right.
For that event. Yeah.
They spent so much time together in a courtroom, and one of the defendants who just pled guilty a year ago just got out of jail the other day.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was. Somebody who took a deal
a year ago, right?
Yeah.
Coming.
When is
speaking about
as we're just scatting? When is Diamante Kendrick's?
Yeah.
Is that on the 12th? Somebody fact check me on that. I think his hearing is on the 12th. He might actually get out.
Yeah, Diamante Kendrick, that's Doug's client. Maybe Doug is not representing him in this, but maybe when he finally gets released from jail, the person who was found completely not guilty of all the charges, still in jail. Okay.
And that relates to some skirmishes that took place in the jail. So.
Right. Not hard to believe, given the fact that jail was, everyone said they'd lie. They'd almost sell their mother to get out of jail.
To get out. Yeah, exactly.
It used to be a snitch would sell their mother for a beer. That was always the line. That was, now it was like they'd sell their mother to get out of Rice Street Jail, and everyone knows what you're talking about across the United States, pretty much. It used to be Rikers here. Now no one.
Yeah, Rikers is no picnic either, but compared to Rice, it sounds like it's like the Holiday Inn.
Yeah, and Rikers is just to go see a client is just hell on wheels, to begin with. And talking about having to represent a client from Rikers, you want to think you have no privacy to to get a client prepared for trial? That's Rikers Island for you. That's
Really?
one of the many little minor things. So anyway, now we are still waiting. The court seems to still be late, Missy. Right? I know you're monitoring it. We're still.
Yeah, well, now they're just normal late. If they were due back at 4:30 our time, I would imagine they'll clean up a little bit of something before they go back in. I'm looking again at some of the responses we've gotten from the post about our sources and the confirmed information that we got, because people, let's just say that there's not a lot of surprise,
Right. I mean, it's also a surprise that you would think that Missy said they're still monitoring, that given what we've seen, that maybe if you're a decent court, you would say to the prosecutor, hey, take a look. What could be shocking about that? What do you want to cast a spur? Is that's really where you want to draw your line? That's really why you want to plant your flag? Really? Okay. Really? All right. And you know who the reallys I'm talking about. All right.
Yeah. Hey, I think I've gone down the lawyered up rabbit hole because I found another one here. And of course I latched onto the first statement. And again, it's referencing this case. That's why likability matters. Oh, I've never thought of that. In the Casey Anthony trial.
Oh, it's my hair.
Hold on. In Florida, a TV journalist reported early in the trial that the jury seemed to like defense attorney Bryant. So I think we're back. I think we're back.
They did like Jose, my friend Jose. All right, we're going to go back in court. We'll see you around 6:30.
Okay, guys.
They were going to explain their further investigative steps, why they collected the video they did and didn't. That was why I was...
So it's not offered to prove that the person in the video is Relli. It's being offered to prove
his belief.
To show why Detective Flores did what he did.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's fair.
The videos they collected before he came to the initial conclusion that it was Relli. So they didn't go collect the videos because he realized it wasn't Relli. The videos they collected were all collected from the outset. Everyone. And after that, at the preliminary hearing, for example, he testified, yes, that's Relli. I believe that's Relli. Based on what he told me, that's Relli. So what was just proper, as Norfolk proved for him, was that I should be able to ask him that question to explain their further investigative steps.
You should ask him what question. You should be able to ask him what question.
No. They just said, they should be asking that question because they just said to you, they proffered to you that the reason they should ask him that question, should be able to ask him that question, is because it explains their further investigative steps, i.e., go get the videos. The videos were gotten early. They got no additional videos after they came to a conclusion initially that lasted up until the preliminary hearing at the very least, that was relevant. So they didn't take any additional further steps once they changed their opinion or their mind. They changed their mind based on his testimony, obviously. But in 2023, under oath, this detective, who I think is a terrific detective and a nice guy, said under oath that yes, my opinion, that's relevant. They didn't take any additional investigative steps after that. So it doesn't explain investigative steps. You made a ruling on it. What? Your ruling for what?
No. You're saying he didn't take any additional investigation.
There was nothing else. There was no videos to collect. You just said...
What's the next thing he did? After...
No, he's exactly making the point that I want to make, which is they did believe that was Terrell up until very
Okay, so
they couldn't have gone back to go...
So what did Detective Flores then do, based on his belief that was relevant?
He stopped collecting video at that point. He thought, okay, we have him here, that's him on the video, we don't need any more video past this. Fast forward to piecing together other information, details from timestamps, that he now knows, oh, we didn't collect enough video, we should have collected more, because that could have captured him on
I've heard from both of you, here's the rule. It's, the offer of proof is a fair game. You can ask the question, Mr. Tacopina, you can follow it up with, are you going to cross-examine him, or is Mr. Stewart? Say again?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, I'm the first.
Oh, you are? All right,
Yes.
you can follow it up.
Thanks.
All right, Detective.
Can I talk to them for 1 second? Your Honor, I had asked the court, which you
Give me a second, please.
I did not do on counsel, that I asked the court for about 15 or 20 minutes between the direct and cross 12.
Fine.
I'm just letting you, Judge, I'm just letting you guys know.
Fine.
I don't think we're getting close today, okay? Because we have, we go to 4 minutes, right? I have at least an hour.
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, I think based on where we are now.
All right. So after the detective is the firearms person?
Yes, you can be ready, Mark.
Is he, and he's your last people's witness?
Yes.
All right, so we will get to the defense case tomorrow.
Yeah, after they're listed first, yes. Okay. Wait a minute, Your Honor, because I thought you made a ruling, and I changed my whole course at lunchtime, so now I'm changed my course, so give me a minute, please.
Let me know when you're ready for the jury. How much longer do you have on your examination with the detective Flores? About, just rough, you know,
I
rough.
honestly think about an hour. I have this and then the search warrant and then, you know. I have something I want to talk to them about before we go back and put in the jury, so. We'll have to get it in time.
I just need a second.
Go ahead. This is understood the and calls. Release phone calls.
This has was two large passing magazines. So what I'm going to suggest is we open it out and from here and it goes to him and then he opens it. One Your Honor, can I borrow your knife?
Just wait a minute. Oh, well, by the way, why do you have that on? I thought that's crazy large.
Never mind, I'll get out.
It was a gift.
Why do you look at that? Have a look at
I'm not mad. I've never mad at anything.
All right. I put the bad more you letting him hear nice.
Make you think I'm
That makes you, that feels
I'm
better.
not mad.
All right, good. Can I use the restroom? I'm going to. Oh, yeah, right. It's the choice out there.
Yeah, I heard about it.
I didn't see it. He was sitting there, his eyes swelled
Do you know who it was?
No, I didn't see it, but I mystified.
No, who the lawyer was?
No, I think he's not a prosecutor.
Do you know who it was?
No, I don't know.
I heard about that.
Just ran up to him. No interaction, no ran up and punched
Let me off the record. Let me see about something unrelated over here. Come on up. Come on up. present. The council are present. Detective Flores is on the stand, and Mr. Logan. Yes, sir. Very good.
So right before the break, I played you the video of an individual returning to that intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma after the shooting. And we talked about up until, when you collected that video, you initially believed that that was Mr. Ephron, correct?
Correct.
And the last question posed to you was, as you sit here today with the information that you know from his text messages, comparing his clothing, the timestamp on the text message, on the photograph, are you still of the opinion, or do you still believe that that is Mr. Ephron?
I do.
Okay. There was a video clip played while Mr. Ephron was testifying, which was a portion of an interview that you conducted with him in, I believe it was, I want to get the date wrong. One moment. So, it's from your interview with him on December 17th, 2021. Specifically on page 3, lines 14, 15, and 16, where Mr. Ephron says to you, at this point you were showing him surveillance video, correct?
Correct.
And I believe, if you need to go back to the video to refresh your memory, we can, but I believe at that portion you were trying to cue up the video to show him. Does that sound accurate?
Correct.
And while he's sitting there, he says to you, and you see my girl, right? That was my girl I was with. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
At the moment that Mr. Ephron said that, what was displaying on the video that he was looking at, or was he even looking at video at that exact moment?
I believe this is a secondary clip of the time period which we thought he had returned to pick up the casings, which was, I believe, 23:10 hours
But
on the day of the 6th.
Okay, you were there when he made those statements.
Correct. Yes.
Did you receive that as him pointing out that that's my girl on the clip, or did you receive that as him asking you the question, do you see her on there?
I took it as you see her.
Not that he was specifically pointing something out.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back to the surveillance video. And I want to move on from this location number 2. Now continuing around this Del Mar to location number 3. Can you describe that location for the jury?
Yes, I think 3 and 4 were residential units that had cameras facing outward towards Vista Del Mar, in the portion kind of between the Bend and El Centro.
So, I just want to clarify, you said number 4
I'm sorry.
was the loading dock, correct?
Yeah, 3 is, it has the 2 angles towards Vista Del Mar, and yeah, 4 is facing El Centro.
Okay. So 3 was a private residence that had cameras there, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall anything about the cameras, like where they were oriented, or?
They were oriented, pointed kind of at street level. It's an apartment or a unit that's on the ground, so they were kind of facing out at kind of eye level, or from the window at eye level.
Onto Vista Del Mar?
Onto Vista Del Mar.
Okay, and
from the inside.
let me pull up one of those camera angles and then ask you some questions about it. So I'm going, Your Honor, on People's 15. The second file is labeled 6200 Hollywood Boulevard residence. And within that, there's 3 video files that are labeled, 3 files labeled camera 1, camera 2, camera 3. I'm going to focus on camera 2. The first video file in that folder is labeled 1A220214. So, detective, I have this paused very early in the video. I can't honestly read the timestamp, but it's got to be very close to the beginning, correct?
3 seconds.
Okay. All I want where this is paused is can you orient the jury to what we were looking at on this from this camera angle?
Yes, this street in front of us is Vista Del Mar as it comes around the bend from Selma. So the street comes up and this is the bend that leads to El Centro on the far left. The building across the street is part of 1616 Vista Del Mar. They have the different angles viewed from Selma up through Vista Del Mar and then here on the bend on the way around.
And this camera specifically, camera 2 from this location that we're looking at, it has coverage that overlaps with one of the cameras on 1616 Vista Del Mar, correct?
Correct.
Last feature I want to ask, a couple features I want to ask about this. This camera, did it only capture video or did it also capture audio?
It also had audio.
All right. There's like a bluish tinge to the video. Do you have any idea what that is?
I believe there were some lights that the owner or occupant had on the inside that were kind of reflecting off the glass.
Okay. All right. I'm going to fast forward this to trying to get it to. Okay. Actually, let me pull it down because it's easier for me to see the timestamp. We started at 14:30 on the video player, and Your Honor, I believe with this video player, when it gets to the end of the clip, it will automatically start playing the next clip, which is 1A221716. If that makes sense. All right, I'm going to start playing from here. Detective, what did you hear in that short portion of the video that was played?
Two loud noises that, to me, appeared to be gunshots.
Followed by?
The sound of a horn after the first gunshot that set off like a vehicle alarm. That would be my best guess.
So when you say horn, you mean car alarm?
The car alarm.
Okay. Up to this point in the video, have you seen any people or any movement on the video itself?
No, not at the point of that the shots are heard.
Okay. I will continue to play it from here. Looks like it jumped away ahead. Sorry. All right, Detective, I'm going to pause it. Can you do me a favor and just make a timestamp?
chime in, is 15 seconds.
Okay. And what have you seen on the video up to this point?
The sound of the appeared to be gunfire, followed by two individuals coming from the area just south of this, which is coming up from Selma and coming around the corner here in front of the camera, seconds after.
And would you agree with me there's two people that are depicted on the screen right now?
Yes, one after the other.
And which one's the first one that appeared?
The one in the black hoodie.
And then the second person?
The second one appeared to have a red jacket.
And were those individuals consistent with the individuals you saw from the 1616 Vista Del Mar address?
Yes.
All right. And which direction are they walking towards?
They are walking north to east towards El Centro.
Towards El Centro.
Correct.
All right. All right. Time on the video player?
Sure. It's 55 seconds in.
Okay, and that that last individual, or the individual that we see on the screen where it's paused here, can you describe that individual?
Yes, it appears to be the last individual from the prior video off Vista Del Mar. The individual wearing a blue jacket and a blue hat.
Okay. And also walking towards which street?
Again, he's walking northbound Vista Del Mar to eastbound Vista Del Mar towards El Centro.
Okay. I'm going to read the second stipulation. Stipulation number 2, video surveillance from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard at a private residence. LAPD Detective James King downloaded surveillance video with audio emailed from the homeowner of a residence at 6200 Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood. The residence was located on Vista Del Mar Avenue, west of El Centro Avenue. The video and audio were originally recorded between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. on November 6, 2021. The surveillance video contained in People's Exhibit 15 is a true and correct copy of that video. The video, date, and timestamp are accurate as to actual time.
Can I stipulate to that?
It is stipulated.
They're all signed stipulations, so do you need to agree on the record, or is it enough that it's a signed document?
It's all right, I think the jury's entitled to it.
Yes, specific.
Both sides stipulate.
Yes. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go back to People's 33. Now, so far, would you agree that those 3 individuals that we've been tracking have, in general, been following the red arrows starting at 1 and working their way towards number 3?
Yes.
All right. And then if they continued on that path on Vista Del Mar, they would get to El Centro, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And I want to go to location number 4. That was, you said earlier, was a loading dock?
Correct.
Going back to the folder in People's 15, Your Honor, labeled 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, in parentheses WNPM, and playing the video file that starts with .ext loading dock. Detective, where's that pause on the timestamp?
7 minutes, 24 seconds in.
Can you go back just a little? Did you read the timestamp for us?
Yes, here on the lower left, it's 6 minutes, 39 seconds.
Okay, on the video player, that's correct?
Correct, on the video player here on the left corner.
Okay. Can you orient the jury, as this is paused, what the features of the video are?
Yes, so this is the loading dock, which is facing El Centro here, which is the main street in front of it. To the right is the street here, where the pointer is. That's Vista Del Mar, or Vista Del Mar meets El Centro. So these individuals are coming in off of Vista Del Mar, walking northbound. The street up from this location is Hollywood Boulevard, which would be north. So we're looking at a kind of a southerly direction. They are walking northbound.
Okay. And I will keep playing. I'll play, this is a short clip, I'll just play it from here. All right. Would you tell me the timestamp where it's paused on the player?
Yes, lower left corner, it's 6 minutes, 54 seconds.
All right. I know there's a number of individuals on that video, but the two that walked from the direction of Vista Del Mar towards Hollywood Boulevard, can you describe them?
Yes, one of the individuals is wearing a black hoodie with kind of a design on the hood. The other individual is wearing a kind of distinctly colored, kind of reddish jacket with black.
Let's start with the man that you described with the black hoodie. I'll mark my next exhibit, Your Honor.
36.
It's a document with two still images from the surveillance video side by side. Detective, showing you these two still images, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes,
Can you describe them for the jury?
yes, the photo on the left is a still from the parking surveillance camera or the incident.
Hold on. Do you have water?
Yes, it is.
You want a,
I do.
you want a break?
I'm okay.
You think you're okay or you're okay?
I'm okay.
May you continue with the answer? Or we still want to?
Hang on, I mean,
Fine.
okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Here's your number one.
Again, the photo on the left is a still from the first surveillance camera located at the parking kind of lot entrance. And the second is off still off the camera from the loading dock on El Centro. So one on Argyle, the one on El Centro, kind of the start and the end of where we kind of started capturing video, kind of the last point where we're capturing video.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm going to make 36, if I can go back, make it a 2-page document. So I'll make this first page that we just talked about, that I was referring to as 36, I'll make that 36A, and the second page will be 36B. With the court's permission?
Yes.
36B, I would describe it for the record as similar to 36A. It's two still images from the surveillance video side by side, just displaying different features of the clothing on the left-hand side photograph. All right, Detective, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, I
Can
do.
you describe it for the viewers?
Again, the first photograph is from the still from the parking entrance on Argyle, where the incident began. The second one is from the loading dock off of Central. Just looking at the similarities from my point of view, were obviously the specific design on the sweater, specifically the chest area between the first camera on Argyle and the second camera off the Central.
Okay. I'm going to mark two more exhibits, 37 and 38. They are similar to 36, Your Honor, but 37 has side-by-side photographs depicting the man in the red jacket, and 38 has side-by-side photographs depicting the man in the blue jacket. All right, Detective, showing you equals 37. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yeah, yes.
Can you describe, well, just describe it for the jury, if you would.
Again, one's a screen capture from the surveillance camera off of Argyle, the parking lot entrance. The second one is a screen capture image from the loading dock entrance off of El Centro. Specifically looking at the red box that's outlined, there is a kind of the right shoulder area of an individual wearing a jacket that is consistent with the individual off the second image off of Central.
Okay. And lastly, equals 38. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And what's that?
Again, one photograph is from the camera off the parking lot entrance off Argyle. The second screen capture is off of one of the cameras off Crystal Del Mar. I believe this is right off the turn, headed towards El Centro. And specifically between both photographs, I can see that it's the same individual based on the hat, the clothing, a lot of similarities that would give me my opinion would be that it's the same individual.
As the detective assigned to this case, or as the handling detective, were you aware of when the defendant, the man seated at the counsel's table with the jacket on, was arrested in this case?
Yes.
What date was that?
It was April 20th, 2022.
And where specifically was he when that arrest occurred?
It was at LAX, Los Angeles Airport.
Okay. That same day, did you search any locations?
Yes, we conducted a search pursuant to a search warrant of his residence.
Okay, and we have agreed to refer to that residence as his West Hollywood home, so if you would not state the address, please. In order to conduct that search, did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes, we did.
And were you personally present when his West Hollywood home was searched on April 20th, 2022?
Yes, I was there. I was present.
Would it be fair to describe that house as a relatively large house?
Yes.
How, in general, was the search of that house conducted?
It was conducted with a team of officers and detectives that assisted search, securing the location primarily first, and then going through each room and area systematically looking for specific items that we were searching for related to this case.
And when you say there was a team of people, did you kind of split up the room so that one part of the team would search one room and another part would search another room?
Correct.
When anything of significance was located, what would be your involvement in that?
I was called over and the item was pointed out, and I was given information as far as what condition it was in or where it was originally seen.
During the search of his residence, were you alerted to multiple firearm-related items that were found in his house?
Yes, including things we were looking for and other things that we weren't, anything substantial that they wanted me to look at, I went there and looked at. It wasn't necessarily everything that we seized.
But would it have been everything firearm-related?
Yes.
And if you can narrow it down to one room in the house, what room was the firearm-related evidence observed in?
It was what I would kind of describe as the master bedroom of the house belonging to Mr. Myers.
Okay. Did you observe any firearm-related evidence in any other rooms in the house?
No.
Let's start with the actual firearms. Did you observe any actual guns in this house?
Yes.
What? How many?
3.
And if you can describe for the jury, how can you distinguish between the 3 of them or describe them each in a unique way?
Yes. One I would describe as a rifle, another as a shotgun, another as a handgun.
Okay. I have 6 pages. If they may be marked as People's 39, A through F. I'm going to start with People's 39A. Do you recognize the area that's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what would this be?
That is the angle of the master bedroom facing the bed.
Okay. Would you agree with this be the same room that you've been talking about where the firearms were specifically located?
Correct.
All right, we go to 39B. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, that's a side table adjacent to the bed.
Okay. There's an item with a red rectangle around it, just above that side table. Can you make out that item?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a handgun.
And would that be the handgun that you were describing earlier?
Yeah, I described it as kind of a large caliber handgun.
All right. Before we move on, there's another set of boxes or items at the lower left-hand corner with another red a rectangle around them. What's that?
Correct. I believe that was the case where the rifle and shotgun were contained.
Okay.
Carrying case.
And let's start with the handgun. That item, would you agree, was directly behind, essentially like the headboard of the bed?
Yes, kind of behind the bed.
All right. I'll show you 39C. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the handgun. Again, I would describe it as a large caliber handgun.
Just a close-up of the same gun that you just pointed out.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what caliber handgun that was?
I believe it's a 44 caliber handgun.
Are you positive that it was not a 9mm handgun?
Yes.
Did you inspect the gun?
I saw it where it was, and as the detectives that found it were located, it came to me. I don't recall picking it up and handling it myself.
Did you inspect it enough to determine whether or not it was a real gun?
Yes.
Was it a real gun?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not it was loaded?
I do not know.
Is that a revolver or a semi-automatic?
That's a semi-automatic.
And is there a magazine for that handgun?
Yes.
Is it loaded? Is it shoved up inside of the grip?
From this angle, it looks like there is a magazine seated in the weapon.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move back over to People's 39B and focus on the items at the bottom left-hand corner. And for that, I'm going to display People's 39B. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
Just a better angle of those same outside boxes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Go to 39E. What do you see there?
Yes, that's where you see the one case that's been opened. You can see inside, I believe that is the rifle.
And when you see that item, it's closer to the bottom of the page because there's two boxes here, correct?
Correct, there's two boxes. So I'm looking at the lower box here, specifically, it's kind of cracked open and you can see the inside. And I can see the bottom end of what I believe is the rifle.
And did you inspect that gun close enough to know if it was a real gun or a fake gun?
Correct, yes.
And what was it?
It's a real gun.
And does that gun fire a 9mm ammunition?
It does.
Okay. And then lastly, 39F. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes, here on the right. So both cases are now open. The case on the right specifically, I can see the outline of the shotgun, also in addition to the shotgun shells in the carrier of the stock.
Let's see if I can get the glare off there. It's kind of hard to see. That was getting better. The shotgun you described as being on the right-hand side, correct?
Correct. Shotgun's here on the right, the rifle's on the left, and that's two separate cases.
Got it. Okay. And with the shotgun specifically, did you inspect it close enough to tell if it was a real gun or a fake gun?
Yes.
And what was it?
It's a real gun.
Okay. Will that gun shoot 9mm ammunition, the shotgun?
No.
Did you collect any of those guns?
No.
Why not?
They weren't part of what we were looking for pursuant to the search warrant.
And was that specifically 9mm caliber handgun?
9mm caliber weapons or evidence of possession, purchase, anything related to a 9mm, specifically 9mm handgun.
Okay. Those three guns in that location, would that be where they were when you first observed them?
Yes.
In close proximity to the bed in the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the three guns that we just talked about, was there any other firearm-related evidence that you were alerted to in his home?
Yes.
What was that?
A magazine, a 9mm magazine for a Glock 23, collected from a box in the master bedroom closet.
right, I'm gonna mark 2 more photos. Do 40A and B. Start with people's 40A. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And just to orient the jurors, this white object on the left lower hand corner, would that be the bed?
Yes, this is from the headboard view, the headboard looking towards the foot of the bed. On the right is the kind of walk-in closet. On the left is the kind of walk-in master suite bathroom. And then I think there's a sliding glass door here on the far left leading out to kind of a balcony.
Okay. Lastly, I'll go to photo B. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's a box containing ammunition, magazines for a rifle, and specifically
magazines
or a rifle.
Thank you.
Sorry. And in the center here, there's the magazine that was recovered, containing live ammunition, specifically 9mm ammunition.
In that photograph, underneath the magazines, it looks like there are a number of boxes. What are those boxes?
The boxes underneath are ammunition, I believe, that was consistent with the rifle that was in one of the cases.
Were any of those boxes consistent with 9mm ammunition?
No.
You said that magazine was for a 9mm handgun, correct?
Correct.
A smaller one?
Yes, I believe it's a Glock 43.
And was that 9mm magazine collected along with the ammunition that was loaded inside of it?
Yes, it was.
I have 2 envelopes here, Your Honor. And in agreement with the defense, they are inner envelopes that were taken out of a larger outer envelope. Another item that was in the outer envelope is not being used, so the returns is detected, and we're just using the inner envelopes.
So that's part of 32? Or do you want to mark it separate?
I think I want to mark it separately, Your Honor, and I'll mark each of the envelopes separately just so we don't get them confused.
This one's going to be 41.
I'll mark the magazine as 41. And I'll mark the ammunition as 42. These envelopes were open as the jurors will want to be in Your Honor, so they are previously open. Detective, I'll approach first with, let me write it on the envelope so I don't forget the numbers. 41. Do you recognize that object?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the magazine that was recovered and shown in that photograph on the screen.
In the master bedroom closet?
Correct.
Okay. Can you describe what that object is, or tell us the features of it? What's the brand of that object?
It's a Glock brand magazine, which has a capacity of 6 rounds that can be loaded. And a semi-automatic firearm, the rounds are loaded into the magazine. As you press them down, they're loaded to capacity. And then once the magazine is filled to whatever ammunition is available or to capacity. It's then seated inside of the weapon. The weapon is then charged to chamber around into chamber, makes the gun ready at that point.
Okay. And you specifically said this was for a Glock, correct?
Glock 43,
Okay. 9mm.
9mm.
And then People's 42 has, you want to count how many there are in there?
There's 6 live rounds of ammunition for all 9mm.
Are they all the same make and model? Yeah.
Yes,
And what caliber are they?
9mm.
And what's the brand?
SIG Luger.
Can you say that again?
SIG, S-I-G, Luger, L-U-G-E-R. Okay. I'll put one of these on the screen. First I'm going to put up People's 41. That's the magazine, correct?
Correct.
And then next to it I'll put one of these from People's 42. That's the unfired bullet, correct?
Correct, that's a live round of 9mm.
Okay. And then on the bottom is where it says SIG 9mm Luger, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to put that back in envelope number 42, and I'll put the magazine back in envelope 41. Did you observe any guns in the defendant's home which would accept or utilize the magazine that marked as People's 41?
No. None that I found, none that were pointed out to me or identified by anybody else on the search team.
In your experience owning firearms, specifically with semi-automatic firearms, is it common that if you own a gun, you may possess multiple magazines for that firearm?
Yes. My experience, anytime I purchased a gun, semi-automatic specifically, it's come with more than just one magazine.
Based on your experience in law enforcement and with gun ownership specifically, are you aware of any purpose why someone would possess a single handgun magazine without also possessing a gun capable of accepting it?
Objection or close speculation.
Sustain.
During the entirety of the search at the defendant's home, did you personally observe any fake guns, prop guns, or starter guns?
I did not, and nothing to that description was pointed out to me or identified during the search.
During the search, did you observe any ammunition or a prop gun, a fake gun, or a starter gun?
No, I did not, and along the same lines, nothing was identified to me by any other member of the search team.
When it related to this case, were you first made aware that there was an allegation that the gun used at the scene was a prop gun, a fake gun, or a starter pistol?
Objection.
All right, hold on.
Objection. Vote.
Call the roll.
You can answer, Detective. So when, related to this investigation, was the first time that you were made aware the allegation that the gun used at the scene, prop gun, a fake gun, or a starter pistol?
I believe it was last Monday, which was the 20, I have to look at my calendar, but it was Monday when I think you called to let me know, and I was made aware that that was what was.
Okay, when you say the Monday, would it have been around when jury selection started in this case, or was there already evidence being presented?
That was when, right during jury selection.
Okay, around the 20th, would that sound about right to you?
Yes.
Of January?
Right.
And we're talking about 2025.
2025.
I don't have anything else on here.
This would probably be a good time to take a break. All right, folks, the clock has been adjusted, so the clock is now accurate. So let's break until 5 minutes to 3, at which time we will resume. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves and leave. Get on the ladder and replace the battery. Batteries.
Well, here we are. Hi, how are you?
Happy lunch.
Happy lunch break. I think it's lunch break and all. We have a lot of people watching. Hello, Afton. Hello. Number of people I haven't seen before on our chat. I'm happy to be here. As you know, I'm Linda Kenny Baden, and I am joined by my co-host, Michael Bryant, who's been covering a number of cases, not only the one we're watching, but the one we're watching is really quite exciting, isn't it, Michael
It's
Bryant?
something, early on people were like, it's a nothing case, there's very little injury, thank goodness. And it's just these spoiled, rap stars. And now all of a sudden it's kind of caught fire. And I think in part, it's not so much the legal issues. It's not so much the facts of the case. It's the personalities, both presenting the case, refuting the case, and testifying about the case. So yeah, I'm all in. So,
I also think it's some really interesting lawyering. Like, first of all, you have Paulie P, who is so likable, and we always say, and you always say, I should say, never underestimate the power of likability. You have Mr. Lewin, who we saw in the Robert Durst, who is a bulldog and at you, right, at them all the time. And we have Joe Tacopina, who really has done yeoman's work, in my opinion, about the main witness, right? Because doesn't this case fall on the main witness, A AP Relli?
Well, of course, I think, we knew early on he was going to be important. I'm not so sure we knew how important, but the case lives or dies with that guy. I don't care how many cops you get on to look at the video, to say what they do see or what they don't see. I think it's irrelevant. When I was talking to Neil Rockhind, who was on last night in your stead as you were on assignment.
Thank you, Neil.
He did a great job, and we were talking about, this, I used the teeter-totter, but the balancing, right? And if when Relli took the stand, that teeter-totter crashed to the ground, right, with the prosecution's case along the way, no matter what we hear beyond that, it's very tough to lift him off the ground again, So maybe Wally, and I think Lewin did a good job on the cross-examination of Wally. I think he did. I think he went a little too far at times, but he made some great points. He tried to expose some bias because clearly Wally, if not trying to help Rocky, was certainly more favorable to him, maybe because he has a small business tie. He's getting like 20 grand a year in work from Rocky. I'm sure Relli's not giving him too much, but it's not lifting the load off the ground that Relli caused by his testimony. So same thing with the cop. Maybe there's something there. I don't know. I didn't see anything that got me too excited or changed my opinion. I just haven't seen it.
Hey, Missy, if you're on, could you let people on X know that we are on right now during the lunch hour speaking about this case, and come join us with all of our new friends that are here. And there was some, we, by the way, we should start out by saying we have reported, and we stand by our reporting, Michael Bryant, that there was some issues in the courtroom. Do you want to fill everyone in?
Well, we talked yesterday about this nugget of information we learned through sources that we were comfortable in reporting, and as you say, we stick by. And that was that somewhere during the middle of the cross-examination of Mr. Relli by Mr. Tacopina, the court suggested to the prosecution, perhaps, I'm not so sure it's ethical to continue prosecuting this case, meaning that the judge's reaction to what he had seen so far didn't reflect well on the prosecution. We learned subsequent that at the end of the cross-examination, again, before redirect by Paulie
Right,
P.
the recross, at the end of the recross.
Yes, I'm sorry, the recross. At the end of the recross, before the redirect, we heard that the judge again suggested to the prosecution that they should think about whether or not they want to continue to pursue this case. So that was a separate incident. It wasn't a twisting of the first. It was a second incident. If the first one was mid cross-examination by Tacopina, this was at the end of cross-examination by Mr. Tacopina. So,
right. And we stand by our reporting. We stand by our sources. And for those that wish to attack us, well, why don't you suggest that the gag orders all be released, that the transcripts all be released, and we'll see who still stands up there on top, or whether this is maybe a little bit of I don't know. I won't say it.
Yeah, I'm not going to go wandering around in the gutter. If folks want to criticize,
they
knock yourself
want to
out.
criticize,
I don't care.
Absolutely knock yourself out, especially if you know us, or we work for you, or if you've had confidence in us. You know where Michael Bryant and I come from, and we stand by what we say because we're very honorable. We are not going to go in the gutter with you. We'll see who comes out later on at the end of all this. And who comes out at the end of all this? Speaking of who's coming, who do you think is winning right now? Before we go to a lot of questions we have in our chat. And when I say
are
winning,
you asking me that question?
Yes, as a prosecution.
Well,
and for everybody in our chat, what do you think the prosecution has borne their burden of proof so far?
This is a case, and again, Neil and I talked about it, and you and I have talked about it, where the directed verdict issue becomes, at the very least, something worth talking about. Quite often when the prosecution ends their presentation of their case, they rest. That's when the defense will step up, make a motion for directed verdict. And the standard is so high. The court has to look at all of the case as presented by the prosecution and say, no reasonable juror could possibly find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That standard is way, it's outside my screen here. It's that far up, which is why it's quite often denied, and it's done as much as anything else to protect the record for appeal. Fine. In this case, based on what we've learned and the judge's concern over the validity and the ethical nature of the prosecution's case, that would be really a great result for the prosecution as well as the defense, because the judge.
Why do you say that?
Because if there are concerns about the ethical prosecution of this case, the best way to let the prosecution off the hook is to declare a directed verdict. The judge is then taking responsibility for the determination that the case had no merit, and the prosecution is going to avoid any sort of misconduct investigation or charges, which would especially be interesting if a conviction occurred, right? So that's my thinking. I just think if there is a snowball's chance in hell of any directed verdict ever being happening, in this case, there's a snowball, but it's maybe 33 degrees. So it's maybe a little mushier in this case, and I think it's going to be fascinating to see what happens when the prosecution rests and that motion is made.
Okay, so Che Lee, I hope I'm pronouncing this right. I mispronounce names because it's amazing how you look at it and see based on your history or based on the languages you've taken. Is it Che? And I hope it's Lee or Leah. But whatever, please correct us. we're happy to be corrected when we know we're asking that question. But why are there no firing marks on the casings? And that would be the casings, I assume you're speaking about, that Relli, the 2 casings turned into the police days later.
That's very interesting, right? I mean, that's common. The other, it's interesting though, because, and I haven't micro-examined these items, but it's not easy to get the bullet, which is the projectile end, or the powder out of the inside. You know, you got to take it, you got to remove the top with pliers or something, you know, to have a casing that has not been fired, or you have to have a casing that was never put together with the projectile and the gunpowder. Neither is very simple. So I'd have to know a lot more about these particular projectiles and or the casings and whether they were truly just minimal marks or absolutely no marks.
Well, you know, and commenting on with them, we just talked about, Josh Schaub says the judge should do a directed verdict and dismiss this money sign ahead of the hit show. Okay, very interesting. Another question we have here, Jay Lee, another question, very interesting. Following this case, can a car that backfires sound like a shooting?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. In fact, sometimes when people hear a real gunshot for the first time, they don't even know what it is because it sounds so different than people hear in films or on TV. It's a very different sound. Yeah, sure, a backfire could clearly sound like a shooting. Maybe that's why Relli originally reported 4 or 5 shots, or 3 or 4. He said 3, 4, or 5 initially. And then when he went back and found the casings, he said, oh, I guess it was 2. And when he heard the street recording, oh, yeah, I guess it was 2. To be honest,
was there some issue because he took pictures, 4 pictures, but they ended up being of just 2 casings?
Yeah, and he admitted that it was multiple pictures of the same casings. I don't fault the guy for misremembering that. If I've never been shot at or thought that I was being shot at, if it didn't really happen in this case. 2, 3, 4, I don't know, somebody shooting a gun at me, you know? So I could understand that being a little unnerving.
Shining here. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, but I mean, if you're also, it can be unnerving if you're setting it up. I mean, the problem is that the inconsistencies could be because you're being shot at, or because you're setting up, as he says, if you got to set up the bag, okay, you better have a lawyer if you want the bag, because or else it's extortion. All right, remember that statement. All right,
that's words to live by. So that means let's play that game. Okay, so that means that he decides at some point whether there's been a shooting or not. He decides he's going to set up ASAP Rocky. Wouldn't you think if you were going to set him up and you only had 2 casings to plant, if that's what you did, that you would just report to the cops and others consistently that it was just 2 shots? That seems to be too dumb not to be consistent.
Wait a second. Wait. Did you watch him testify on the stand when you want to use the D word? Okay.
Okay.
And I don't mean to disparage him in any way, but let me put it this way. This was not the testimony I expected from a star witness, because I think actually he's very bright. I think he's very bright. I mean, if he did set this up.
Yeah, I think he's a little misguided, but I don't think he's. So that's why I'm getting at, if this was a master plan, then that seems like a dumb mistake to make in the master plan. I think it occurred. I think there may have been a shooting, whether it was a prop gun, whether it was whatever it was. Remember, there was no damage found in or around the area in which this shooting allegedly occurred, and we know there were no casings found by the cops, only by Relli. But if there was 2 shots fired into the air, maybe, I mean, whatever they were, I don't think that's hard to believe. But was that the point at which Relli concocted this plan? Hey, you know, I'm fine, I'm safe, but this son of a bitch shot at me, and I'm going to take advantage of the situation.
Or he concocted it beforehand. I mean, because he does say on the tape, before he had a chance to think it out, Rocky took a gun for self-defense. He took out a gun for self-defense. I mean, it's on the tape, you know, for self-defense. So that means even if the jury believes that ASAP Rocky had a gun and maybe he shot it, he's given him the self-defense argument in the tape, and he never has to take the stand to allege it.
That's another thing we talked about. I don't know if Rocky's taking the stand has ever been a high likelihood. I think day by day it's become less and less likely.
Less needed. Less
Well,
needed.
yeah, less needed. But I don't know what the point is.
Yeah. Now, this is interesting. Relli said that he got, and the reason why I'm going to point to this, Shaylee, is because all of you who watch me know that I have an addiction to iced Dunkin' Donuts mango tea, okay, and coffee. This is their mango tea refreshment.
Is that caffeine free? That version?
No, well, no, it's got green
No.
tea. It's green tea in it, so it's going to have caffeine.
All right, just checking.
But Relli said that he got a brown bag and a pen from Dunkin' Donuts. I didn't know they gave pens. They never come in my bag. The officer said it was brought in a black bag. Which is it? Because Dunkin' Donuts uses white bags, and you are absolutely right about that.
They do. I don't have one here from yesterday, but they also do have a brownish bag. The recycled type of material. They're the brownish. They definitely don't have black.
No, but the brownish bags usually have the food, right? The food is in them. Like
yes, I don't get coffee,
wrap.
so yes, I've never I get a bagel.
Coffee.
I don't drink coffee.
The food is in the bread, but the stuff is in the white bag that you carry out. Those are in the white bags, and inside there may be that recycled material that the food is in. But the officer said it was brought in a black bag, which is because Dunkin' Donuts uses a white bag. So it's like when Relli was asked the question, and he said, "True." False. I don't know.
Just pick one.
And Joe Tacopina said, "Well, you got all three answers there. You got three answers there. Yes, we do."
Look at this. Look at this. Milo's mom. What about self-defense comment on recorded call yesterday? Do you think Tac feels he doesn't need it because I know he didn't miss it?
I think you're going to hear about it maybe in summation. If indeed you did think this happened, he's saying it's happened for self-defense. So which is it? It didn't happen. It did happen. It happened. It was self-defense. Which story is Relli trying to work his way around?
Here's one of the problems that we were talking about yesterday was the denial by Relli that was his voice on. Remember, Tacopina tried to bring those in on cross.
Right.
It's a two-person conversation, right? It's Wally and it's Relli. But if Relli can't provide the foundation for the phone call, they can't come in. So they were played, quietly to the witness, Relli. And this bothered me too as a tangent. The young woman who's helping with the tech, and she would bring the laptop up to the stand. When he had heard enough, he would give her this. Take it away. Just disrespectful little shit this guy is.
Oh, no. You used the word without the dollar sign before.
Sorry,
I said the dollar sign with the
I don't know how to pronounce dollar sign. So that was an aside that just kind of annoyed me. So that's what happened twice. And when he denied that it was him, that's it. The defense cannot bring those in. But what do? You bring in the person who's on the other side of the conversation, which was Wally. So all of those conversations come in yesterday. My point is, Relli's already denied that it's him.
He said it was AI. He said it was artificial intelligence.
He has locked himself in a box. There's no way, you could talk about, I was just mad about the whole thing. So I overreacted and I said these things out of anger and at least you got something. But to just say that wasn't me, that was AI, and then have the other person in the conversation verify it was you, you're sunk. And I don't care what else happens that bolsters Relli's opinion. That to me ends that discussion.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
Totally unbelievable.
It's absolutely unbelievable, and maybe because somebody told him, "Hey, wait a second, you're on here saying, well, it's self-defense. You're on here talking about a bag for extortion. You're on here asking about $30 million. You're on here saying, like, I got my $30 million in cash. They're gonna have a hard time finding me on that island. They're gonna have a hard time proving without a victim." So what else is there but to say that's not me? This is artificial intelligence. So yes, you're absolutely right. People forget about that. Now let's put that in the context of our reporting. Could a judge have said to the prosecution, "Are you sure you want to go forward on this evidence? Do you have an ethical duty to look at it under the ethics rules or something to that effect? Are you sure you want to go forward?" If you look at it under those and you want to call our reporting false, I think maybe you have to review what you think. But let's go to this great question. Motion to scream.
I like that motion to scream. What's the WTF grant?
Are the prosecutors, I'm going to throw this to you, Michael Bryant, are the prosecutors trying to make the jury forget about Relli with these police witnesses?
Well, they're putting on their case. Certainly they know Relli damaged them, but they could not make this jury forget Relli unless they gave them drugs. So it's not going to matter who is testifying. Relli is embedded in their cerebral cortex. That you can't forget that dude. You just can't.
Yeah, he threw a water bottle down yesterday.
Smart water. Was it smart water?
It was smart water.
Okay.
It was artificial intelligence water, I think.
I think it was vodka in that smart water.
Well, there was that rumor on the O.J. Simpson trial that F. Lee Bailey had vodka in his little thing there that he was drinking. Remember? You were there, Michael Bryant.
I can't say I was close enough to smell it, but
can you smell vodka?
That case would drive anybody to drink, so it's possible.
Yeah. So anyhow, a motion to screen then follows it with a comment. Joe is winning in every way. Okay. All right. So there we go. Missy, I'm not sure what posted out. Oh, you did post it out there because I asked you to post it on. What I did is I asked our producer, Missy Mayhem, Marissa, to post on our Twitter account that we are now and not only standing by our reporting, but answering questions in this lunch break. And that's what we're doing right now. And so please, if you get that, please come to us. You can see that we are not afraid of anything. And if we invite anybody who questions our reporting to come on and join us, come on.
Have a conversation like adults.
Yeah, like adults. Don't hide behind the back. Don't say you're not speaking about us. Come on. You know who you are. If you want, I'll name your names, but we'll give you a chance to name yourself. Come on. Okay, Milo's mom. Question. All right, here we go. Again, that's right. We did answer that, okay, about the TAC question. He didn't miss it, okay? We know that. Now, I want to go Milo's mom with our answer to you that we know we didn't miss it. Would you, if you were Mr. Tacopina, and I say Mr. Tacopina, we know him as attorneys. We've watched him. As you know, I teach with him once a year for a week, although we've never been in the same group, the same subgroup for students. Would you use it in closing? Think about it. Give us your answer in our comments sections, okay? Now, more. We have a lot of questions going on here. Afton, hi Afton, how are you today? A cop in my town thought he was being shot out because a car backfired. There we go, right? There we go. Oh yes,
I think it's common. And shout out to Afton. I post on our members only stuff. This bathroom that I'm DIYing. And she was nice enough to respond that, some people, that stuff, some people think it's annoying, but I'm doing it anyway. It's just kind of a nice side light. And after the process continues, I'm getting some parts today. And I think I'm moving from the electrical to the plumbing. That was just for Afton. Okay.
Michael has been working so hard. He's been on the road that he has taken a couple of days off. I actually was in an 11-hour mediation yesterday doing my real lawyer work, so I had to go back last night and listen to all this stuff, all this trial, and also I've had about 2 hours sleep today, so just exhausting. But I wanted to make sure we were here and I was up on things. Again, thank you, Michael, and thank you, Neil Rakim, for last night being on the air. Now, wasn't there also a cop recently we covered one station, or maybe it was a news report, he thought he was being shot on because like the acorns or something from a tree fell down on a car, right?
Not what I did, but thank you. Thanks.
All right, before we go on the record, someone involved. on the stand, and I believe you wanted to read one more stipulation, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, just go ahead, stipulation and I'm done. Stipulation number 3 regarding surveillance video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard business. The stipulation is LAPD Detective Frank Flores, Carlos Camacho, and Luis Maria, along with LAPD Technical Investigations Division Technician Harry Lujan, downloaded surveillance video from the security office at the property management company for the business located at 6200 Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood. The security office maintains security cameras on Argyle Avenue and on El Centro Avenue. The video was originally recorded between 10 p.m. on November 6, 2021 and 1 a.m. on November 7, 2021. The surveillance video contained in People's Exhibit 15. The picture would write a copy of that video. The system, video, date, and timestamp are approximately 2 to 3 minutes faster than actual time. We did stipulate.
So stipulated by the press?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think that we had spoken before.
Yes, we have.
You know, the witness stand, that preliminary hearing in November 2023, right?
Correct.
By the way, let me just start out where you finished off. We had some questions about when you personally were made aware of one of the issues raised by the defense of Mr. Mayers being in possession of a prop gun, and you said it was fairly recently before the trial started, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, you never spoke to Mr. Mayers from the day of the incident until today.
Correct.
All right. You never spoke to 12B from the day of the incident until today.
Correct.
All right. You never spoke to Lou Levin from the day of the incident, correct?
Correct.
All right. You certainly don't know what Mr. Mayers with Rocky has told his attorneys several years ago, do you?
I'm not aware.
And of course, you know, there's no depositions in criminal cases, correct?
Correct.
All right. So basically what you're being asked are questions related to discovery and disclosure in a criminal case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. One second. All right, sir. So you were assigned to investigate this case, I think it was November 9th?
November 9th.
Of 2021, along with detectives Macho and correct?
Correct.
And you've been sitting here in court every day at the trial watching every witness?
For the most part, yes.
For the most part, yeah. And as a detective assigned to this case, you're familiar with all the police reports generated in connection with this case?
Yes.
And because police reports are relied on at hearings and trials like this one, as a case detective, you want to ensure that those reports are as complete and accurate as possible, right?
Yes, I mean, they are a summary of the information gathered, but there are other parts of the information that's gathered to go along with that, recordings, interviews, stuff like that, but it's a summary.
Sure. But you want that summary to be as accurate as possible, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And as a case detective, you spoke with other officers with knowledge about this case as part of your investigation?
Yes, we did.
And obviously, as a for example, you reviewed and retrieved the video recordings pertaining to this incident.
Correct.
So what we talked about and just seen, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. 16 East Del Mar is one, right?
Yes.
6200 Hollywood, is it Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes.
Hollywood Boulevard is another? Yes, sir.
Correct.
All right. And you retrieved the East Del Mar video on November 9th, 2021?
That's correct.
Okay, and the Hollywood Boulevard video, I think it was a few weeks later, November 18th?
I believe that is correct.
Now, on November 8th, 2021, law enforcement received 2 9mm Luger shell casings from Mr. Ephron.
Correct, per the initial crime report, yes.
Yes. And those shell casings were submitted to the fingerprint analysis lab about 2 weeks later on November 21st, 2020.
I believe that's when they were tested, yes.
And you're familiar that the fingerprints can typically be left behind on bullets when they're touched and loaded in a firearm, right?
There is always a possibility anything that's touched can leave a fingerprint trace behind.
So the answer is yes, they can, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the latent print lab, the LAPD latent print lab unit completed its fingerprint analysis of those 2 shell casings on November 23rd, 2020.
That sounds correct.
All right. And after examining the casings provided by Mr. Ephron, law enforcement lifted exactly 0 fingerprints off them, correct?
That's correct. 0 prints for the.
So there were no fingerprints of anyone on those shell casings.
That's correct.
On April 20th of 2022, so we're fast forwarding a little bit, you secured a search warrant to obtain DNA swabs from Mr. Mayers.
Correct. That was included in the search warrant for that date that it was executed.
Right. And in order to obtain that search warrant, you swore to a judge that DNA from Mr. Mayers was clearly necessary for analysis for probable cause purposes as well as evidential purposes.
Yes, to include potential evidence that could be in custody or that could be collected at some point during the investigation. A comparison can be made. If any evidence that we have or collect along the way can be compared to.
Correct. And after getting the search warrant for Mr. Mayers' DNA, you took samples of his saliva on April 20th, 2022.
Yes, as part of that arrest, there were samples taken.
Right. And although you affirmed that DNA was clearly necessary as part of the case, law enforcement never submitted anything for DNA analysis in this case.
Correct. We didn't collect or have anything further to compare it to, at least to this point. Correct.
The alleged altercation between Mr. Ephron and Mr. Mayers took place on November 6, 2021, around 10:17 p.m. This little altercation lasted about 25 seconds, that whole thing.
Roughly.
Roughly. According to you, based on your knowledge from the investigation and your review of the videos in this case, after leaving the scene of the altercation at around 10:17, Mr. Ephron initially claimed he returned to the scene at around 11:09 p.m.
Object as to vague as to what he's talking about when Mr. Ephron was.
Vegas. Then on accuracy, 11:09, give a minute.
Yes, sir. I'm not sure about the exact time, but I think he roughly said within an hour of the incident.
Would you agree it's somewhere around the events of that time, 11:09?
Vegas.
Okay, I can go to the preliminary hearing or just read the question and answer.
Object to proper impeachment.
I'm trying not to be
I don't
vague.
see it as being impeachment. Why don't you tell him, just clarify what it was that.
Mr. Ephron told you 52 minutes more later, he came back to the scene, correct?
I don't recall him saying the exact time, but I do recall him saying roughly within an hour after the initial incident.
And you got that from watching the videos, correct?
On first review, yes, that's what I believe was consistent.
And I understand your testimony is now changed to say you don't think it's in, but initially, you certainly thought that person we saw was him.
Yes,
at 11:09, right?
yes, that was my belief.
Okay. And to you, at least, that was Mr. Ephron on the videos.
That was my belief because it was consistent with the time frame that he provided.
Right. It was consistent with what Mr. Ephron told law enforcement.
Correct, within the hour estimate.
Okay. And that person, whoever that person was, Mr. Ephron initially said it was him, you believe it was him initially, leaves the scene at 11:11 p.m., 2 minutes later.
Roughly.
Object, the first part of this question seems a fact, not evidence.
No, it's not good evidence.
All right, stop, read the question back.
And that person, whoever that person was, Mr. Ephron initially said it was him. Want me to read it again now?
I can approach her and try not to get speaking there.
I frankly don't remember what you said.
You are so, I'm not really, I'm not trying to mislead, but I'm just saying initially he said it was him, that's what my question was. I know now it's changed, both Mr. Ephron and the check. But initially, he said it was him. So whoever that person was, I started my question out with. Who Mr. Ephron initially said was him, left the scene 2 minutes later.
I don't know if it's evidence or not. I can't remember every single.
You just said it.
I would change the objection to being argumentative. If he wants to ask, did that person leave within 2 minutes, I have no problem with that. But we don't need the argumentative part at the beginning of that question.
Your Honor, I'm not. Hold on a second, I can do this easy. Did Mr. Ephron initially say that that was him?
I don't recall if he used those words exactly. I believe he made a comment that may have indicated that, but
Well, for instance, you were here when he testified at this trial.
correct.
Do you remember when he said at this trial on this jury that he was sure that that was him?
Yes.
Okay. So, just a week ago, or a few days ago, Mr. Ephron said that was him, correct?
Correct.
So whoever that person was, that person that Mr. Ephron swore it was him to this jury initially, left 2 minutes later.
Roughly within 2 minutes, that person left.
Objection to the prompt, as phrased.
Yes.
And to be clear, you observed all the video footage that was recovered in this case.
Yes.
So if that is not the new position, it's not Mr. Ephron, at least you don't think it's Mr. Ephron. Based on your testimony today, you have absolutely no video showing Mr. Ephron ever returning to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Now, amongst the video you reviewed in this case was a body cam footage, one by officers at the scene who responded to that night, correct?
Correct.
You watched that? Yes. Sir?
Yes.
And you are aware, before Mr. Ephron or whoever that person was returned to the scene 52 minutes later, law enforcement had arrived.
Yes.
And certainly before, if Mr. Ephron returned to the scene, certainly before Mr. Ephron returned to the scene, law enforcement had arrived.
Correct.
All right. And the police arrived at the scene about 18 minutes after the incident.
Yes, roughly.
Okay. And there were at least 7 officers there.
Yes.
And while they were at the scene of the incident, 18 minutes after it ended, these 7 officers were canvassing the area.
Yes. They were walking in and about the area of Selma and this and one.
And you saw them on the video searching the area of the location.
Yes. Adjacent parking lot. Yes.
Yeah. Using the flashlights,
Correct.
looking on the ground. You saw them.
Yes.
I know you know this answer, you've been asking that way. You know law enforcement did not cover any casings in this case, correct?
Correct. The officer that responded did not find or recover any cases.
No officers ever recovered any shell casings.
No.
Right?
No. You're asking from the radio call, the officer that responded initially? No.
Yes. Or any other police officer recover any cases from the scene?
Only the officer at the front desk that who took the casings.
Yeah, no, my question was from the scene.
Okay. No, not from the scene.
in fact, they didn't locate any sign of shooting, correct?
Correct. Other than the radio call.
Right. But that's a call, and you heard Officer Zizzo testify, I think it's Sergeant Zizzo now, you heard him testify. A lot of people make fake calls, or they can be misinterpreting things, correct? You heard that.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of reasons. Sometimes people are just don't stick around after.
But in any event, you do agree that the officers who arrived 18 minutes later didn't locate any sign of shooting.
That's correct.
And despite that, as shown on the video, after the police left and Mr. Ephron returned to the scene, he supposedly located the shell casings by himself without a flashlight within minutes.
I believe he said he used the light on his phone and he located it.
Within minutes.
Yes.
You were in this courtroom when Mr. Ephron testified that this individual named 12E had a knife during this incident, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with a summary investigative report related to this case dated August 5th, 2022, sir? Yes?
Yes, I am.
And that's a collective sort of prior statements and a summary of the investigation overall.
That is specifically that was the filing summary.
And that's what you use to file the case with the district attorney's office.
Correct.
All right. So obviously, in that report, you certainly wouldn't want there to be any accuracies, right?
Correct.
All right.
This relates to the crime, yes. Correct.
That's related to the crime.
Yes, sir.
Your name is on that report, right, sir?
My name is on the report.
And what you wrote in the last line of the first page of this report, the collective statements, is that the victim observed Yulunga, meaning ASAP Hills, was armed with a knife. Did you write that?
I didn't author this report.
Okay. Is it in that report?
It is in that report.
Okay. So some police officer wrote that?
Yes.
Who, you know?
I believe that was my partner, Detective Crunch.
Where'd he go? He used to be there, right?
He was in the back of the Olympic property.
He's gone. But he was there. The guy was
Yeah,
there.
yeah, he's been here.
You're right. And it was brought to your attention during the preliminary hearing on November 20th, 2023, that this report said Mr. Ephron identified ASAP Hills as the one armed with a knife. We discussed that at the preliminary hearing, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you thought that that report was inaccurate, you certainly could have asked for that to be changed at any point, correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, but honestly, yes, that was a mistake. But the prior interviews that were recorded of Mr. Ephron from the telephonic interview on the 9th and the in-person interview on December 17th, 2021, he was consistent on both interviews that the person with the knife was, in fact, 12E. The report prepared for that August filing, there was an error, and it did indicate the wrong person. That is correct.
Well, as I just asked you, if you thought that report was inaccurate, you could have asked that to change, correct?
Yes.
And you never did?
No, I mean, I answered your question. I mean, the record, I think, believe, captured through the interviews is clear what Mr. Ephron said versus what our mistake was.
No, it's not my question. Did you change your report?
No, we did not generate another report to correct. Correct.
So, you were here obviously last Tuesday, January 28th, when Mr. Ephron testified on the record that he saw a knife being held after Rocky put the alleged gun away, correct?
Correct.
All right. And with regard to the knife, Mr. Ephron told police in November of 2021 that he saw the knife being held while Rocky was pointing the alleged gun at him, and he was yelling at Rocky, right?
Correct. I believe that's the way it was described in that crime report.
So while Rocky's holding the alleged gun at him and pointing it at him, he's seeing a knife simultaneously.
You've seen it during that event, correct?
Not during that event. While the gun is being pointed at him, correct?
That's the way it's described in the report, yes, sir.
You also heard Mr. Ephron's testimony last Tuesday, January 28th, that he saw the knife being put away, and he then said, "What the F you got a knife for?" Remember that testimony last week?
Yes, sir.
And in November of 2021, Mr. Ephron told the police that Only after he said, why you got a knife, did that knife get put away. Recall that?
I don't recall that specifically, sir.
I'll show you a report.
Okay.
It's 77 in our database. It's please follow the investigation report from November 9th, 2020.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object.
Sustained. The objection is sustained.
What was it found for?
It's improper, usually it goes in his report.
This is not the proper person to either refute or confirm what Relli, Ephron told some other officer. So the objection is sustained. One second.
Okay, all right, move on. Anyway, you saw an arrest warrant on Mr. Mayers on April 13th, 2022.
Correct, that's the date it was signed.
And to be clear, law enforcement received Mr. Ephron's complaint 5 months earlier, November 8th, 2021.
When we received it, it would have been the 9th, it was, the initial report was taken on the 8th, correct?
The 8th or the 9th, whatever, 9th of November 2021, you guys, PD, like the station house guy, November 8th, right?
Correct.
On that same day, law enforcement received, November 8th, 2 9mm Luger shell casings from Ms. Ephron.
Correct.
The next day, you along with Detectives Camacho and Henry spoke to Ms. Ephron again at Len.
Yes, telephonic.
By the way, that same day, November 9th, Mr. Ephron told you he decided not to become involved in Rocky's music business any longer. You know what I'm saying that?
Transfer officer here saying,
I believe the statement's the last thing.
And also on November 9th, 2021, law enforcement received surveillance video pertaining to the incident from 1616 East Del Mar
Correct.
and Hollywood Boulevard on November 18th,
Yes.
6200. Yeah, on November 18th. And on November 10th, 2021, law enforcement obtained authorization to search T-Mobile information for Elijah Longo or ASAP Bill's phone number.
Correct, we search warrant. Correct.
Sorry.
Yes.
And specifically, the T-Mobile information law enforcement obtained authorized to search Elijah Longo, ASAP Bill's, his call detail records and his GPS location.
Correct.
And the GPS location data, I should say.
Yes.
And those records, the GPS location data that you all were able to obtain, show that Elijah Lunga, ASAP Bill's cell phone, was near Selma Avenue in Vista Del Mar at approximately 10:12 p.m. on November 6th.
I believe that's correct.
And those records also show that Bill's, I'm just going to refer to Bill's so far, so this is a little bit. ASAP Bill's cell phone was near Mr. Mayer's residence at 11:11 p.m. later that night.
Yes, subsequently after this.
In addition to law enforcement gaining access, by the way, you also gained access to Mr. Ephron's cell phone, correct?
Subsequent to his arrest, the physical phone, yes.
Yes.
No.
No, Mr. Ephron.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Correct, he did, voluntarily.
Right. That was in November 2020.
Yes.
Correct. So you had access to his phone.
Yes, we did.
By the way, did he mention that he had deleted any messages before you had that phone?
I don't remember asking him specifically if he had.
Could be volunteer.
I don't recall that it was volunteer.
Particularly with the guy who was making the complaint about this guy, ASAP Rocky. Did he mention they had deleted messages between him?
Correct, nothing was volunteered as far as that.
And you wouldn't know to ask that, obviously, right?
He was cooperative and provided his phone. Yeah,
You wouldn't know to ask that, I said.
I wouldn't know.
Right. And the information on that phone contained Mr. Ephron's communications, as far as you knew, with Mr. Mayers with Ills and 12.
Correct.
And as of November 2021, law enforcement had Mr. Ephron's statement, 1, correct?
Correct.
Cell phone records, 2, yes.
I believe so, by that,
Video of the incident,
some of it is correct.
well, which video did you not have by the end of November 2021?
At the end of November, correct. I actually remember 17, but that's.
No. So, because the last video you got on November 8th, right?
Correct.
So let's again. In the month of November 2021, you had the collective police officers and law enforcement
Correct.
had Mr. Ephron's statement. Yes.
Yes, sir.
You had cell phone records in this case.
Yes.
You had video of the incident,
Correct.
and you had 2 shell cases provided by Mr. Efron.
Correct.
But you still waited another 5 months until April 2022 to arrest Mr. Mayers.
Yes, I mean, there were other factors involved.
Yes or yes?
Yes.
And during those 5 months, from November 2021 until Mr. Mayers' arrest in April of 2022, law enforcement recovered nothing else, no additional evidence to use against Mr. Mayers, correct?
Correct.
In fact, during those 5 months, law enforcement never contacted 12E, never tried to find 12E or contacted him, correct?
No, we never were able to contact him.
Able, did you try?
No, I'm sorry. At that point, no.
Okay. And you understood that 12E was present during the incident, obviously?
Correct. We understood. They were present. They were all appointed.
And obviously, he would be an important potential witness in this case.
Could be.
Who's there? Right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified as the case detective, it's your job to look at all relevant information, right?
Correct.
So to be clear, you arrested Mr. Mayers without even trying to speak to 12E.
Sustained.
Let's now move over to the house search that you conducted, okay? So this was on April 21st, you conducted the extensive search of Mr. Mayers' residence, correct?
Yes, April 20th, 2022.
And during the search, aside from what we all saw, and we'll get into that when we ask you about those things, you also saw boxes in his residence, right?
I'm sorry?
Boxes, like cardboard boxes.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to just show you a picture of these things. You know, I guess we'll identify them as we go through the exhibit to each one.
Oh, these are not marked.
Correct.
All right, your next exhibit is W's in Willie.
Is it easier for you to see back there, or is it just read it?
It's easier to see.
Okay, so you can turn around with it. This is W, Jordan?
Yes, W.
Okay. That's one of the photos you see, things packed in cardboard boxes there.
Correct.
Did you learn whether or not Mr. Mayers was in the process of a move this morning?
I was not aware that he was in the process.
How about the next one, Liz? That would be defense.
X, as an X-ray.
You see those boxes there?
Yes, I did.
By the way, can I go back to the last photo, the W, I think? Those cardboard boxes that you see in this photo, did you search those?
The closed boxes, no.
I'm going to just look for, I know you said on that, yes. Closed boxes. Did you say- Oh, closed boxes.
Yes, the
Oh, I
sealed
thought you said
boxes.
closed, okay, closed. Closed boxes, sealed, okay. So you did not search those?
No.
Okay, next, please. No, the other lessons. Okay, this one too. Did you search any of those bags or boxes there?
I don't recall going through them myself. I know the rooms that were gone through.
I'm sorry?
I did not go through that room myself. I don't recall going through that room. But I know each room was searched by part of the team.
So if that room was searched and those boxes were searched, would there be a report on that?
If there was anything, again, found, relative to the investigation items that we were highlighted that we were looking for? Yes.
Well, you agree that those sealed boxes obviously weren't searched, correct?
Correct.
The next one, please, which will be defense.
Why as in young?
Wise and Young. Same thing here, Wise and Young, as well as when that box wasn't searched right there, correct?
Correct.
All right. Next,
C's and zebra.
C's and Zebra. Those suitcases, were they opened and searched, do you know?
I don't recall specifically from my memory.
Next,
AA, Adam.
AA. Same question. The
Correct.
sealed boxes were not opened and searched, correct?
Correct.
All right. Is that it? One more.
BB.
There's a lot of stuff. Hold on, I got to come up with a little bit. A lot of colors and a lot of things there, but any of these sealed boxes that you see in the photo there?
No, sir.
They were not searched. And during the search, law enforcement did not recover a 9mm firearm, correct?
That's correct.
You did recover a 9mm, Glock 9mm magazine,
That's correct.
and it was full, correct?
Yes, those two capacities, 6
Right.
rounds.
Did you ever take the prints off of that magazine?
No.
Never printed that magazine?
No.
You were capable of doing that, correct?
Yes, sir. Since it came from his bedroom, I didn't have it processed.
Okay. And there were 6 Sig Luger 9mm cartridges, right?
In the magazine?
Yeah,
Yes.
in the magazine, right? The 9mm cartridges were not loose or anything, they're
No.
inside that magazine. And that 9mm magazine, those 6 cartridges in the box, they were found in the box containing other magazines and other cartridges that were not 9mm.
That's correct.
We showed the pictures of the 2. So what I'm going to do next, I'm just going to show you real quickly something that Bruce already seen, but you may have seen it too then. Just the pictures of the 2 shell casings recovered by Mr. Ephron and the 6 shell casings recovered inside the magazine.
Okay.
So the ones on the left there, or say C. You see those?
This is the defense exhibit?
It is, right?
Okay, this is going to be CC, Charlie Trevor.
Okay, CC, right. So the ones on the left, right there, so yes, those are the Sig Luger 9mm cartridges?
Yes, these are the live rounds that were recovered from the magazine that contained within the magazine.
Okay. And those are different cartridges, obviously. The brand of the one on the right is what's called FC or Federal.
Yeah, FC Luger
Right,
on the right are the spent casings,
right. And SIG is the other one.
and the live rounds are SIG, I'm sorry, SIG.
6 hour?
6 hour Luger.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Okay. You also recovered was 2 rifle magazines as well.
Correct.
As part of your investigation, you learned that Mr. Mayers was licensed to possess firearms. As part of your investigation, did you learn whether or not Mr. Mayers was licensed to carry firearms?
Objection,
Calls for yes or no.
Nothing I can confirm, but I heard he did.
You did, okay. And did those 2,
Anything after nothing I could confirm as being non-responsive.
Sustain, the answer's true.
and
Calls for yes.
the 2, the one gun, what was it called? You know the name of that 44 Magnum?
Desert Eagle.
Desert Eagle. Desert Eagle. That was Mr. Mayers. That was registered to Mr. Mayers.
Correct.
Right? Registered to Mr. Mayers.
Yes.
Jack is again closer here, so overruled.
And the rifle was also registered to Mr. Mayers.
Same objection.
Overruled. That's correct.
Okay. Meaning legally registered to him, correct?
Yes, all those weapons are registered.
And the other weapon, gun, whatever you call it, that was recovered was the shotgun.
It was a shot.
And that was registered to an individual named Lewin.
I don't remember who specifically was registered to, but it was a legal.
It was a legal weapon.
Correct.
Also, all three were legal weapons.
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, that shotgun was given back to its rightful owner before he left the scene, correct?
I don't recall that Mr. Levin took. That's just my recollection.
Okay, it's okay. Well, what would refresh your recollection?
I don't know if there's anything. Obviously, Mr. Levin took possession of the house when we left. He took charge of the house, so what he removed after that, I'm not aware of.
Okay. I'm talking about what he removed. I'm talking about what you removed. You removed the two guns registered to Mr. Mayers, correct?
No.
You're saying you left them in the house?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes.
So you left those two, the Magnum and the rifle in the house?
Yes.
And obviously the shotgun you left there as well?
Yes, those are all legal weapons. And
All legal
not
weapons.
part of what our search warrant encompassed.
Okay, okay. By the way, you never asked Mr. Ephron if he had firearms back in November of 2021, did you?
I don't recall asking him. I do recall making inquiries as far as runs or checks. And I don't recall finding any guns registered to him during that period of time.
Or on the read the preliminary hearing, page 271, lines 2 to 4. Everyone's right.
What purpose is this for?
Impeachment, you just say, don't pull that.
It would be, it's not impeachment, it's a refresher.
Just volume 1 or volume 2? What's the page?
Page 271, Your Honor, lines 2 through 4.
Is this Detective Flores testifying?
Sorry, yes, of course.
What lines?
2 through 4.
Fair game. It's fair game.
That
No.
You were asked by
You
the,
follow it up if you want.
did you ever ask Mr. Ephron if he had firearms back in 2021? Answer, not specifically. Now, you were here the other day when it was revealed that Mr. Ephron was on a firing range in Los Angeles in October, late October 2021, correct?
Correct.
By the way, the search of the house had 21 officers, more or less.
More or less.
When you spoke to Mr. Ephron on November 9th, 2021, Mr. Ephron told you that he believed he was grazed on his left hand knuckle area.
Object, suits, facts, non-negatives. I'm not talking about anything.
I'm sorry? He did not lie?
You have to inquire whether he said that. You're saying when the detective spoke to him, it assumes that that's what Ephron said. So ask him if Ephron said that.
Okay, this is short.
I know.
Okay. So on November 9th, 2021, did Mr. Ephron tell you that he believed he was grazed on his left knuckle area?
Yes.
And despite supposedly being grazed by a bullet on November 6, 2021, Mr. Ephron did not seek medical attention until returning to New York.
Actually, yes.
And even though Mr. Ephron waited to fly across country to receive medical treatment, obviously there are hospitals in Los Angeles that could have treated him, this injury, whatever it was.
Yes, sir.
The fact is, Mr. Ephron only went to the hospital after Detective Menifee on November 9, 2021, during a phone call, told him that he needs to go get medical attention or medically treated because of the type of case that this is, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Okay, Your Honor, there's tape in evidence that I'll play a portion of. We have the clip.
I would object seriously.
In evidence.
The jury's already heard, so
It's in evidence.
technically, it is hearsay, go on to something else. The jury's already heard it, you can play it in final argument.
Okay, did you hear it? Did you hear it?
I remember the comment, I remember that line of questioning, and I think I made a comment prior to that as well.
Okay.
And I think in the context that he was making a comment about his injury, and I think I also suggested he should get it looked at, and I think that's when Detective Menifee also made her statement.
Her statement was that he needs to go get medically treated because of the type of case that this is, correct?
I believe that's the context.
And with regard to his statements, Mr. Ephron first reported this incident to the police, again, just to be clear, 2 days later, November 8, 2021.
Correct.
He didn't call 911,
No,
didn't go to the police on November 6, 2021.
that's correct.
Waited 2 days before reporting to law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And when he did finally walk to a police station in Los Angeles to report to law enforcement, he did so in person with his attorney, Bryant.
Yes.
And you were here last week when Mr. Ephron testified on cross-examination that he did not recall telling law enforcement that he told an attorney, Bryant, who told him to retrieve the shell casings from the scene. Were you here, sir?
Object is irrelevant.
Were you here when he said that?
I believe I was.
But when Mr. Ephron reported the incident to the police, he did, in fact, make that claim, correct? He told the police that after the alleged shooting, he called attorney Brian Hurwitz, and that Mr. Hurwitz told him to return to the scene of the altercation and retrieve the shell casings. Do you remember that?
Vague
Sure.
as to what he's talking about. Vague, Your Honor.
Read it back, please.
When Mr. Ephron reported the incident to the police, he did in fact make that claim, correct? He told the police that after the alleged shooting, he called Brian Horowitz, and that Mr. Horowitz told him to return to the scene of the altercation and retrieve the shell casings.
What's the legal name?
Vague. He's saying
It is, yeah.
police.
It is.
He told you that Brian Hurwitz, his attorney, instructed him to return to the scene to retrieve the shell casings, correct?
I'm trying to recall the exact context. I know he made several calls, and he was given advice to go back. I don't remember the sequence of phone calls with Mr. Horowitz.
Okay, let me see if I can refresh your recollection. I'm going to show you your report. Okay. 75, it's the August 5th, 2022.
Is this the first page?
Second page.
22. So we're,
Yeah.
Hey, okay, B, sounds like JT is winding down his cross here.
That's why I thought we were waiting in the background and we should get on.
Yeah,
sounds
you know,
like
when you go to
we're-
the pad and you look around and you say, just a minute, I don't know, I get the
Check.
feeling he's trying to time it out with the end of the day here.
I think he's made his points and we can talk about them when we get off. And then there may be
Yep.
some redirect, but I'm not sure how relevant it is at this point. And, this is going to be the last witness, is our understanding, and then the prosecution is going to rest. I don't know if they're going to do it today or probably more likely tomorrow.
Yeah, I heard
And
there
then
might be
defense
somebody
will-
in the morning, I heard.
That's what I heard, but then it keeps changing, whether they're gonna have the firearms examiner, the firearms comparative analysis. Let's see what Mr. Tacopina does now. Oh, he goes to let somebody else look at this. This is a report, by the way, that's different than testimony. Totally different than testimony for the LAPD. And it's kind of important because, you know, whether Relli ever even returned to the scene. There's a question whether Relli, if he did return, was he only there for 2 minutes.
Yeah, that is a very confusing fact, or lack thereof.
Yep, whoops, my earpiece came out.
That's my issue. I don't want to do a speaking section. You want to
The sound, by the way, is pretty poor today, this afternoon. That's not us.
Whoopsie doopsie.
We came in on just in time. Now we're.
Yeah, they're arguing about something, but yeah, let's talk about that. Hey, LKB, how you doing? Make that official.
Good, Michael Bryant. How are you?
Good. So, yeah, this question about this, according to Flores, Detective Flores, you know, Relli never returned to the scene.
Right.
Well,
Go to the scene, but never returned back. And then, so that would say, well, then he couldn't plant the shell casings. But then, how did he get them?
yeah. So, you know, I don't know if this is highlighting, you know, the law enforcement gaps in their process. But
then there was one theory that maybe he did return because he said it was him for 2 minutes on the scene. So maybe one said he didn't return, one said it was for 2 minutes, and one testimony in court said he did return. So which is it? A, B, or C? Yes, no, or I don't know.
I don't know.
No.
So what about the search of the house? And there was an interesting question.
Well, go back to that because you had to go back to what you were talking about. I interrupted you because
what was I talking about?
that he Relli says the report says they said the report's wrong. They didn't go back to the scene.
Yeah,
and he did go back to the scene, but he went back for 2 minutes in the video. And then one is well, what the trial testimony he did go back to the scene. So what is it? What?
Yeah, and was he seen on video or was he not seen on video? And we already know the girlfriend was not, and it sounds more and more like the girlfriend is out. She will not be making any contribution.
Well, if you were her lawyer, given what you saw and heard, would you have her testify under penalty of perjury?
I'd already be in some other country, you know, vacationing, waiting for the dust to settle here. Because, I mean, she's just been raked over the coals, and, you know, for her profession, if in fact she is a sex worker, I don't know, but apparently her social media was scrubbed after somebody outed her.
Right.
Anyway, so yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to hear from her. Here's something I think is very interesting, and that has to do with the search warrant. You know, they go to the house, they find the 3 guns, and they find some ammunition.
Whose house?
Oh, I'm sorry. They go to Rocky's house. So, you know, when I see those pictures, I'm always thinking, gosh, do I want the cops in my house taking pictures? Just in general, it's messy, or just, you know, it's not, you know, it doesn't look like HGTV's after. You know, it looks like a house that you live in. But, you know, when they're exposed in court like this, it's just, you know, it's a whole different scrutiny. Anyway, so they find, you know, a handgun by the bed, and they find the shotgun over on the kind of some sort of, I don't know, shelf.
And he's got a license for the handgun.
Yeah, and the shotgun was actually in somebody else's name. So, okay, we're going back in again.
I'm hearing paces ruffling. Oh, the camera's going down. Oh, we're showing the officer something.
A report to refresh his recollection. See, he's asking him not to read it out loud.
So when you go back to this house, he says these 2 pictures of the house. Whoops, we're back. I think we're going to have a question.
I read that because it refreshed your recollection that Mr. Ephron mentioned that he was told by his attorney to return to the scene of the altercation and retrieve the gun.
Yes, that's not what that even says, Your Honor. And you read it.
Oh, you want me to read verbatim? You just said yes, first of all. That's exactly.
The answer yes? The answer is yes. Go on to something. The objection's overruled.
That was simply a question about whether Relli was advised by an attorney, not Chu and Vasquez, who he is currently representing him, but that Relli was told, go back to the scene and find those casings.
Right.
You and Detective Manfrey eventually interviewed Mr. Ephron's attorney, Bryant, on March 22nd.
Sure, you were all please.
Sustained.
In any event, law enforcement secured Mr. Ephron's phone records from the night of the incident, November 6, 2021.
Correct.
And the incident happened at 10:17 p.m. That's I think we established 25 seconds more or less. Sir?
Yes, roughly from one incident to the second incident to the end.
And as you say, Mr. Ephron, an individual returned to the scene at 11:09, correct?
Correct, based on the video camera.
Based on the video camera. And you'd agree, by the way, that Mr. Ephron's phone records do not show a single call between him and Bryant Hurwitz between 10:17 and 11:09.
Not that I recall, no, sir.
And in fact, Mr. Hurwitz's phone number, which in the report, I'm not going to say it out loud here, appears in Mr. Ephron's phone records on November 10th, 2021 at 12:19 p.m. LA time.
I'm not sure about the exact date, so check this.
So,
I'm not exactly sure about the date and time of that first call with Mr. Hurwitz on that line.
okay. Do you want to stick with it, you can show them the report? The time.
I don't want to say that. You know, you should.
Want to do the report 105, please? Let's see if I can speed this along. Do you remember, in search of Mr. Ephron's phone records, there not being a call to Mr. Hurwitz until a few days later?
I recall some point after, yes.
After.
Correct.
All right, that's fine.
At least directly, that showed up directly.
Right. But certainly not on November 6th, going to one on November 7th.
Again, nothing directly.
Directly as opposed to indirectly.
A three-way call, somebody, three-way to call, anything like that.
Did you see any indication of a three-way call on the phone records?
I don't know that it would necessarily reflect three-way calls, just a direct call to somebody. But again, not that I'm aware of until after.
Well, did you see any calls between the time of 10:17 and 11:09, for example? What's that wrong?
I don't recall seeing any calls between that time.
As detective, you'd agree, when conducting an investigation of an alleged shooting, you wouldn't want anyone who's not law enforcement moving evidence or taking evidence from the scene, right?
Correct.
Because that could tamper with and hinder your investigation.
It can.
Now, you interviewed Mr. Ephron's girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
Mrs. Parker.
Yes.
You never took Ms. Parker's phone?
No.
Okay. So therefore, obviously, you never examined it to see what texts or calls have been made from it.
Not from her phone, physically, no.
You said you saw the videos in this case,
Yes.
all of them.
Yes.
You never saw a video with Ms. Parker returning to the scene.
None that were collected, no.
And I want to ask a question, but I'm not one out of the court's ruling, and it's a question that would be prejudicial to them if I asked it. And you,
All right, why
So
don't
what
you
I-
come on off the record, let me know what it is.
yeah.
Okay, then. So.
Sorry, Michael Bryan.
Yeah,
I
were you
have an
tying your
allergy
shoes?
attack.
What are you doing?
I have an allergy attack going
All right.
on. That's me behind the tissues.
What allergies are there this time of year?
I don't know. My makeup? I don't
Makeup
know.
allergies.
Could be
Yeah, I guess.
an allergy to cases, I don't know. I don't know.
I know maybe you're like Relli and you're allergic to the truth. Maybe
Oh,
that's.
no,
maybe
no, no,
that's-
no. I'm definitely allergic to the truth, and I'm not allergic to conflict, and I'm not allergic to fighting for right, which we, of course, do all the time here at Justice Serve TV. We try to tell it like it is, right?
Yes, we do, whether you like it or not. And
Right.
so I didn't hear it. I was kind of distracted by your gymnastics there, and I didn't notice. Was that a break or was that end of day?
No, it wasn't a break. They were just looking for something. But
Oh,
I have
okay.
to sneeze again, so I am going to go below.
Okay, well, I think they might be coming back. I'm hearing noise. Let's see if they've got a plan to wrap this up.
You saw that, I think we discussed, I don't know if Mr. Persona played it for you, but the in-person interview you did with Mr. Ephron in December of 2021, where you showed the video of what was initially him returning to the scene. You saw that here?
Correct.
Okay. And when he was watching the video, he said initially that was him, correct?
Yes, that's what, he indicated by the form of the question. You're talking about the interview on December 17th?
The interview on December 17th regarding the person returning at 11:09.
Correct.
So
Yes.
that was him, right?
That was, again, what he was indicating in the form of his questioning.
You heard Mr. Ephron's testimony regarding that and the evolution of that belief. He first testified here before the jury that that was him. And Mr. Persona asked him if he was sure that that was him. You recall that, and then he subsequently changed to that's not. It's not argument, that's saying it's not.
Sustain to the word evolution.
Changed? Changed. Changed, which I thought was a synonym for evolution. Changed into it wasn't. You saw that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard Mr. Ephron say his girlfriend was there, but he then said maybe she was in the parking lot. You remember Mr. saying that?
Correct.
Meaning that may be the reason why she's not on video?
Correct.
Okay. And then Mr. Persona asked him about the clothes being different, like he did with you just now. Do you remember what Mr. Ephron initially said?
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
He was just asked on the record.
I don't recall his exact response.
Do you remember him saying, I'm sure that was me, but I probably went and changed my clothes? Do you remember testifying to that?
I'm sorry, I don't, sir.
Okay, it's okay. During your in-person interview with Mr. Ephron on December 2021, you asked him why he continued to follow Mr. Mayers even though he had a gun, right?
Yes.
Because according to you, you told him that would seem to be an odd thing to do.
Yes.
Okay. And when you asked him that, why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing a gun, Mr. Ephron couldn't give you a clear answer. What he said was, I don't know why.
Objection, argument, and hearsay.
The first part of the question is argumentative. Excuse me. The first part of the question is argumentative. The second part is not. Read the question back.
What was just on that argument?
When you asked him that, why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing a gun? Mr. Ephron couldn't give you a clear answer. What he said.
That part?
That part about Ephron couldn't give
You
a...
get what I just asked.
Ask the question again.
I'm going to ask it again. When you asked Mr. Ephron, why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing a gun, what he said was he didn't know why.
Correct.
With respect to the video recovered in this case, which you've seen the image of Mr. Mayers holding an object, which according to you appears to be a gun, you agree, without having that object, you cannot help that it's not a gun, correct?
On the first incident?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
On the video where you see Mr. Mayers holding what appears to be a gun.
Correct, on the parking structure, the first video camera, yes. I
Right.
mean, without anything else appearing on that video, other than him holding what I believe to be a handgun, I cannot determine whether or not that's an operational gun or armable gun, correct.
And with regard to the video incident, after reviewing the footage captured from 16 Vista Del Mar, that law enforcement prepared a document entitled Video Download Information Summary. Remember that?
Yes,
And in that document, law enforcement described what it could observe in the footage. Which one? Here's several. Here's. You prepared a document describing what you could observe in the video footage, correct?
correct, notes that kind of detail what specifically can timestamp at certain points of different angles, angle for angle, and then obviously looking at everything collectively from all the angles together.
And, for example, what you saw appeared to be a struggle on the street at 2217.
Correct,
Specifically, what that video shows is Mr. Ephron apparently struggling with bills, ASAP bills.
yes,
And you also detailed approximate distances observed within the video, right?
roughly,
And you listed various times of various events seen on the video.
correct,
You described that as a subject, you described that a subject was in a dark colored jacket or sweater.
correct,
In preparing the report, obviously you wanted to document anything that you observed on the video which was considered important with respect to the case.
yeah, just give a rough timestamp of what the events took place, and give it a holistic view at the end of which we can look at all the pieces together and tell the story.
But in the report, you didn't want to leave anything important out.
Well, again, these are just notes to mark timestamps, so yes, what I thought was important relative to that frame.
And clearly, as part of the investigation with Detective Flores, if a gun or a shooting were observed on the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar, that's something you would have documented in your summary, correct?
Again, sir, it's collectively, I mean, that's part of A, where the incident began, where we observed the gun, B, where the struggle took place, and you can see various individuals running in different directions. And then as we move up, collectively, we see the next video with sound where we can hear the gunshots. I mean, it's collectively, not just one piece.
Okay, so let me just make sure you understood my question.
Okay.
Again.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. You don't have to be sorry. Clearly, as part of the investigation, if a gun or a shooting were observed on the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar, that's something you would have documented in a summary. Yes?
Yes,
That's it. But that summary that you have, by the way, certainly does not document that a shooting was observed, right?
I mean, not from that angle, it's documented what can actually be observed from that angle, which is, I mean, the view is fuzzy, it gives you an overview of the motion that's going on, but again, pieced together with everything else, it's,
But that document, that summary, does not document that a shooting was observed, right?
correct, it does not.
In fact, that summary does not even document that a gun was observed in the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar.
Correct, that first angle, correct.
So you agree there's, in the video, from the video, there's no evidence in the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar that an actual gun was being discharged, correct?
Judge, your audience and video speaks for itself.
Nothing that I could observe in detail that I can see as a gun. Again, it's in frame with everything else, maybe,
Well, here's my question.
correct.
Okay. Laser in on my question.
All right, so-
Right? Almost done.
So,
You
Michael
agree
Bryant, why don't we
from the
leave this for the
16
moment?
Let's do that. In the words of one of my favorites, I just want it to be over.
The one that shows the whole
Yeah,
struggle
I don't know that we're going to
of
learn any
folks.
revelations here in the balance of this cross or in any redirect.
From
No, we
that
haven't,
video
right.
of
We
an
got
actual
some
gun being discharged, correct?
explaining
Correct,
to
of
do.
that view by itself, no.
So if we can get that audio dropped down a little bit, I guess or we could just jump right out of it. Hey, yeah, let's because
Hey.
we have Afi Patterson standing by, so let's just hit on a couple of
Right.
things and then bring her in. And we
Right.
can chat because she has been in the courtroom. So go ahead. You had something you wanted to repeat?
So yeah, today, as if you go to our Justice Serve TV, formerly Twitter, ex-Twitter site, and my personal site, and yesterday and today, we have published two exclusive reports that we stand by, absolutely stand by, about whether or not the DA's office was asked whether they want to proceed with ethics because of ethics considerations first, and then whether they want to proceed after Relli's testimony second. Yesterday, during the final recross examination by Joe Tacopina, we have asked the DA's office for comment. They have not commented. They have not asked the judge to lift the gag order so they could comment, which is done. It has been done in Los Angeles. It's been done in the Michael Jackson trial. They could do. They have not. All right. We stand by those reports 1,101,000,000%. Okay?
And we asked the defense for response as well, and
Right.
they're abiding
They're
by
gagged.
the gag order.
They're
Yeah.
gagged. Okay. I'm sure they would love to respond. I would imagine, usually defense loves to respond. I've been a defense attorney for a long time, but they're gagged. So somebody has to undo the gag to have them respond. The gag was asked for by the DA's office. So they can unask for it if they want to refute those reports.
This is
And
important
quite frankly, anyone who's watched this trial, if I'm an attorney, we talked about this today, and I have a client who says, well, I want to get a bag, but I need an attorney to get that $30 million of the bag, or else it's extortion. I'm going to the ethics attorneys right now then.
Yeah. So, and another important reach out that we did was to Benchu and Camille Vasquez, because they're not gagged. And obviously, as they represent Mr. Ephron in the civil matter, what happens in this criminal case has direct impact on what's happening in that civil matter. They have not responded either. So,
okay. With that, I'm going to let you bring Afi on.
One of my favorite guests on Law and Crime, and I know you enjoyed her as well. And during the last few weeks, I felt like we were on together almost every day. It was great. Afi Patterson, a tremendous attorney in the Los Angeles area, and she has been in the courtroom for this wacky case. So let's get her in here. There she is. It's like old home week here, Afi. How are you?
Hello. Hi, Michael. I missed you so much. Linda, missed you. It's so good to see you guys.
It's so good to see you. And you're in the courtroom where we love to be, but we're over here on the East Coast.
So we got tons of questions about what you've seen in there and the reactions. And so let's start with the jury. Give me your take on the jury, and as you can, how this case has unfolded, if you've seen a change in their demeanor, their attention span, their note-taking.
No, I like this jury. They have taken copious notes. I've seen jurors with notebooks full of notes. I mean, 10, 20 pages.
Wow.
And they're incredibly attentive. They look at whatever attorney's up. They look at the witness to answer. They look at the exhibits on the screen, and they read the transcripts. So they are very, very involved. There is one juror who I see every now and then kind of checked out, but she still pays attention, let's say 85-90% of the time. But
what's the breakdown? Men, women, alts, all of that.
I haven't even paid much attention to the breakdown, but I think, I want to say maybe 4 men. I'm not sure. But that's something that I just really hadn't, taken account
mostly
of
women anyway. Mostly women.
I think it's mostly women.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you see any recoiling from them? Like if somebody gets up to the stand, any of the attorneys or the arguing, are they laughing at the arguing, or are they just like making it a tennis match? How's that going? Because there's been a lot of arguing in that courtroom.
They're so observant. They definitely watch everything like it's a tennis match. They'll look at, especially when it comes to Tacopina and Lewin, because they're the ones who have the most conflict. They'll look at Tacopina. They'll look at the judge. They'll look at Lewin, and it's like a match. And they're very attentive, but jurors take their cues from the judge. And I think the judge has been really light on Tacopina, but I also think that he's been pretty deferential because he has just a bombastic personality. He's incredibly aggressive, but he's been pretty calm for the most part, which is different to me because I've seen him be extremely animated, but he's definitely been deferential to the judge.
So don't forget to follow Afi at the Black Letter Law. Good luck with that. I
Right.
know you've had it for a while, but you really just started getting serious, right? About getting out there.
Who knows?
We understand.
It's a lot, it's a lot, and you don't want to let people down, but I really, really enjoy it. I love it.
Well,
So,
good. We definitely enjoy your work. So, Relli.
Relli, yes, Relli.
Come on. This guy was on the stand for a long time. To say he was controversial is an understatement.
Yeah.
Give us the jury reaction to the thing that is Relli.
Well, I think I'm assuming the jurors were kind of frustrated with him on his cross-examination because, the audience members were all just really frustrated. But what I saw more than anything was a person who had not been prepped. For a long time, I was like, who is prepping you? The judge really took, I think several times he said, stop volunteering information. That he absolutely wasn't prepped, and if he was prepped, it wasn't substantial. I think again, Tacopina is a very aggressive person, and if he finds your trigger point, he is going to unload the clip every time. And I think he found his trigger point, which was talking about lifestyle, talking about money, asking questions. The manner in which he asks questions can trip anybody up. He does, I think, a lot of compound questions. So I think Relli spent a lot of time, instead of telling what would be his truth, he spent a lot of time trying to not let Tacopina get away with anything. He spent a lot of time just being very combative and getting frustrated. Whereas I think a good prep would have had him ready. He would have anticipated questions. You when you have your client, you let them know the type of questions that they're going to ask, especially the uncomfortable questions, and you sit in that discomfort with them so they can get past it, so they can give a good delivery on the stand. I don't think anybody did that.
Yeah. And to your point, the reason I would agree, and we've talked about this before, even the points that were basic facts didn't seem to have been prepped. Like, why isn't the girlfriend in the video? And if she wasn't, where was she? I mean, just simple factual,
Right.
These were not tricky questions.
No.
Well, but it could also be if you're a prosecutor and you think that he's telling the truth, that he was shot at and grazed, but you think he may be lying about some other aspects. Maybe you don't prep him on those aspects, like whether the girlfriend came back. Maybe you don't ask him those questions beforehand, because all you're really interested in is the final truth, as opposed to the details which got him there. So, and given the way Relli's been acting, I would be concerned, as I've said in the show, I'd be concerned both as a civil attorney, as a prosecutor, about whether or not he was making some stuff up, or about whether or not he was, maybe wanting the bag and calling it extortion, but you have to have a lawyer to extort. I mean, I thought that was pretty damning, and maybe as a prosecutor you have to tread that line.
I just saw a defensive, unprepared person. I mean, he could have. It's like he didn't review his statement. It's like he didn't review the transcript from the preliminary hearing. It's like he, because again, Tacopina, every time he said no or I don't remember, he said, well, let's pull out the transcript. I mean, and these were, like you said, Linda, very simple things. Right. So to me, again, just unprepared.
I felt like I was at the preliminary hearing. There was so much of it that was reread during his cross-examination. Okay, so we got a lot to talk about with Relli, but of course, more important, Rihanna. She was there, I think, 3 days, right? So what was it like in court when she was there? Was it something perceptible, or was she just like, one of the folks in the gallery?
No, she was just a partner in the gallery. I did stare. I don't care. It's Rihanna. But I think a lot of people did. But she seemed like a very concerned person, a very concerned partner in the gallery. There were times she wears little black spectacles. She would be engaged. She would be leaning forward. She sat, I think for 2 days, she sat in between what I think is his mom and sister. And another day, I think she sat on the outside of his mother. But they seemed pretty close, pretty tight knit. But the gallery was fine. It was just an ordinary trial day with her there.
How many people are in there watching? How many people are in the gallery watching the trial?
It's full, but it's not as full as you would think. And I think that's because it's televised. So you've got a good bit of media, you've got a good bit of public defenders and DAs from the courthouse who want to observe. And then you've got the public, maybe about 10 people from the public. So, it's pretty full, but it's not like it was, or like it would be during something that's untelevised.
Yeah. And Afi, we talked about O.J. Simpson because, you can't show the gallery as a result after that case. But is the gallery making any reaction? For instance, let me give you an example. When the judge would say, stop, 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 or call and say, you call, his name is Mr. Tacopina. That's the one thing I remember. He's not disrespecting you. You don't disrespect him. Is the gallery making any reactions the jury could see?
Again, the jury, I've never seen anything like this. Just a jury that's so invested in what the attorneys are saying and what's happening in the courtroom, except the gallery. I don't think that they're paying attention to us. I think that they're invested in what's presented to them. But it's the audience, us in the gallery, we definitely have our reactions. And especially when Relli was on his cross-examination, we were extremely frustrated. There was that infamous day when the jury was let out and Tacopina and Lewin got into it. And it was just, and the judge is yelling, it was a lot. So I think the gallery, we've gotten pretty frustrated.
Yeah, tell us more about that, because the camera was not on all the time.
Y'all don't get the juice. Oh my gosh. Okay. It was, I don't know why it was heated, but the jurors were ushered out and, we were kind of staying because we get to hear a lot of the motions when the camera is cut off. And I don't know, they were just going back and forth. And then Joe did like this to Lewin.
Yeah, what was that? What was all that about? What was the reference and what was?
I think it started something where Lewin, at least it's reported, said something. I think it was. I looked at your blog, your notes on Twitter as you were taking X, I should say.
Yeah.
You were taking them. Lewin said something to Tacopina that your prop gun defense is not going to fly, and then Joe said something back, and then Lewin said something about Joe being on steroids, and then Joe said something about Lewin going to Robert Durst's wife's house for a vacation or something. That's what I read. I remember reading.
Yes. So, and it all started with, so Relli has the girlfriend who, and we believe it's the girlfriend who supposedly went to discover the shells with him. They tried to introduce a picture. That's what happened. So Tacopina tried to get Relli to identify a picture of her. And I'm assuming it was just some type of inappropriate picture. I say inappropriate.
You mean like the Kanye West, Bianca Sensori photograph at the Grammys?
Maybe something like that.
Yeah,
so I think that frustrated Lewin. And I know Tacopina yelled, "Stop protecting her." And, that's how it started. And that's when they engaged in the back and forth. And it was a lot. I've never seen that between two attorneys where it was at that level. So, but trial, you get heated, you get passionate.
Oh yeah, and these two guys, I mean, they're big personalities. There's no doubt about it. We've been speculating as to why John Lewin parachuted into this case. I mean, you practiced there in LA. I don't know if you've worked with or against Polly P in the past, but it was his case. Then Gascon loses the election. Hochman comes in, and then almost weeks after that is when Lewin parachutes in. Any insight you have as to why that might have happened?
I have no idea. I have no idea, and I don't want to guess.
Okay, fair enough. But it certainly changed the complexion of the case. You probably agree with that, right? Can you imagine Polly P doing this entire case as we've seen it?
No, okay, but I'm glad you gave me a little bit of that background because for the most part, Lewin's just been sitting there kind of like an attending physician, and you have your senior resident handling everything, and he's definitely been on top of all of the objections. But it's just been very, very charged. I don't know. I can't speculate on why he came in, but it's with Tacopina involved. It's a very high profile case with Rihanna involved, and ASAP Rocky is famous in his own right. So maybe that's a little bit of speculation for you, a little bit of dust I threw your way.
Yeah, I know, Linda, you're going to be bailing out on us, so jump in here with a bunch of questions.
I have to leave you a little early. I'm going to leave you with Michael, but of course you're in fabulous hands. But we did have a
Good
question
hands.
here. Somebody has a great point. Afi, what are your thoughts on the plea offer to Rocky? Should he have taken it or not? As you sit here at this point in the trial.
I would say I don't know. It's interesting, but I think Rocky is definitely putting a lot of faith in his attorney's judgment and confidence. So it's a lot to ask of someone to take a plea deal, especially if you don't have any felony convictions and you believe that you didn't do anything wrong, or there's not enough evidence to prove you did anything wrong. I don't know if you should have taken the plea deal.
We all have clients that sit there, and they're I'll take a pen, they have the legal pad and they're trying to give you notes and all. What is A$AP Rocky's demeanor in the courtroom next to his attorneys? Is he one of those? Is he one of those clients that doing that and turning notes over, or is he sitting and letting his attorneys just take the lead?
He seems so comfortable with letting his attorneys take the lead.
What do you think about his chances of testifying? 0 to 10.
Zero. Zero. It would be nuts to put him up there.
Okay,
Zero.
so let me ask you this. Go back to day one of the trial before what we've seen has unfolded. Would that still be 0?
Always from day one, 0.
Okay.
Like
all right, that's your default switch position, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything that could change that? If the prosecution, I think, is supposed to either rest tomorrow or this is the last witness. I was unclear whether this was the last witness or they have another witness tomorrow, the firearms examiner comparator, or whether today was the last witness.
No. I'm trying to get a witness list, but no, there's nothing that would change that. I do want to know what your opinions are. I don't know if you guys have been following it, the shell casing issue. Tacopina keeps harping on the shell casing. Do you think, and I guess I don't think that he shaped it enough for us in the opening, the significance of the shell casing. So it's kind of like sowing a little bit of confusion, like, how are we supposed to take this? Because he brings up the fact that Relli was in LA in October, and he was at a gun range, and there might have been a 9mm there, but he went home to New York and then came back in November. And he's been implying, I guess, or I don't know, that somehow the shell casings from this trip in October, he maybe brought them back to New York with him and then flew back into California with them just in case an event like this would happen, and then he was able to plant that. So I just don't understand the shell casing and why we're harping on
my
them.
My view, first of all, is that he's probably waiting to see whether or not the state is going to call the firearms comparator on the shell casings, so if they're against what's found in A$AP Rocky's house. But I think he's trying to make it either they were done in LA and he kept him, or he was concerned about those being the ones, because there's this whole thing with the Dunkin' bag that came from New Jersey, the Dunkin' Donuts bag, and the range was in New Jersey. Remember, it's been reported that he has some traffic violation tickets in New Jersey, which is where I'm from, by the way. And then he shot at the range in New Jersey. But then it's hard to get the shell. Michael knows better than me, maybe on guns. I don't know. Can you get spent shell casings in your luggage back, Michael? No.
You mean to go through TSA?
Yeah, whether checked or not.
Technically, because
does your bag get checked?
Live ammunition, no, that's a no. But just shell casings, again, this assumes that they're discovered.
Right.
Even shell casings from a spent round should not be an issue, because they're no more dangerous than nail clippers, maybe less.
I guess the answer is why he could wait. He could do them for the range, or he could have done them from New Jersey. I don't know.
Well, if he
kind
did
of
it from
a
the
wonder.
range,
But wait, he'd have to know. He'd have to know that this situation is
yeah,
going to happen.
yeah. If he's doing
You
the
know, that's
range
the
in
first thing.
October, is he going to just collect shell casings? You never know when you might need these. You know.
Well, okay, so this is
Yeah.
my second idea with the shell casings. I think that they're trying to prove that the shell casings were planted, because if the shell casings were planted, that lends more credibility to the prop gun theory. But my position with the prop gun theory is, number one, you have to, I think I need evidence that it's an unmodified prop gun, and it's a prop gun that cannot fire any live rounds. If I don't have that, you know, whether these shells were planted or not doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I think that's all going to unfold depending on whether or not
Mm-hmm.
this ammo expert, I will call him or her, gets involved. And we know that during the opening, Afi, we didn't hear much about that because that was the ruling the court made, was that because this report was dumped on the defense so late, don't mention it in openings. And so they didn't. And that's probably why it was so vague. I think tomorrow we're going to find out one way or the other. If it remains vague and they don't call this person, you're right. For the jury, I think it's a big hole. You know, the question is, okay, if there are casings, can you connect those to the defendant? And I don't know. We've seen anything near enough to do that yet.
All right. I have to leave you both, okay? Because there's so many questions.
Yes, and I'm going to start running through these questions before
you
Afi gets
and
mad at me.
everyone. Let me just say that people were like waiting to come back and rushing to get back to meet you, Afi, to see you again, because you know we're trying to give everybody a platform to get back on. All of our great friends who are terrific lawyers, like you, a terrific lawyer.
I miss you guys so much. Like you.
So hopefully we'll see you soon.
Yes, we'll definitely get you back on. You know, maybe as this, I think it's, you know, it could be done by the end of the week, but we'll definitely need to corral you at the end of this trial. So, Linda, best of luck.
Bye. Thank you, Michael Bryant. I will see you tomorrow.
Okay, see you then. Have a good night.
Bye.
Okay, so let's jump into some of these questions here. This is from Christine Vasquez. She says, let me see if I can punch this up here. She says, so do you know anything about Rocky's mom in court telling Relli to have mercy on her son?
Absolutely not. I look at this woman
Seems
every
like a weird
day.
twisted little tidbit, doesn't it? But I'm asking.
I look at this woman every single day. She is dignified, distinguished, full of pride. There is no way she'd say anything like that to Relli, especially after his cross-examination performance. Never.
This you may not recall from pre-trial. It was during jury selection. Rocky's mom and sister were there, and the judge, Judge Arnold, wanted to know, who was in his courtroom, especially during jury selection. You know, that's generally odd for a lot of stray people to show up. So he wanted to know who it was, and he finds out, and he says, he said, well, how old were you when you had Rocky? 7? And then he, and then he complimented her. You're very beautiful, and that's on the record. So if you had missed that part of his performance or not, but that's how we first learned about Judge Arnold. That was our first.
Oh my God!
Yeah. So it was part inappropriate and part cute.
I see a good-looking woman with a teenager, and I'm always like, you look like a baby yourself, But I never ask, how old were you when you gave birth? But to each his own.
Yes. Well, I guess if you're the judge on the bench and it's your courtroom, you get hanging out there. Okay. Let's see. This relates to the casings and the ammo. The question from K. Schmidt. Was he saying that he had ammo for a 9mm, but not the weapon itself? And this relates to the search, I believe. What's your thought on that? Because apparently there were 3 weapons found, and there was 9mm ammo found. I'm not sure that it was all linked up. What's your take?
Yeah, so I think there was a shotgun, there was another gun, and then there was like a smaller handgun of some sort.
Yeah, there was a 44 Magnum, so it wasn't.
Yes.
And then there was a third gun. Yeah. And
then they found ammo for a 9mm Glock. Was it a Glock?
Yeah, specifically for I didn't write down the number. It was like a 48 or something, but it's specifically a Glock. Yeah, not just a 9mm, because there are lots of those out there. Glock narrows it down a little bit, but does that connect at all to the casings found, or do we not know that yet?
I don't know. I didn't see that part today, but I do remember in the opening, I remember Tacopina saying something like the rounds that were found at the house were different from the casings that were found at the scene. But I can't confirm that because I didn't get that part of the testimony today.
Yeah, I don't know if they actually got to it either, but I do remember
Mhm.
that part in the opening. This relates to what I think the person that may or may not be testifying tomorrow, LTO_UX_ER. I can
Hey,
never
LTO.
decipher the There's something
Latoxer. It's something
I
brilliant though. It's like
I'm sure it is. I'm just
lobster.
not smart enough to figure it out. There's a tactical
Either.
expert instructor on the jury, right? I thought this was that relating to a witness.
Oh,
What about the jury? Is there such a person on the jury?
I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know. I was only there for like 2 days of jury selection.
Okay.
But that's interesting that they
Yeah.
kept that person.
Yeah, that would be very interesting, especially if, in fact, the
Mm.
person testifying tomorrow has some sort of, scientific type
It
information.
could work both ways.
Oh yeah, yeah. Here's one. This one is specifically for you. It says, I saw a headline about Rocky's mom in the courtroom, not happy. This is another one that, maybe this is where somebody is seeing this, not happy about the rally. It was on something called The Dark Side. I never heard of them, seen it when I logged in. So have you seen
I can
anything
imagine
that would
that.
suggest that mom, I mean, in general, yeah, why would she be happy about anybody testifying against her son?
She's known him since he was a teenager. So they went to school together, I'm sure she knows him just on a very deeper level. I'm sure there's a sense of betrayal. So, he's not a stranger.
Yeah, and that
Not only was
is,
he in this
that
music
backstory.
group.
That backstory is interesting because it's easy to
Mhm.
spin this as these two guys coming up, struggling. They're inventive and entrepreneur like, and they want to get together as a group and do this music and producing and for whatever reason, one of them takes off, right? And the others
Mhm.
are still struggling, and so you have a very
Mhm.
human nature kind of jealousy, envy. The
Mhm.
question then becomes, what is somebody willing to do, to equalize the playing field, to get theirs,
Mhm.
right? So it's easy to spin that story.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of resentment and frustration on Relly's side, and I think he definitely expressed that in his direct exam, and he, on during the preliminary hearing. But I look at it like, one of my favorite books is The 48 Laws of Power, and I take it as, and I've said this before, Relly did not necessarily look at this situation in terms of good or bad and right or wrong. He looked at it in terms of opportunity. And I think that, again, also the defense, I think a lot of their defense is based on righteousness. They are angry and aghast and appalled that he is seeking money from Rocky. And I think that they're letting that trump the alleged wrong, which is the shooting. That's what I see in court.
And I think you can see how that could easily mask whatever the underlying case is, right? Are you still there? Did I lose you? Are you there? Hello? Are you back? You got me now? I got you. If you can. Are you there? Afi, calling Afi.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear
Okay.
me? My
Yeah, I got
Wi-Fi
you.
is
Yeah, there's
doing
froze
something
up for a second here.
funky.
I love technology. Okay, so yeah, it's easy to see how that could, the underlying facts could be overshadowed by this sense of a guy looking for what'd you call it, an opportunity. Let me ask you this, because this to me was so powerful and not helpful for Relly. I've lost her. Afi. She's in the void. Let's see if she pops back on here. So I want to ask her about, to me, what I think was a critical moment in the case where Relly was basically saying that the phone calls didn't happen, that if they did happen, it was, not him, it was AI. Let's see if maybe she tries to dial back in if she lost us here. Please dial back in again, Afi, if you have the technical capabilities to do so. So that to me was a pivotal point in this trial based on the testimony of the key witness, maybe the only important witness that this jury needs to hear from, because as we've said, you don't often have the alleged victim alive, as in this case. And so the question is, if the jury doesn't believe this guy, what else are you going to show the jury, if you're the prosecution, to get them over that beyond a reasonable doubt line? It is so difficult. Do you think it's going to be the cop today? Think it's going to be Detective Torres? I don't think so. He made a couple of points for the prosecution about the search, and yes, there were weapons there. So I guess if there are some weapons at Rocky's home, then maybe it's more than likely that the weapon was at Rocky's home. I think we have Afi back. Are you there? Can we bring her into the mix here? There you go. Are you back?
Oh my God.
What happened? You went off into
So
the void there for a little bit. Did you just need to go take a break? No? You're okay?
No.
So what I was getting at was, to me, it was a pivotal point in the trial when Relli said those phone calls with Wally were not him. In fact, he even suggested it was AI. Now, that's fine for the moment, because what it did was it kept Tacopina from being able to introduce them, because he couldn't lay the foundation with one of the two on the line. Well, what do? Well, you get the other guy. Well, that's Wally. Wally comes in. Yeah, that's him. Boom, boom, boom. All of this stuff's in. And I just think that's devastating for the testimony that Relli provided.
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
Okay,
Not
let's
at
get into this.
all.
Let's get into this. Why would he say that?
Well, let's think about it.
Okay.
If when you call a friend or when you call an acquaintance, an associate, anybody, you don't expect to be recorded, right? And how often it might be different for you and me, but people don't often listen to their own voices. It's foreign to them. So I would think if somebody came up to me and said, Afi, is this you? Did you have this conversation? And you've got to remember, it probably feels like an ambush to him.
As it was.
So I'm
It
assuming
was. Yeah.
I don't think it's completely out of the ordinary to say, no, that's not me. This is a lie. This is fake. I'm sure he's also thinking everything is a conspiracy. Everyone is against him. Because again, has he been properly prepped? Doesn't feel like it. So I think that Tacopina introducing those calls really didn't help the defense, because he introduced those calls and he played a few snippets, and then that's when Lewin stepped in and he played everything. And when he played everything, what we heard was the same story that he's been telling from day one, the same exact story. And we heard the fact that he wants his money. So,
Yes.
and then, the thing is, I just don't think it helped I don't think it helped the defense.
You don't
at
think it
all.
was as damaging as obviously I do.
No,
I
because
think
we
the
heard
way
the same story.
I think the
Well,
way
what was the damaging part?
Well, I think the way he denied it was equally damaging. Not just the words that he said, no, that's not me, it's AI. The attitude was just so in your face, aggressive, that I think it just reinforced, how could you say that's not you? I agree that he was probably fuming mad at his friend, business associate, Wally, who did record him. And Wally testified that the reason he did was to protect himself. What do you think of that?
That's what he said. That's the reason he gave. And, he also further explained that he was trying to mediate the situation. I think originally he denied knowing anything about the shooting. And then I think we later realized that he was trying to mediate on behalf, mostly, maybe arguably on behalf or in favor of Rocky. But I don't think he wanted, I think he wanted a good, calm resolution for both sides. He even suggested that Relli should get his paper. I don't think that he wanted the police involved. And again, that's why I don't think that this played well for the defense, because you don't know you're being recorded, yet you recite the same story that we've heard time and time again, and you do it passionately, emphatically. So I think it just rang truer than anything else we heard on the stand.
Interesting. We'll see what the jury does with that, because I think it was a polarizing moment, and maybe our discussion evidences that. Okay, so in the courtroom, Ben Chu, Camille Vasquez, have they been there? Were they there during Relli's testimony? In fact, that's not my question. I'm going to put that up here. That was
Yeah,
Simi Sharp. What was
they
that
were
like?
there. Hey, Simi, they were there. I like QQQ. That's there is I think an ETF called QQQ that I have. Anyway, um, they were there, I think, the first 3 days, and they were there for maybe the first either 2 days of his testimony. And then, when the cross came, I don't think they were there. I met Benjamin Chu. He was really, really nice, super engaging. But I think somebody needed to be there for him, during these cross and the redirects.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we felt that I think we can agree that the cross was pretty brutal. It had some, some moments. And if I were representing Relli in a civil case, I sent a note actually to both Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez, just saying, hey, in light of the cross-examination of your client in the civil case, any reaction, any comment? Of course, they didn't respond. I didn't really expect them to, but I wanted to give them a shout out. I interviewed Ben when I was at Law and Crime after the Depp case. I don't think I interviewed Camille, who became a superstar after that case, and they're both
She did good work.
Yeah, they're both very good attorneys. She was showcased, and Ben Chu already had a reputation, and she was like, "Who's this?" And then, bam, she was perfect for that case. Perfect because when dealing with Amber Heard, it was great to have a woman do that. And sorry, sexist as it may sound, that's just a tactical thing you do. Okay, so let's see if I got another question for you here.
Okay. I'm just thinking about, what Relli said on the stand. He said that there was no permanent injury. And I don't know if in the civil case, it's listed as a permanent injury, but he definitely said he's good. So
that doesn't help. Yes, that doesn't help that. And we were talking about that in the context of causation and damages. Okay, let's assume you prove the causation, that it was the gunfire that did it. And now you don't go to the hospital for 2+ days. It's like 2.5 days. And you do it because it seems like an attorney told you should. And it reminded me of some personal injury cases that I might handle or might defend, where the injured person, goes immediately to a doctor, sometimes a chiropractor. And I've said this before, my brother-in-law is a chiropractor. So with all deference to chiros, they get their, 3 times a week prescription. They go to the chiro for 12 weeks, X number of dollars in treatment, and then that becomes part of their demand package for their personal injury. Well, if you don't go to the hospital for 2-3 days, and then you're saying on the stand, I got no permanent injury, even if, unless you're going to, hang your hat on punitives, right? What are you going to get in the civil case?
intentional infliction of emotional distress.
Oh, sure. You're going to have that, and you're going to try and, because it's an intentional act, you're going to try and, throw punies on there. And of course, you've got a defendant in the civil case who's got bank, so it's not like he's judgment proof. But let me ask you this. Now, be honest with me. If you're sitting there representing Relli, Mr. Ephron, how do you feel about your civil case now at this moment?
I feel confident. I can rehabilitate anything.
Okay.
I can explain away anything.
I like
the permanent disability. With him saying, if I made a claim for a permanent disability and he said on the stand oh, he's good, there's no permanent disability issue, I don't know what I'd do other than consult a gray head and say, hey, I need some advice here.
Well, I think what you do is he's just too proud. He's too proud to admit that this is, really affected his life and will never be better, never be as it used to be. So
Michael, I'm moved. I love it.
I might be able to argue and make a couple of bucks on that one. But I do think if you prove in a civil matter that a gunshot has been fired in your direction, or 2 or however many, and you've been injured as a result, that is far different than, I slipped and fell at Walmart. I think the act itself will generate a certain amount of damages, just because it's you don't want people shooting at people.
Right.
Okay, so this is was it Dazzle Star? Can you take a casing from a gun range? Answer that. Very, very demanding. I guess just in general, can you? You know, I've been to a gun range a few times, but I've never really been. They always have like a little dustpan and a broom there, so that you kind of clean up your shooting station when you leave. I've never really been tempted to take any, but I'm not so sure there's a law against it. Do you know?
I mean, yeah, you can take them, right? I can take them, but
Do you shoot? Have you been
to
to a
what
shooting range?
end?
Have you
Yes,
been?
of course.
Yeah.
I'm from Louisiana. I shoot, baby.
Yeah, well, you're in LA now,
But
so I wasn't sure. So do you are you licensed in LA or in California to
no,
carry? No?
no,
Yeah, it's a whole different thing in California.
yeah,
Yeah, so yeah, I agree with you that I think you can, but I
not
guess
yet.
most people don't. Now, are you working on that?
Yeah, so my husband and I we went to just a gun store, just kind of looking the other day, and I was like, what do people know that we don't know? Because it was packed. It was like more than you'd see at like retail outlets in the mall. But yeah, we need to get ready for something. So,
Yeah,
oh, well,
that
let me
sounds
tell you something. Just
yes.
oh, a quick thought, something that the prosecution really kind of, I don't know if they do it on purpose or if they're being subtle about it, but one of the things that they're touching on is the area. It was a very high traffic area where this shooting occurred.
No
So
doubt.
it's a high traffic area, touristy, and then we see like the residential area when they left the corner of the street where the shooting occurred. So I think that may also play on people, like endangering innocent people in a neighborhood, kids that could be hanging out, um, having a good time on a Friday or a Saturday
Yeah, and how many stories have we heard about, innocent victims of these kinds of,
night.
a stray random shooting? So yeah, and so I think people are sensitive to that, no doubt about it. I had another. Let me bring this up here for you. Question: do you see any reasonable doubt? It's kind of a
Okay.
broad question. What do you think?
Yeah, I see. Look, I think that I don't see any reasonable doubt, but I think that he can get a not guilty. I think Tacopina is doing a fine job of sowing confusion. I call it the Chewbacca is a Wookiee defense. Um, he's just throwing everything on the wall, hoping something will stick. So I definitely think he can get a not guilty out of this. For me, what I'm thinking of is we know there was a gun. We know that it was fired twice. What is the defense to that? It could only be uh, some sort of justification, meaning you were defending yourself or others. But I'm also arguing you really can't bring a gun to a fist fight. But also, if it was a prop gun, you have to show me some type of proof that it was a prop gun, baby, and it had to be unmodified or unmodifiable, and it couldn't carry any live rounds. But that's me.
Yeah. Well, and we know. I learned so much during
Uh,
the Helena Hutchins case.
God rest her soul.
With
Yeah.
Hannah Gutierrez Reed's conviction for manslaughter,
Mhm.
that these prop guns are more a function of the ammo than the gun,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Like you could
Yeah.
put dummy rounds in there, and I learned, difference between a dummy round and a
Mhm.
blank, because
Yep.
I used to kind of think they're the same thing, but no,
Right.
a dummy round just looks like a bullet, but can't be fired, doesn't do anything. It's a
Mhm.
dummy. A
Mm.
blank has that wadding at the end, so there's no projectile to
Mm.
shoot out. But they all can be loaded into a prop gun.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
So those are good questions that if we do hear from this, if there is an ammo expert or something that we hear, on the prosecution's case, then maybe some of those questions would be answered. What do you think about the fact that the cops, and unless you just find them to be the most inept cops on the planet, couldn't find any casings, couldn't find any damage from what would have been gunshots fired in the way that it's been described by Relli, which was kind of pointing to the ground or pointing, the trajectory was downward, not like he's shooting up into the
Mhm.
air. What do
Mhm.
you think of that?
So yeah, I was watching him on the stand, and he said like I think the first shot was downward, right, and then the second, I don't know what he said about the second shot, but I know he was like using ills as a like a human shield. I don't know, um, where he shot that second shot, or if it was after or before he was using ills as the shield, but they were pretty close together, like maybe a second and a half apart. But I do think that I would just argue that Relli it would make sense that he would know where to go to get the shell casings because he was at the location, at the exact spot where the events took place. He has experience with guns. We saw him at a gun range. We saw the shell casings pop off as he shot the gun. So he has experience with shell casing trajectory. So it would make sense that he would know exactly where to go to look for the gun. And it would make sense that the police officers would scan and canvass a wider area and maybe not be able to focus on a specific place where the shells are. That's just me making an argument. I'm not,
And it was dark. So,
Yeah, it was
and
dark.
all of those factors. And I thought, too, that 7 cops on the scene was pretty impressive. I mean, I know they get a call, broadcast call, shots fired. Units will show up as best they can. But I thought with effectively a non-injury shooting, that was a pretty good turnout by the cops. But maybe when they got there, realized this is, nobody's been really shot, even if the graze is a legitimate injury as a result. This is not going to be, we're not calling out CSI for this case, right?
Right. Yeah. But it was a pretty good turnout. But again, it was a really good turnout because of the location.
Yes.
Right.
And that is,
that's important.
Hollywood and Vine, Sunset. I mean, that's the epicenter of Hollywood for, for the, not just for what people perceive Hollywood to be, but in terms of businesses, residences packed in there. One of the witnesses was on that 7th floor of that building that overlooks Vine. I call that the wannabe actress building. I could just, she was, that's just me. I know. She was Australian, and I could just see people, I'm going to go make it in Hollywood, and they get a place on Vine or Hollywood or Sunset, and they're going to, God bless them. It happens. It definitely happens. But I saw her as one of those folks, and I don't think her testimony was all that helpful because she kept saying, I was on the 7th floor. I was on the 7th floor. So she saw like shapes moving here and there and wasn't really all that helpful.
I think the purpose of her testimony was that she heard bullets. Like, I don't know that she was there to identify the people and to say, what took place, what happened, but I think it was significant that she was
and she was the 911 caller. Yeah, she was the 911 caller. So she was necessary. Yeah. And she did a fine job. I'm just giving her a hard time because it seemed like a stereotypical location for somebody to kind of move to and, try to make it big in the movie biz. So let's see. Let me see if I got a couple. I know I can't keep you forever here. Let me see if I can squeeze in a couple more questions.
I say hey to my people.
Let's see. From Ms. Lee or Leah, do you know for sure that the gun was fired? The detective was asked that question. He wasn't sure. I have kind of a combo question there. They found the guns in the house, but they didn't take any of them to see if there was, if they'd been fired recently. Maybe they ruled them all out and decided it wasn't important. But what do you think about that question about was a gun fired?
Okay, so two parts. I was listening to the testimony today, and they didn't take any of the guns, and they didn't take them because they were going by the shell casings that Relli gave them. So they were trying to match a gun to the shell casings. Do we know that the gun was fired? Yes. We have a 911 caller who is living out her dreams on Vine. We have audio. Yes, we know a gun was fired.
Okay, so do we know that it was a gun that Rocky had, that he fired the gun?
Unless you want to believe and that there was someone else, in the same area at the same time firing a gun, that's always a possibility, right?
Yeah, I just wish they would have done a little better investigation.
We know something was fired. Who fired the guns? Or who fired the gun? We don't know, but we have somebody on video holding a gun in the area where we heard gunshots and where 2 people called 911 saying there were gunshots. So, draw your own conclusion or make your own arguments against it.
Okay. And it'll be very interesting to see how this happens. I'm pretty sure that Lewin is going to do the closing when it happens. Yeah. And I think he'll be making some similar arguments, but he'll be saying it louder with his arms flying around. And,
he will bring the drama.
He will. Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Pokemon 730. Really appreciate Afi giving her perspective. Yes, we definitely
Thank you,
do.
darling. I appreciate you for appreciating me. Make me
Again,
feel good.
one of my favorite guests when we were on Long Crime, and I hope you'll come back again so we can.
Was I really,
do
Michael?
this.
Are you just saying that to make me feel good and blush
No,
a little bit?
I've never said that to anyone before, as a matter of fact. So there you go.
Little
Yeah,
tear.
I think we have
Okay,
a
thank
moment
you.
here. Okay. Well, are you going to go back into court this week at all or not?
I'll probably go tomorrow or the day after, but I have to like get some work done today.
Yeah, I understand how that damn work
Yeah.
gets in the way sometimes. We get lost
Mhm.
in this spiral of what we do. Don't forget, folks, check out the Black Letter Law. And I got that right, didn't I? Black Letter Law?
Yeah, the Black Letter Law. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And we will see you next time here. Afi Patterson, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Michael.
You bet.
You're
Talk to you
my
later.
favorite, too.
Oh, thank you. So take that, LKB. Okay, that's going to do it. Don't forget tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow's Wednesday. That's all I know at this point. So we'll be back. We'll be live streaming the trial again, 1:30 Eastern time, 10:30 Western Pacific time. We'll see what happens tomorrow. We think prosecution will rest. The question is whether this gun ammo expert is going to testify. And if so, how does that affect the defense case? Certainly they'll have an expert to counter whatever the opinions might be from the late-breaking prosecution expert. So that'll do it. Let's see. I feel like there's something else going on tomorrow, and I just can't remember, but I'll figure it out, and I'll let you know. Anyway, at that time, we'll get back at it. In the meantime, try to do the right thing. I'm Michael Bryant, and we'll see you then.